This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, fast would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on. This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, thou would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information, parading to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking...
Just kidding! We're not doing Bathologic right now because it's the beginning of stream. My lovely imps, how are you doing today? Somniostatic Dandria, Grouchy Ash, Punk Corpse, Prosy Rosie, Louie Boy, LB, Lot of Apples, Toatrika, Cheeto, Stone Razor, Bromine, Lucid, Fairy Berry, Killjoy, 40K, Emerald, Queen, Fancy Shrimp, Jessica Metal, Kruva, Fell the Formless, Copioid Crisis, VM, Draco, Twos, Laura. Thank you, Socialist Potato. Thank you very much. You're starting us off with Sonic memes. All right, Canoon, Uncle Gumball, Piftle Cakes, Zadoki, Snowmo, Joey Ravioli, Big Papa Pancake, Gay, Zoe. And from the YouTube chat, we got Malmart, Trickster Jackal, Leanne Scott, Lillian, Gayfesh, Silly String, Kale, L. Asmodeus, Espen M., Leanne Scott, Rick Wallace, Valhalla Vidya, John Duff, Emily Ganguly, The Dark Canuck, and many, many more. Welcome to the stream. If you are here but you haven't pressed the like button, don't you want to be a part of the Like Imp gang? Like Imps are the coolest ones. Imps who like the video are actually, I take it back, you're the second coolest ones. The coolest ones are the comment gang, the comment crew, people who comment on my videos. You all are the coolest ones, and the second coolest are the likers. Likers get lots of cool, but they're not necessarily the coolest. The coolest are the people who like and comment. The comment crew, so to say. You know? Yeah? But yeah, you gotta hit YouTube and press like, because that's how we get the most viewers. Welcome to the stream, my lovely imps. We have a lot of stuff to talk about today. But as always, we will warm up and chit chat and get cozy a bit. It's been a couple of days since I last streamed. As you guys know, I did not stream on Friday like I usually do, and the reason for that is because I had a doctor's appointment. But don't worry, everything went actually really, really well. I had to get an MRI, which is an interesting thing, you know? I don't know if anybody here has ever had it. It's a weird experience. Honestly, it wasn't as... I've heard that they're very anxiety-inducing, but for me, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was like you go in a tube, and they give you a little blanket and a little thing, and you sit in there, and it makes a bunch of loud noise for like 20 minutes, and then you're good. Yeah, you just lay in a tube. No, it took like 3 hours. That was about it. No, sorry, not 3 hours. 30 minutes. The whole appointment with everything took about an hour and a half. 30 minutes for the actual scan, and then about like an hour and a half for the total appointment. It wasn't too bad, but I had to go really super early in the morning, so it fucked up my sleep for the entire day, and I just had to sleep. You're not supposed to move, but it honestly isn't that hard. Cheeto, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Oh my goodness, thank you so very much. We have a lot to talk about today. Do you get to watch or anything? No, you're just literally in a tube. It kind of sucks. But I mean, it wasn't that bad. Like, it's just kind of boring. That's about it. Thank you, Gay Zoe. I appreciate that. This is one of my new shirts. It's my red Nebula shirt that I quite like. It's very, very comfy. Yeah, I guess some MRIs probably take longer, but it sounds claustrophobic. I am not particularly claustrophobic. It depends on the circumstance, obviously, but the tube is open on both ends. So like if you turn your head up, you can just see into the room. So maybe old MRI machines were like way scarier, but these ones are open on both ends. So like it really, like you're in a tube, but like you can see really easily out of the tube if you get scared. Yeah. The dye makes you nauseous. Yeah, some people apparently get nausea. I did not, which made me happy because I don't really have any medicine allergies that I know of, except apparently something that is used in like surgical anesthesia. Both times that I've gotten surgery where I had to go under, I like got really sick afterwards, and both times it hurt like fuck. The way that it went for me for both of my surgeries was that I was like asleep, and then I woke up to throwing up, which was like it's just darkness. And then I remember like seeing doctors going like, okay, it's time, here we go. And then I black out, and then I woke up to like throwing up, and it was disgusting and painful. You watched the Lego movie in an MRI scan? Wait, that's pretty fucking sick, actually. Yeah, are MRIs when they put you in a magnet tube? Yeah, they do. Yeah, I saw that, Socialist Potato. I acknowledge it. I just haven't watched it quite yet. I don't want to jump right into a meme quite yet, but maybe in a little bit. I regret to inform there's some dumb drama unfolding. Is there? Is that true? Is there? You're mad, you stupid loser. Bring it on. What does this even mean? What the fuck does this even mean? Yeah, hold on. This is a perfect moment. Hold on. I got this. Watch this. One second, hold on, watch this. I got a gift for you all. Hold on, this is gonna be great. This is the perfect opportunity for me to use my memes. Where's the one here? Hold on, where is it? Wait, it's in the other memes. Yeah, this is the one. Wait, where'd this one? Yeah, hold on. Wait, where'd the... Here we go, watch this. There we go! My face when I'm an Animal Kingdom rancher. No critters? Damn, this guy's a loser. It's actually so funny. Do you guys see how like pathetic my enemies are? Like, I'm not kidding you. My enemies are the most pathetic and embarrassing people on the planet. They are all, to a man, the most pathetic people. All I said was, hey, it seems really fucking inappropriate that your Discord admin is threatening the entire list of members of your Discord, and this guy is having a complete shit baby meltdown. Who is that? That is the person pictured who's getting really, really mad at me. That is ChudLogic's that's ChudLogic's Discord admin and editor who threatened to dox every member of the mod team on ChudLogic's Discord, and also threatened to dox every member of ChudLogic's Discord if he didn't get what he wanted. Literal, just an adult baby, just a man baby. Do I deny the Animal Kingdom rancher allegations? I would need to know what that meant first. I don't know what that means. I genuinely do not know. I assume he means that I have critters, which is true. I'm actually quite proud of that. Demon Mama never beating the critter cult allegations. Beating them? Beating them? Beating them? Bro, it's insane. My fucking enemies want to beat me so bad. Valhalla Vidya says, people have been leaving Chud's Discord for months. I left when the Sunday video came out. Yeah, I don't blame them. Like, look, I've had a lot of fun with ChudLogic in the past. I've you know, like I said, my personal relationship with Chud has always been very good. But boy, oh boy, that is just like the fact that they're like that you are employing somebody who's threatening to dox members of your team is like such a fuck up. That is such a colossal fuck up. Like, I would be wrong to not say that. I would be wrong to not tell the truth. We have we have the no critters emote on the Discord. We don't have no critters on here. Have you guys seen the new emote on the Discord? Since we're still in the warm-up, I can show off one of the ones. Hold on, let me show you. This one's only on the Discord for now, because I don't know that it would work as well. Yeah, it's really good. Here, check this out. Okay, ready? Here we go. Wait, hold on, I'll bring it up. This is the one. Oh, it's so fucking good. Hold on. Look at this. This is the new sticker on the Discord. It's so good. I love it so much. I'm gonna use it so frequently. I feel like I kind of want to have it as my profile picture on Twitter for a while. Like, it's so maniacal. Oh, cool. Thank you, Sleeping Void. Yeah, you know, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to put this as my Twitter. Let's see how it looks. Hold on. Maybe I've had the same Twitter Avi for so long. Maybe it's time. Maybe it symbolizes a new era, okay? Let's see how it looks. Let me just try real quick. Hold on. Why does it look so great? Hold on, I have to adjust it just a little bit. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. It's It's time. It's fucking time. Today's gonna be a good stream, my lovely imps. It's gonna be a good stream. Oh my goodness. You guys want to know what I was listening to right before this stream began? Hold on. Here, let me hit you with what I was listening to right before stream. Right before I started and had to turn off the music. Hold on. Hold on, ready? Here we go. Wait. All right, that's all I can play because that's gonna get me slapped. I know, I'm gonna get slapped. I'm sorry, but just a little bit of hype for you, okay? We can't get clapped anymore, all right? We have to stop getting the channel clapped. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Linky is here. This is a really good cover, by the way. Yeah, Little V is great. I love Little V. There you go. There's the link if you want to listen to it yourself. How did the songs from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure end up going so hard? Well, I don't know. It's just incredible, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Woo! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, oh my goodness. Okay, guys, do you want to have, let's keep having fun. Do you guys want to have a little more fun? Because I have some more fun things I can show you. You guys, watch this. Let's continue it. Let's just keep having fun. We're still in the warm up. We're not in the main content yet, but also, so two things. First off, thank you, my lovely imps. I just want to show you the first ever Demon Mama short. Okay, not the first ever Demon Mama short, but the first since the big changes to YouTube short has gotten 851 views in the first 2 hours. Fucking poggers, thank you. Fucking thank you. Don't forget to press like on shorts when you see them, please. Shorts are such a huge avenue for growth, and this channel will fucking blow up if you guys keep liking my shorts. And let me show you it. I'm gonna show you real quick, okay? I'm gonna show you real quick because this one's funny, and I want you guys to know what we've got coming. So I have hired JazDog for to do a couple of shorts for the channel, and if the shorts keep working out, we're gonna hire JazDog onto the team as our long-term shorts and possibly even TikToks again, depending on what we do, editor. But here, let's watch this one together real quick. So this is the first thing I want to show you, and then I have a little treat for you. We're gonna be a little mean to some YouTube commenters, all right? Check this shit out, ready? Welcome today to DNN, Demon News Network. Today we are going to be talking about a terrible and dangerous thing that is threatening your children. It is a man by the name of Tucker Carlson. Pictured here, you can see him clearly and utterly. Oh, sorry, I gotta turn down. Oh, I'm so sorry. Apologies, our mixing room had the audio turned a little too loud. This man has a fetish for a type of porn known in Japan as sad puppy white nationalist kicking porn. And what it means is he is literally jacking off and getting off to you're watching when you and your kids and your grandma and your grandma's grandma and your grandchildren are watching, he's getting off. Yeah, so as you guys can see, the shorts channel on the Demon Mama channel is gonna be very memey. So if you guys like and whatever and leave your comments and whatever on the shorts, please smack the like button when you see the shorts, because we have a lot of potential for growth from those. And JazDog is a fucking god, okay? JazDog is really good at this shit, okay? And now, thank you all. I just wanted to thank you all for the attention you gave it. I wanted to thank you guys for that, but I have something else to show you, okay? I got something Well, yes, that was my fault, VM Draco. I apologize. We'll be fixing that in the future. Unfortunately, I was the one who goofed up the audio in the original clip, which JazDog had to work with. That's my fault, okay? That's on me. That's totally and utterly on me. We still have a couple of little audio things that I want to fix because I'm not super satisfied with the quality of my audio yet. However, I have a treat for you all, okay? I am going to give you a very, very, very funny comment, okay? We're gonna read one of the funniest comments I have received in recent memory, and oh my God, is it fucking funny, okay? Listen, I don't do this very often, but once in a while, I get a comment on my videos that is so uniquely unhinged that I love to share it with you. So today we're gonna partake in this together. Are you all ready? All right, here we go, okay? We're gonna zoom this in, make it nice and big over, Here we go. Okay, ready?
Bazinga.
Stop! You're not a Lord of the Ring fan if you don't see the problem with the showrunners making short-haired black elves and beardless black dwarves. Where did the black elf come from? His two white parents? Where is his long hair? How did the black dwarf become black? The underground sun? The darkest description of elves was olive skin, which is what you would call a Spanish person with a tan. As for Galadriel, she's so unlikable. I mean, she pushes people and the viewers away from her all the time. You don't get sympathy for the character at all. Not to mention the fact that Galadriel is one of the most powerful characters in the story, but they made her a warrior swordswoman based on the entire story around her. This has nothing to do with the Silmarillion or any of the writings of Tolkien. If you were a fan, you wouldn't support this shit, but you support it because you're trans. That's all.
Bazinga.
So, it's actually amazing because this is literally the exact type of person the entire video was about. Now, this video was not very long. This was only a 15-minute video by me. And in that video, I specifically talk about that exact type of person. The type of person who can suspend their disbelief when old men literally go flying, jump into the pits of the earth fighting a demon and don't break any bones. And when you have like an elf doing quadruple backflips off of a 50-foot wall and suffers no damage. And when you have a bunch of dwarves that can dig tunnels so deep in the earth that they can cross the length of multiple countries without any heavy machinery whatsoever. And then they go, well, I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me how the elves have dark skin. It's a certain type of brain rot poison. And it just shows this person presumably listened to the video. Maybe not, maybe they never did. But their only conclusion, their only takeaway was that you're not a true fan if you think that it's okay for there to be black elves and black dwarves. That type of person is unironically like the worst type of fantasy fan. They are the type of fantasy fan who can't actually push their own bounds. The only thing they know is the exact to the letter thing that they experienced when they were a kid. They only consume nostalgia. They only consume, well, that's how I remember it. They don't consume fantasy. They're not engaging in any of the things that make fantasy great. They're just angry and stupid. And that's literally what I made the video about. So it was really, really funny to see this comment. I just figured you guys would love to hear the types of comments I get on my videos sometimes. I would hate to see what he has to say about the Little Mermaid. Yeah, I wonder what he's got to say about that. Tolkien discourse has come back. Oh my God. Can you imagine how Tolkien would react to a person like this? Can you imagine what Tolkien would think if this is the type of person who thinks they're like the true Lord of the Rings fan? Like, unironically. Also, can you imagine what you would be like if you wrote like one of the most impressively crafted examples of fantasy that has inspired children's literature for the last like almost 100 years, and then like you just got to have a witness into the future, and that there would be a bunch of like drooling idiots who were just like, oh, make it more racist. Oh, I can't. My ability to suspend disbelief is completely ruined the moment that a black person appears. Ah! Anyway. Stupid. There are stupid people in the world. Never forget that. There are people who are cataclysmically brainwormed. To be fair, Demon Mama, Tolkien was from British South Africa. Yeah, and Tolkien was comparatively, relatively progressive for his time. Tolkien was not like a super racist. He was a little bit a traditionalist because he was a Catholic, but he wasn't like a hyper racist. Speaking of authors, J.K. Rowling is the worst. Yeah, okay, J.R.R. Tolkien was like 20 times cooler than J.K. Rowling. Let's be 100% real, okay? No, that's terrible. This can't be real. This is real? Oh, is this real? As one of my very best and oldest friends is an Irish woman, Azkaban is dedicated to her. I know Ireland produces some of the best women in the world. As she'd put it, Egypts come in every nationality. Bro. I love you so much, I named the torture prison after you. That's hilarious, okay? I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, Puerto Rican musician. Just keep in mind it's racist brain processes. Something that you guys should know. By the way, I hope you guys know this. Bigotry makes you more stupid, okay? I want you all to understand that. It's true. That is 100% so true. The reason why bigots become stupider and stupider as time goes on is because as they go on, it requires more and more stubborn idiocy in order to maintain your bigotry. In order to keep your prejudice, you have to keep getting more and more stubborn and stupid. This is why you see so many people become obsessed with trans people and then destroy their lives over it. Like TERFs, like Graham Linehan, like all these people who fucking become obsessed with trans people and then destroy their lives over it. It's because bigotry rots your brain. It makes you a stupider person. It's just, oh my God. Yeah, true. Okay, to be fair, this was about you know, this particularly was about like World of Warcraft, but you humans really piss us off with this. If you actually took the time to be friends with an elf, you'd be able to tell pretty quick. But since you're too busy living in houses made of dead trees and lusting after other races, let me give you some pointers. Male elves have eyebrows at a different resting angle. Male elves have a deeper philtrum groove than females. Female elves have shorter ears than males. Female elves have larger penises than males. True! I love a classic World of Warcraft post. I'll have you know, I have met a few elven femboys with larger penises, okay? I have. Just a few. Just a handful. Oh, shit. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I don't have anything to eat this with, though. You know what? Yeah, that'd be good, actually. Thank you. I got some sushi. Fuck yeah. I got some eel sushi. I'm gonna eat this real quick before we get into the bulk of the main content for the day. Rick Wallace says, sorry to get ahead, but I literally picked up a WW2 1911 today. Fun coincidence. I'm doing my part. Fuck yeah. We're gonna talk about that a whole bunch. We're gonna talk about it. We've talked about that on this channel many times, so we'll get into it. Don't worry. I love unagi. I love unagi. I have to wait for my chopsticks to arrive, though. Ah, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, let's eat. Let's have some sushi. We have so much to do. Oh, I'm so excited for today. Today's going to be a really fun stream. Wow. Witchypaw says, did you see Jacob Geller raised over $76,000 for a trans healthcare charity? Point of pride. That's fucking awesome. Jacob Geller continues to be an absolute badass motherfucker. I love Jacob Geller. I love Jacob Geller's videos, and he seems like a bang-up guy. How's Yoda? Yoda's been doing great lately. Yeah, Yoda's been doing really good lately. Why does somebody want to debate me? What? Oh my god, wait, it's the guy. Oh my god, you're here. Assel Martinson. You're the person who commented. Oh my god, the person whose stupid comment I read is in chat right now. Bro, you wrote one of the stupidest comments I've ever read. I mean, thank you for the comment, don't get me wrong, but holy shit, bro. Did you miss me roasting your comment? Rewind a little bit. By the way, if you are here, please press the like button on YouTube. The like button is the #1 way that we get new viewers. So if you want to help this channel, you can press the like button for free. And if you've never watched me before, press subscribe. I promise you won't regret it. This show is incredibly funny, a lot of energy, a lot of fun. We talk about a lot of interesting stuff. You'll even learn some things. It's amazing. Are we covering Jack Saint's video? Yes, we are, and we have to have a talk about that. So we have to do some other stuff first, but don't you worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. I just gotta finish this stuff first. I need to eat my delicious food so I have energy to stream with. Wolfgar69 says, not to be all doomer, but sometimes when I'm having a bad day, my vibe is this. What's this? Doomer. Space! Tim Curry escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Okay, I love this clip. You guys all know this one. We'll play it real quick. Here you go. Enjoy.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Amazing. Socialist Potato with the $5. Thank you very much. A well-animated Breaking Bad short? All right. All right. I like Breaking Bad. Let's watch this while I finish eating. Watch this one. Watch it again. It's good.
We will
Wait, I'm gonna
produce
get clapped!
chemically pure.
No, wait! I'm gonna get clapped! I can't do that! I'm gonna get clapped! Oh! Oh! That's Cartoon Network. That's Cartoon Network shit. That's gonna clap me. It is a good one, though. I will agree. That's a really good Breaking Bad one. It's very well animated and fun. Oh, JazDog, just so you know, the short is fucking killing it right now. #1 ranking of all shorts of all time. Incredibly well done, JazDog. I showed it on stream. Yes, I did, JazDog. But not only that, but everybody's watching it. We have over 1,000 views in the first two, or sorry, almost 1,000 views in the first 2 hours. Really, really well done. Wait, I've heard Rings of Power is really good. What is this going on? What is going on here? Why are people saying cringe things or confusing things, I should say? Hmm? Hmm. Wow, that sushi was delicious. All right, everybody. A couple of things. Oh, wait, hold on. Is there a couple of things? I can't remember what I was going to say. There was something else I was going to say, but it's not coming to my mind right now. Okay. Today on stream, we are going to talk about two major topics. The first one is what we'll talk about very shortly here, which is lefty gun culture. And this is a topic I've talked about many, many times in the past of my show, and I will talk about it again many, many times in the future. If you're tired of it, well, suck it up. It's important. And then we're gonna talk about YouTube burnout, okay? And there's a really interesting thing going on here because, how do I put this? YouTube has an interesting relationship with whether or not they believe in burnout. Now, I am a deep believer in burnout, and I'll talk about this when we get to that segment. But I'm telling you, this video is gonna be very interesting to watch together. So we're gonna react to a video essay that specifically addresses YouTuber burnout. And we gotta talk about it because it's really important, okay? Super important. Welcome, Intentions Nasty. Yeah. No, it happens. Nope. Yeah, exactly. YouTube. Is this Brit phobic? I don't think it's Brit phobic. I don't think it's Brit phobic at all. The Twitter picture is glorious. Ah, thank you so much. I love it a lot. It's all thanks to, by the way, it is Rapti, the one and only. Rapti is not here right now, but it is Rapti who made that really good looking black and white version of the distorted sus mama face. So thanks to Rapti. Big shout out to Rapti. I'm sure Rapti will be around at some point, and I will thank her on stream. We got a lot of stuff to still talk about. Yeah, maybe I should replace the mark sus, but then I feel like we're getting further and further from my roots. You want to know what I've been doing lately? What's this? Look at this. Incredible. Fucking amazing. Boom. Yeah, as we know, Discord titles are all that matters. Oh, it's been such an interesting time lately. Social media has been so ridiculous. Guys, it's been so ridiculous. Did you guys see this one? Hold on, I have a meme for you, okay? I made a fucking meme, all right? Hold on. Some of you guys will appreciate this meme, okay? Here we go. So here's how it starts, okay? Watch this, all right? This is where it starts, okay? My haters are some truly, truly stupid cunts. Now, this was the result of us talking about some of my haters on the internet the other day. Oh, Socialist Potato 123, thank you so much. We'll watch that in a minute, all right? My haters are truly some stupid, stupid cunts, okay? Now, here we go. So true, Miss Bathtub Chemist and anti-school advocate. And I responded with,
My name is Gustavo, but you can call me Sus. My name is Gustavo.
You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. It's true. They think I'm Gus. They think I'm fucking Gus. To be fair, I didn't technically make that entire meme. It's a section of a larger meme that I had to download, re-edit, re-upload, and then post as a small selection. So it's a remix, okay? It's a remix. Bathtub chemist only when the lab is being repaired. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. Oh God, look, I can't get into it. I can't fucking get into it. Anyway, I've been having a really good time shit posting on the internet lately. So don't miss following my Twitter, where you can catch all my goddamn shit posts of me fighting with all the people who act deranged at me on the internet. It's really funny, okay? What is this? Who sent me this?
Nobody can change my mind. I mean, straight up. Same guy, by the way, says him. What? I don't even know. Is this guy a leftist, right winger? I don't know what the fuck this guy is doing.
And wrapping it up in your doctor shit, you can fuck off. No, I don't give a fuck about someone's religion, but when you're promoting it and wrapping it up in your doctor shit, you can fuck off. No, you're trying to do the woke shit. Oh, don't laugh at his religion. No, fuck you. If someone's promoting bullshit quackery, I'm gonna fucking say it's bullshit quackery. Fuck off. No fucking way you're gonna pull that woke shit with me. It ain't gonna fucking happen, okay? I'm literally immune to that shit, okay? Because I'm fucking racist, okay? Because I'm racist. The fact that it's some woo-woo Indian shit and it's brown people doing it makes it even better for me. It adds racism to the criticism. And I fucking love being racist, okay? I fucking love being racist. So if anything, I'm glad it's brown people doing this, because I can instigate my racism.
Okay, look, okay, listen, wait, hold on. Yes, that is a clip chimp, but also the ending there does not help the case. That really, the end does not help the case that is a clip chimp. That is a, oh boy, listen. I've been clip chimp before, but that's an unfortunate level of of getting clipped, okay? I know that that's what's meant there, but oh my goodness. Yikers. Yes, I saw it, Socialist Potato. Don't worry, I'll hit the meme before we go, okay? All right, here. This is the last thing we're gonna do. We're gonna hit Socialist Potato's meme. Linker. We got a linker over here, but I'm very nice to my linkers. See? Do you see how kind I am to my linkers? Do you guys see? Do you see how fucking kind I am? Here, we'll watch this and then we do the meme. Holy shit!
Sonic! I'm sorry. Really? Look, go easy on me. I'll turn over a new leaf, I swear! Just give me a chance!
My squeaky gaming chair.
I'm sorry, what?
My gaming chair won't stop squeaking. You see? It keeps on squeaking every time I bend.
Yes, I get the picture. Stop squeaking
It's
it.
almost as depressing as an office chair.
You've destroyed half of my fleet. What do you want from me?
Just looking for someone to fix my gaming chair.
Wait, so you destroyed all of this? For your gaming chair?
You mean this? My gaming chair?
Yes, your gaming chair!
Did you know it has a problem? It keeps on squeaking.
Enough with the squeaks! I'll fix it!
The chair?
Yes!
And the squeaks?
Precisely!
Just gotta give you a fair warning before you fix it. Kinda got a little bit of an annoying squeak.
Alright, it's the electric chair for you!
Ah!
This is so many layers of meme reference. I don't know what it's referencing. It's like a reference inside of a reference inside of a reference, and I don't understand any of them. But it was funny, I guess. It was funny in that I could see that it was a well-crafted meme. A lot of effort went into it. I just don't get any of it. You know? Cat's trying to turn me into Xanderhall? Impossible. Impossible. However, me and Xanderhall do have some similar vibes in some ways. Watch more Sonic? I can't. Was that Sonichu? No. 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 Maybe. I don't know. Was it? Sonic lore understanders, was it? Okay, so the answer I'm getting is yes. Okay. All right. Good to know. When he gets all the rings, he goes super J? Super J? Super Sonic Jumbo? Super sexy... Oh. Okay. Sure. If you say so. No, I don't think that's true, Uncle Gumball. Okay, everybody. If you are here, press that like button. This is the last like button call before we begin the first real, true, proper segment of the day, okay? Because we have to do a little bit of discoursing, okay? So press the like button if you've been having fun so far, because you're gonna have even more fun as we do the real content, the stuff that I've been thinking about, the stuff that I've been kind of prepping for, and everything like that. True, Manic Jack! And also consider joining the Patreon. The Patreon, patreon.com/Demon Mama, or you can just press exclamation Patreon in the chat. It's a great way to support me, and I would love that. Patreon.com/Demon Mama. Patreon. Look at how many viewers we have. Look at this. So since I've asked for likes 2 times, we've almost doubled the viewers. And we only have 175 out of 250 likes. If we got all of them, we would almost assuredly have 300 people in here for the gun segment, which is just so exciting, okay? That would be amazing. And likes are free. Likes are free. The gun discourse brings in all the smooth brains. Is that why you're here, Nuts? Oh! Oh! Okay. YouTube issue. Damn, that sucked. Holy shit. We lost like half of the, we lost 30 plus viewers. Oh, I hate YouTube. YouTube, what the fuck? All right, they're coming back in. That's good at least. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, that was on YouTube's end. We literally just said, it literally just was like, hey, your no data's coming through to YouTube. And I'm like, it's sending. Sorry about that, everybody. That wasn't even, I can't even blame Comcast for that. That one was on YouTube. YouTube is fucking weird like that. Can someone tell me why this medicine tastes like pot stems and mint? No, I can't tell you that. Maybe it's made out of pot stems and mint? It's true. I mean, I don't post on Patreon enough, but I will. I will as time goes on. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. All right, everybody. Enough goofing around, okay? Enough fucking goofing around. We gotta talk, all right? We gotta talk about guns. Are you guys ready to talk about guns? You guys ready to talk about firearms, weaponry? I am. That's our first subject of the night, okay? My lovely, lovely imps. For those of you who don't know, America has a lot of guns in it, okay? And I mean a lot of guns. Americans, statistically, love guns. Now, what I'm talking about here is going to come across as very American-centric, and that's because it is. I live in America. I talk about American politics. However, it probably applies, at least in some degree, to your life, okay? And yes, Infernatrix Sophia, you are absolutely clear to drop arms trans women propaganda in the chat. Absolutely, please. So, we gotta talk about this. Let me start with a little anecdote, okay? I grew up, many of you know this already, but I grew up in a very, very conservative Christian environment. When I was a kid, I grew up in a cult, a hyper-evangelistic, extremist Christian church. It was a very intense experience, and that is sort of the background that most people know about me. I grew up in a very, this is a long time ago now. I'm quite a bit older now, but when I was younger, I existed in this backdrop. But I also lived in a very rural state, okay? So I have a unique perspective when it comes to the perceptions of gun culture, when it comes to talking about gun issues, because I know firsthand what it's like to live around conservatives with guns, what it's like to live around Democrats with guns, and I have been formally trained on guns and trained by a lifetime of being around guns, firing guns, taking care of guns, and all of that. Now, it's been a few years, but the interesting thing is that the core information about guns doesn't really change. When I moved away from home, the sort of final time, because I haven't been back to my home state in a very long time, but when I moved away from home, I have not since been able to start building my any sort of firearm collection. Well, until recently, of course. But we're gonna talk about gun culture, what it is, and why lefties desperately need a gun culture, okay? Because we do. It is that simple, okay? So, for those of you who are unfamiliar with guns, here in America, the gun culture in America, the sort of gun-toting, I'm gonna shoot 2 guns into the air. Actually, wait, I can show you. Hold on, I didn't even plan on this, but here, if you give me just a second, I can show you guys an example of the type of gun culture that that Republicans have in the United States. It'll take me just 1 second to bring this thing up. This is fucking wild. Let me show you this. This is the type of gun culture, unironically. And I'm gonna go into depth on this and provide it up, but I just wanna show you like a little video real quick, if I can, that will demonstrate what I'm talking about here. If I can just find this. Let me just see if I can get this. Oh, come on. Where is this shit? I know I had it here. There we go. Here it is. This is the one. All right, here we go. We're gonna watch this together, okay? Right here is a very, very good example of Republican gun culture, okay? Ready? Watch this. Now, if that comes across as very sexual, very demented, and a little bit deranged, you know, you're not entirely wrong, okay? The slur that's sort of used, I say slur very lightheartedly here, but the insult that people use against like hardcore gun nuts is ammo-sexuals, okay? That sort of thing. Ammo-sexuals, some people call them like bubbas or gun nuts. There's all kinds of different terms that people use. But there's a, this sort of video is the sort of thing that's put out by incredibly popular pro-gun figures in America. Incredibly popular, you know, conservatives politicians love this shit. It's definitely a type of characteristic, but believe it or not, actually, I know this might shock you, but believe it or not, the amosexual thing is not even the worst part about American gun culture, okay? And we're gonna talk about right now what the real problem with the current status of American gun culture is. And it's very easy, okay? It's very easy to outline. Paranoia, okay? Paranoia is the first portion of the thing that's very, very wrong with American gun culture. And part two is corporate influence, okay? These are the two biggest issues with American gun culture. A lot of well-meaning liberals really do want to reduce the harm that's caused in our country by gun deaths. And in America, there are a lot of gun deaths. This is a simple fact. A lot of people die from guns in America. Now, it might be, you know, sort of obvious to point out the fact that in America, we have as many guns as we do people. I believe we actually have more guns, like in personal ownership, than we do actually have people in the country, which is pretty wild. And even though it's easy and fun to laugh at the like amosexuals, and I do this all the time, don't get me wrong, it is hilarious to see like a guy wearing like knockoff Oakleys that say God bless Trump, you know, wearing a 3 sizes too small shirt, holding a shotgun and going, oh yeah, baby, and then firing and immediately smacking himself in the face and going, yeah, for Trump. You know, that sort of shit is very funny to laugh at. It's very funny to watch people blow their entire life savings on like buying some rip-off novelty gun that immediately breaks. It's very, very funny. But again, like I said, that's actually not the core problem with gun culture in America. The paranoia, that #1 piece, is so major to American gun culture, okay? And that is one of the things that I hope to change or hope to contribute to changing in the future. We'll get to this as we go on. So some of you all are aware of, and probably have heard Americans talk about what it was like to live in America like around 9/11. Now, it's the month of September, so, and as you all probably know, I talked about 9/11 earlier this month. But for those of you who aren't 100% aware, America kind of went a little bit insane after 9/11, and it was already insane in a lot of ways, but it went really insane. After 9/11, there was a huge uptick in gun ownership. There was a huge uptick in people acquiring accessories for guns, modifications for guns. There was a huge uptick in people being worried about their homes being invaded or their towns being attacked or their planes being hijacked, even though statistically there was no need for that. And also, there was a massive increase in internal policing in America. Because this was a terrorist attack that, you know, presumably came from within, it didn't really, but whatever. There was this sudden interest in investigating America to clear out potential hiding terrorists. This led to the creation of the TSA. This led to the expansion of the NSA. This led to the expansion of the CIA. This led to the passing of a law called the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is a law that essentially means that the government can wiretap you without having to get a legal warrant. They don't have to have legal oversight so long as they've successfully labeled you as a terrorist. And of course, there's a lot of problems with that. It was very controversial, but what I'm trying to point out is that America has become a country that is very, very paranoid. There is constant searches. If you go to an American airport, you get searched. The TSA is a gigantic, horrifying nightmare process. Crossing the border, this is absurd. If you cross the border into Canada, it's a completely different experience than crossing the border back into America. The border leaving America into Canada, the one that's like, you know, the one that's manned by Canadians, has a bunch of very, very low armored Canadian immigration and customs officials, they say, oh, hey there, how you doing today? And then they welcome you in, they check your documents and they welcome you in, you drive through and that's done. On the American side, when you're coming back to America, there are concrete blockers all over the place. The guards are heavily armed. They're told to be very suspicious, to ask you lots of questions. And you have to drive through a bunch of controlled areas. There's a bunch of these little sort of concrete tunnels you have to drive through as if they're expecting a siege to come from Canada. And frankly, that's fucking insane. The idea that we would ever have to worry about some kind of ground invasion coming from Canada is beyond even the most prepared state-crafting general. It can only be produced by a type of American paranoid psychosis that comes from the post-war period. And alongside this comes the biggest problem with American gun culture, which is that in America, in right-wing gun culture, people buy guns with the express purpose of, with this fantasy in their mind that they are going to help fight off some sort of invading threat, whether it's a home invader, or whether it's a invading enemy force, or whether it's invading liberals. There is an obsession with owning and stockpiling guns specifically for the purpose of fighting off some coming invasion, okay? Now, I am a believer in the value of guns for self-defense. I do believe there are a lot of circumstances when it could be life or death, and having a gun, being the person who has the gun in a situation, could very much save your life, or at least put you on even ground if somebody else had a weapon. However, it is simply not true that guns are going to be used to defend yourself from some sort of invasion or some sort of leftist globalist uprising, or some kind of or some kind of home invasion even. And in fact, it's interesting, among the right wing, and this is where I'm going to really get into the nitty gritty of the gun culture stuff. Among the right wing, gun safety is often viewed as pussy shit. Now, it depends on what type of right winger you're talking with, but a lot of right wingers consider using gun safety mechanisms as pussy shit. And let me explain an example of this that's very, very common. A lot of right wingers will not store their guns safely. They won't put them in a gun safe. They won't put trigger locks on them. Some of them won't even buy guns that have safeties on them. They'll specifically buy guns that do not have a safety. And the reason why is because in their mind, they need to be ready to respond to an attack. They believe that not just that they're going to be defending themselves, but that there are people who are going out of their way to attack them, and they need to be so ready that you won't be able to open your gun safe, or you won't be able to take your trigger lock off, or you won't be able to flip off the safety. Now, of course, the circumstances in which any of those things are true are essentially negligible. Like home invasions, armed home invasions are not all that common. They're pretty uncommon. And actually the best way to stop a home invasion is to own a dog. I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive, but it's actually true. People are like a criminal who's looking to rob a house is statistically like they will essentially never choose a house that has a dog, because why would you? Why would you break into a house that has a dog in it that could bite you or that could bark and wake people up when you could just choose a house that doesn't? That's basic stuff. Now, it is still possible, and there are still times where there are home invasions, but the reality is these are edge cases. And what you have, though, is in the name of dealing with a very, very rare edge case, a culture of not securing firearms. Now, you might be saying, okay, so they don't secure firearms, but why does this make, right-wing gun culture so bad? It's still a gun, it can still kill people, and I'm about to explain it. Did you know that the number one type of gun death in America is a suicide? Did you know that? The number one form of gun violence in America is suicide. Not murder, not homicide, not even police homicide, okay? It's suicide. And it's odd because there is a shocking statistic out there about how men and women have similar rates of attempting suicide, but men tend to succeed more because women tend to use pills, which end up, they often will get medical care before the pills kill them, whereas men use guns, which is, as long as you get access to the gun, it's immediate and over. So are you starting to see where I'm going with this? The #1 cause of gun death in our country, the most preventable form of gun death, is directly fueled by the fact that there are a fuckload of gun owners in America who do not secure their guns at all. Meaning that somebody's suicidal. A lot of people are not having a good life right now. There's a lot of poverty in America. There's a lot of unrest. We've been going through a pandemic. And somebody gets an idea in their mind, I want to die, and they act on that impulse. They get the gun and they die. Because there's nothing stopping them from that. Now, if you have your gun in a gun safe, that person, maybe it's your kid, maybe it's your uncle, maybe it's the dad, maybe it's a grandpa, who knows? That person won't be able to get into the gun safe. Or if they can get into the gun safe, there's a good chance someone will catch them trying to go into the gun safe while they're in the process of doing it and save their life. But if you don't secure your guns, if you think it's pussy shit to have your guns locked up, if you think it's pussy shit to use a gun safe that's actually closed and secured, then you have a bunch of unsafe guns sitting around your house, not even to mention the people who don't believe in safeties. Believe it or not, most suicides don't come from a deep place of truly wanting to die. It is that most suicide attempts come from a position of being so overwhelmed that you can't think straight in the moment and you think the only way out is to die. Most people who are suicidal are able to be talked down, but you can't if you have access to a gun. An unsecured gun specifically. So now you're starting to see where I'm going with this gun culture thing. In America, where gun culture is dominated by the right wing, where they think it's all about shooting terrorists, and they think it's all about blowing away people who dare invade, the Antifa that's coming for your house to steal your kids, to steal your stuff, where it's obsessed with other Americans being your danger, being scared of every other American at every turn. That paranoia fuels a culture where people don't put their guns in safe locations, where people don't care about the fact that a gun is a dangerous weapon that has a use, but that must be taken care of. I'm gun phobic. We'll get there. Don't worry. Okay? Gun culture is veterans and service members. Gun culture is veterans and service members having like a 50+% suicide rate. Let us continue. So, let's talk about part 2 of what I mentioned before. You'll remember I said there were 2 major things wrong with American gun culture that makes it so bad, that demands a leftist gun culture alternative. And we're going to talk about the second one first, and then we're going to talk about what I propose for a leftist gun culture, okay? So, part 2 is corporate influence. Now, to a certain degree, it is very, very difficult to overcome any sort of corporate influence. But in America, there is one company, there is one organization that towers over every single other one when it comes to making America not only the most armed place on the planet, but also the most dangerous place to be armed in America. And that is an organization called the NRA, the National Rifle Association. This is a large group They do magazines. They sell memberships. They are a company that exists to promote gun ownership, to promote gun products. They take a lot of money from gun manufacturing corporations. Now, some gun manufacturing corporations are better than others. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty, but there are a lot of gun manufacturers who are super conservative, and there are other gun manufacturers who, well, basically they're all at least a little bit conservative, but there are some that at least recognize the deep need for safety tools and for all kinds of ways for people to stay safe around their guns. There are a handful, however, of very, very rich gun companies that give a lot of money to the NRA to continually promote gun ownership, constantly. And the type of gun ownership that they're promoting is the type of gun ownership that is predicated on paranoia, because paranoia sells. So the NRA, with its magazines and its television shows and its promotional materials and its training courses, which, by the way, a lot of training courses all around America, the way you learn to take care of a gun, are hosted and run and written by the NRA, with a focus on, you must defend yourself. You're the tower. You're the warrior that's between the world and your family. You need to be ready for anything. You need to be ready to blow away anybody on a moment's notice. And that's the NRA's influence. The NRA may as well be the only real gun culture in America. It is, the only clear gun culture, okay? It is off the rails. And keep in mind that, again, it's not just gun manufacturers. Of course, gun manufacturers give a ton of money to the NRA because the NRA makes them a ton of money by promoting all kinds of gun ownership. But the NRA is the organization. It is a political organization. It is a right-wing political organization that wants to promote certain ideas about the world, that wants to convince you that the main purpose of a gun is so that you can be the warrior who protects your family from the world outside, from the dangers. They have had a monopoly on gun culture for decades and decades, and guess what? It hasn't always been that way. Some of you may recall that a long time ago, I did a video about the Battle of Blair Mountain. The Battle of Blair Mountain is one of the most famous labor struggles in the history of the United States. And the Battle of Blair Mountain occurred because a bunch of unionists, a bunch of left-wingers in West Virginia were armed. They were able to arm up, and they were able to hold down an entire chunk of West Virginia as the literal military was wrongfully mobilized against them after they were attacked for striking. Now, it's a very complicated story, but the long and short of it is mine workers were being literally persecuted. Mine workers were being beaten, their children and wives were being thrown out of their houses, and they went on strike. The United States stood by and allowed union busters to get violent, and then there was a literal battle over this. And the only reason that they were able to have any chance at all and not just be completely obliterated and forced into slave labor was because there was an armed contingent of left-wingers who were able to stand up and defend themselves. So there is a history, a long history, although it's a bit distant at this point, of left-wing gun culture in America. So now we've discussed the issues with guns, okay? We've talked about why I think there are deep, deep problems in American gun culture, in this right-wing obsessed gun culture that's obsessed with promoting fear, xenophobia, that's focused on teaching every person that they're going to be the lone warrior, that they're basically going to be doom guy against a horde of Antifa. You know, it's the type of people who think that Rittenhouse did everything 100% right, that there was nothing Rittenhouse could have done better. It was just like him versus all of those people. That's the type of person we're talking about here. But I think there's an alternative. And I think it's important that we develop an alternative. So I've already talked about this thus far, how many people in America own guns. There are so many guns in America, it's unbelievable. And among right-wingers, it's If you are a Republican, chances are you have a gun in your house. Almost every Republican family I have ever met, especially growing up in the rural area I did, had at least one gun. Most of them had more than one gun. Some of them buy their kids guns as a 16 or 18-year-old birthday gift. Like, it's very common in rural areas for you to get a hunting rifle when you become 16, which is the age that you're allowed to have a hunting license in many states. It's a very, very common thing. So we find ourselves in an odd place, don't we? We as lefties, and hell, I'll even extend the hand out to liberals. Those of you out there who are liberals, who might not be lefties, but maybe have some things in common with lefties, we are in a position where our opposition is armed to the teeth. They have been for years now telling their people that the leftist Antifas, the enemies outside, the foreigners, the immigrants are coming for you. And these guys are armed to the teeth, and they believe that every person they see is a potential enemy, and they're not safe with their guns, and they're irresponsible with their guns. And on top of that, they leave their guns around and people hurt themselves because of the horrible state of not just the economy, but political life in America in general. We have an incredible amount of depression in America. We have an incredible amount of despair in America. Deaths of despair, including suicides, are the sorts of things that we're seeing on the rise in the wake of a gigantic pandemic, okay? And all the Republicans have guns. And the Republicans aren't just talking about defense anymore. More and more, Republicans are talking about the need to stand up, to be patriots, to take the war to the enemy. You are the enemy. You are the enemy they're talking about. Trans people, black people, other people of color, Muslims. If you do not exist in the cis het white spectrum of existence, you are a potential enemy in their mind, in this gun culture. And this isn't going anywhere, by the way. Okay? Anywhere. There is, if any liberals tell you that gun bans are on the way, they are so wrong, it's not even funny. Okay? I don't think you understand how motivated Americans are. The undecided portion of the electorate, which is huge, are largely strongly affected by gun ownership. Even if they're not necessarily a Republican and they're not necessarily a Democrat, they will not vote for a Democrat if that Democrat backs gun control. And lots of Democrats back gun control, which means they lose the vote just on gun control. Now you might be wondering why is that the case? Why are these people in the middle here who aren't necessarily all about the hateful gun culture, why are they so convinced by guns? And the answer is because they grew up around them, because they need them in some way or another, and because they perceive it as a loss of liberty. Those are three very rational reasons why people, even if they're not 100% right on all the facts, why people in the middle, people who don't actually vote Democrat or Republican regularly, these people who are single-issue voters, gun single-issue voters are one of the largest blocks of single-issue voters in America. Now, you guys might not know this, but like I said, most rural areas, there's a gun in every house. People grow up around guns. They grow up around, they grow up thinking of guns as a common thing. They like the idea that they can go out and shoot a gun. So if they grow up around that, and you say that you're going to take away the guns, they feel like they're losing a liberty, which is a pretty big deal. If I tell you you can't buy weed anymore, that's going to make you pissed off, even if you're not necessarily like a big stoner, right? So there you go. I don't care that rural people grew up with guns. Yes, but you need to understand what I'm saying to you, okay? Which is that, which is the fact that whether you care that they, whether you care that they think this way or not is irrelevant. It is a simple fucking fact that the single issue voters on guns are huge. anytime there is a vocal gun control candidate, that candidate suffers massively. Look at it. Look, for example, if you want to look at this, Beto O'Rourke. Beto O'Rourke is a very, very popular Democratic figure who will never be able to win in Texas because he's so anti-gun. And he has good reasons for being anti-gun, and he's good at arguing anti-gun as well, but it doesn't matter because there are so many people who see guns as a foundational freedom in America. It is something that is not going to change anytime in the near future. And even if it were going to, let's pretend that it did, okay? Let's say that tomorrow Joe Biden bans guns. Do you know how many guns there are in America? Do you know what will happen when those guns, if you try to do a confiscation on those guns? Do you know what will happen if you try to do a buyback on those guns? They won't go anywhere. Republicans, the most militant Republicans, have been telling have been literally preparing their followers for just such a moment. They tell them every time, oh, Hillary's gonna come for your guns, Biden's gonna come for your guns, Obama's gonna come for your guns. Earlier today, I made a tweet that was at Joe Biden, okay? Joe Biden said the following: "It's time we ban assault weapons in this country." And I said, banning assault weapons is a euphemism. It's not the only approach that will, it's not the approach that will reduce gun deaths and only gives rhetorical power to the right. Assault weapons is a confusing, misleading term that has tons of carve-outs, including keeping dangerous weaponry in the hands of the police. And this is true. There is no chance, there is no fucking chance in hell that you will ever disarm the right in America. They are so devoted to guns. The single issue gun owner portion is huge. Okay? I'm not kidding you. It's never going away. At least not anytime in the foreseeable future. Maybe someday, way down the line, you can think about a world without guns. But right now, they are not going to accept it. And that means that as leftists in America, we have to acknowledge the state of affairs. Yes, it would literally be a Ruby Ridge every single day. It would be horrible, okay? So, the right is never going to give up their guns. They're not going to give them up anytime in the future, and the left and liberals are not in a position to actually remove guns from the right. The power does not exist. There is no force that will remove them. Also, I want you to think about something else. Ready? You guys ready for something really scary? Ready? All of you liberals in the audience who are anti-gun, okay? Who is going to enforce gun bans? Who's going to enforce gun confiscations if such a thing was ever to happen? Is it the police? And what is the overwhelming majority of police political leanings? Do you guys know? You know, don't you? It's right wing. The police is overwhelmingly not just right wing, but far right. The police is over-fucking-whelmingly right, okay? So what that means is they're gonna target taking things away from their political opponents first, even if such a thing goes through. So Joe Biden, big Joe Biden announces a ban on guns, a ban on a bunch of guns. You know who's gonna get their guns confiscated? Black people, queer people, Hispanic people. Those are the people who legally have a right to own guns. They're going to be the ones targeted first because that's what the cops already do. And the cops are already in support of ownership of guns. It's very obvious exactly who would be targeted by this, okay? Which leaves us with one option. Lefties need to embrace the fact that guns are here to stay in America, and we need to start building a leftist gun culture, a better gun culture, a gun culture that allows for the benefits of self-defense, that acknowledges the presence of guns, and that teaches people to engage with them more safely, to actually reduce the amount of gun deaths without sacrificing the ability to protect oneself. So what are a couple of things that are important in building a lefty gun culture, okay? First off, I do think it's a good thing to promote healthy gun ownership on the left. The right is heavily armed. The left is not armed at all, okay? Comparatively, lefties do not have a whole lot of guns. So it's good for responsible lefties who are in a decent place if you can. It's a good thing for you to know how to operate, know how to use, know how to take care of a gun, even if you don't own one yourself. But you should consider whether owning one is a good choice for you, because it probably, I wouldn't say probably, it likely is it is something that you can do responsibly and well. It's a good idea, okay? And then the second big part of this new gun culture is an actual devotion to gun safety, okay? Because let me tell you this. There is no circumstance in which it is going to be safer for you to own a gun and not have it in a gun safe, or not have a trigger lock, or not have a safety on your gun. There is no circumstance in which that will be safer than doing those things. So what the left needs to embrace is teaching people to care for their guns. And here's an easy argument, okay? I'm gonna give you guys the tools to do this, so you can think about this and you can talk to other people about this. Consider the following. 1, communal gun ownership. Communal gun ownership is or shall I say, a cooperative gun ownership, if you want to put it that way, is when there are multiple people who have responsibility over a set of firearms. Let's say you live in a household, okay? You live in a household with some family of choice. Maybe there's some queers. Maybe you live in a little poly house like I do, okay? Let's imagine you're living with your girlfriends, you're living with your boyfriends, you're living with your they friends, you're living with your it friends, whatever. You all live together and you decide, hey, it would probably be good for us to have access to firearms if the need should ever arise. Work on it together. Buy a gun safe, make sure that everybody has a code to enter the gun safe, and make sure that everyone is trained on how to take care of them, how to assemble and disassemble them, and how to use them properly. Interestingly, the more eyes that you have on the guns, the less likely that it will be that somebody uses it wrongly. If you have people who are all mutually reinforcing each other to have good gun habits, if you have multiple people who can make sure that nobody's rushing over to the gun cabinet to take something out because they're having a meltdown or something, the more eyes you have on it, the safer those are. In fact, this is how, many would argue that this is how the Second Amendment was actually designed in mind, that it was designed for communal gun ownership by rural militias. Yeah, you've heard that before, right? You've heard the idea that, oh yeah, wait, the right to bear arms and the right to a prepared, or I can't remember the exact wording right off the top of my head because I'm in the middle of something else. But you know what I'm talking about, right? That is how militias would do it. Militias would have a cache of weapons that were locked up, and there would be a number of people who were responsible in overlooking them. And if something was to happen, like say there's a natural disaster and people need to be able to hunt for food because there's, power has been knocked out, food spoiled, you're in a natural disaster, you can get those, you can have a group of people go together and distribute those guns so they can be used for hunting. If there is some sort of horrible situation, like say a right-wing militia decides to attack your town, well then, if you have a communal gun store, you have a bunch of people who can go in and say, all right, this is an opportunity where we need people to be able to be armed so they can defend themselves against people who are causing us trouble. It is just a better way of doing things. It's safer, it mitigates the main cause of gun violence, which is suicide, and it also mitigates other forms of gun violence, such as people impulsively grabbing a gun to go commit a crime. By having a communal, responsible gun approach to gun ownership, not only is it cheaper, not only is it safer, not only is it easier, it's just better all around. And guess what? This can be as small as a family or as big as a neighborhood. In fact, there's a lefty content creator by the name of Beau of the Fifth Column who's actually talked about this a number of times, how they have a community center and how they're in their community center, they have a shared gun safe. Only a few people know the code. Only the few people who are there, who are like trained on guns, know that code. And if shit hit the fan, if there was a survival situation, those people could travel to the place and distribute the guns as necessary. And guess what? Sure makes it easier to enjoy the nice parts of firearms, right? Which there are. Shooting a gun at a gun range is very fun. Practicing with a gun is very fun. Hell, even hunting can be a very, very fun activity. In fact, the vast majority of gun owners I knew growing up in a rural area, they owned guns mostly because they liked to go hunting. They would go hunting, they would, you know, hunt a deer, and they would get meat for their family. I mean, God, if you're from a rural part in America, you know what I'm talking about. Your grandpa goes hunting, and you have deer meat for the next 6 months. Lena Lux says, I live in Wisconsin and hunting is huge. Yes, it's massive. Every rural place in America, hunting is not just a sport. Hunting is a way of life. In most rural places of America, people they don't do subsistence hunting. They do what's called, what's it called? Shit, I'm forgetting the name. Supplemental hunting. It's where a lot of poor people in rural areas, they will go hunt and it will basically lower their bills for a couple of months, because if you can hunt a moose, or if you can hunt a large elk or even a deer, you can have food for your family that lasts months sometimes. So a lot of people do that. I love animals too much for that. I don't hunt, by the way. I've never gone hunting. And part of the reason why I don't hunt is because I don't like killing animals. But I do know how to shoot a gun. I know how to clean a gun. I've owned a number of guns. I've shot more guns than I can even count, even though I don't go hunting. And also, I know how to hunt if I ever had to. Hunting is cringe and bad. Hunting isn't cringe and bad if it's the only thing you have, okay? Because a lot of people, it really is the only thing. You guys realize that like hunting is like a foundational part of, it's not necessarily like a good thing. I'm not saying that killing animals is good. You guys know what my position on that is. I fucking love animals. I hate killing animals. But if you have to survive, it's very valuable to know how to hunt, because hunting an animal is one of the most reliable ways to ensure that you have nutrients when you're in the wild. Fishing as well. So those are the things that I think, those are the two most important parts for me in building a leftist gun culture. Is one, we have to be more open about it. Lefties need to familiarize themselves with guns. They need to learn what guns are, how they work, how to take care of them. And they need to learn, they need to actively, and when I say actively, I mean it. I mean encourage one another. If you have friends who are gun owners and you see them not storing their guns safely, you got to talk about that. It has to be a culture, just like the right has. The right encourage each other. Oh yeah, buddy, let's go get a gun. They will buy each other guns for their fucking birthday. Now, I'm not recommending lefties start buying people guns for their birthdays. Obviously, I don't think that's necessarily the right idea. Sorry, there's a very loud airplane out my window. I'm not saying, although depending on the person, maybe that's the right fit. But what I am trying to say is that culture is powerful. We can encourage one another. We can encourage a better culture. We can make arguments for it. Instead of lefties just taking the liberal line and going, ooh, guns are bad. We need gun control. We need gun bans. Instead of doing that, we can say, hey, you guys love guns. I like guns too. Do you think that we can, and then you can explain, hey, did you know that it's literally safer and you're more likely to be able to defend yourself if you have a gun safe that your family knows how to access, that your family knows how to use properly? Did you know that you're safer if you take good care of your guns, if you store your guns properly, if you have safeties on your guns? You will be safer. We have to start diffusing the paranoia, and and like I said, we don't have a choice in this. We have a choice to just sit there and let the right keep building up a heinously toxic, hateful, and prejudiced gun culture. Because, by the way, don't I should not forget that in all of this I've been very focused on the guns, but what I haven't been focused on is how all of the other ideological tenets of the right are pumped through right-wing gun culture. Because guns are such a major issue in America, because they're cool, because they're sexy, because they're promoted by the NRA, along with it comes racism, xenophobia, transphobia, homophobia, Christian fundamentalism. All of those things are pushed actively by the biggest right-wing gun cultures. So while you all, liberals and whoever else are anti-gun leftists, are sitting on the sidelines watching, they're not only selling guns, they're selling guns to people along with their worldview. It is so bad. It is so bad. Hi says, practice is defined by taking uncomfortable realities and improving them for everyone involved. Even if people don't like guns, people have to acknowledge them in the US. They are a fact of our political calculus in the United States. Liberals are burying their heads in the sand by hoping that they will be able to do gun bans. It will not work. Not only, by the way, and let me talk about one more thing. This is to address Biden's talking point directly, okay? This assault weapons is literal a crock of shit, okay? And I'm not saying that because I love assault weapons, because I don't. Assault weapons does not have a clear definition. When Biden and liberals talk about banning assault weapons, they mean it is so complicated. It will be so, it is not only going to be expensive to enforce, but it also is incredibly confusing. People won't even know which types of guns are considered assault weapons because there isn't a clear definition of what an assault weapon is. There are tons of, like, and also, this is the craziest part, assault weapons aren't the most deadly weapons. The most deadly weapons, the gun suicides, are done by handguns, not by assault rifles. Assault rifles have often been, assault weapons, I should say, have been used in a number of high-profile shootings. Interestingly, though, I'll note that those assault weapons are also used by the cops, but the cops don't seem to be much more effective, almost as though spree shootings aren't really about guns, but are instead about a culture that creates spree shooters. Striped Kidder, I always assumed assault weapons rifles meant anything that would be used by the US Army. Kind of terrifying that we don't have an agreed upon definition for that. Yes, there's essentially no single definition because assault weapon doesn't mean, like, it doesn't really mean anything. In fact, I don't even know what Joe Biden's definition of assault weapons are. Let's look it up. Let's look up. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay, this is from the Wikipedia page about assault weapons. The term assault weapon is used in the United States to define various types of firearms. The definition varies among regulating jurisdictions, but usually includes semi-automatic firearms with a detachable magazine, a pistol grip, and sometimes other features. So any weapon that has a detachable magazine and a pistol grip is going to be considered an assault weapon, which doesn't even address some of the most dangerous weapons. Sometimes other features are a part of the definition, including a vertical forward grip, a flash suppressor, or a barrel shroud. Certain firearms are specified by name in some laws that restrict assault weapons. The now defunct federal assault weapons ban was passed in 1994. The U.S. Department of Justice said, in general, assault weapons are semi-automatic firearms with a large magazine of ammunition that were designed and configured for rapid fire and combat use. Now, something you guys might not know is that a number of shootings in America, of mass shootings, which is the thing that a lot of Democrats are fixated on stopping, were done with modified weapons, with legal weapons with a simple modification. You probably have heard about, the, like a bump stock. that was a thing that was talked about a whole bunch. A bump stock is impossible to legislate. You cannot functionally ban a bump stock because you can make a bump stock in essentially no time. A bump stock can be modded onto basically any type of gun so long as you have a little bit of technical know-how. They can't be controlled. You can just make one in 10 seconds. You know, you can make one in 2 days before you do a crime. So like even the ban that they would be, the most aggressive ban that the Democrats have ever done does not address the core problem. Which is why, once again, I assert that the left must embrace developing a better gun culture. If you care about saving lives, if you care about reducing gun violence, if you care about the right wing not being armed to the teeth, both through the police and through rural militias, which are growing in popularity right now, then the answer is to start building a lefty gun culture. To stop being so weird about guns, to recognize that they are valuable to many people, that they are very useful, and to learn about them. That is the best way that you can do it. And that is exactly what the left needs to do. Aren't there methods of firing that simulate bump stocks? Yes, there are. We need to stop glorifying them in all the media. That will never stop happening. And the reason for that, I'm sorry, I hate to tell you this, the reason why they won't stop being glorified is because guns are cool. Okay? I know it sucks, but you guys are just gonna have to deal with this. Guns are fucking cool. People find them interesting. They make noise, they are intricate machinery, they are designed to look interesting, and they give you personal power. These are all things that will always be considered cool, okay? It's not, even if you don't personally think they're cool, I don't even think that just guns by themselves are cool. Although I am a little bit of a war queer and I love me my fucking gun fiction like Metal Gear Solid, which is obsessed with guns. But you want to know what's way cooler? Want to know what's way cooler? Actually knowing your shit around a gun and not being a fucking bubba. Let's make it so that lefties are the ones who actually know shit about guns. Let's make it so that lefties are the ones who can actually make sure that people stay safe. Let's make sure that when climate disaster strikes, it will be lefties who get to have the weapons and decide who has the weapons, and not right-wingers, and not fucking oath keeper, patriot prayer, racist psychopaths. Remember how at the very beginning I said that the amosexuals, even though they're cringe, are not the main problem with gun culture? That's because, guess, they're just not. The amosexuals are not the biggest problem with gun culture, and they never will be, and they will always exist. Same way as there's people who are obsessed with cars. Guys, you know that cars are like murder machines, right? You don't think that a guy who's like super into muscle cars or super into car modding, or somebody who like makes their own custom, you know, they take their like their Mazda and they trick it out and they give it a little fucking spoiler on the back. Do you treat those people like you do amosexuals or gun nuts? No, you don't. Even though cars kill way more people, even though cars kill fucking crazy amounts of people, they're murder machines. But guess what? People like them. Machines are interesting. Cars are interesting, and so are guns. Guns are machines of death, just like cars, but guess what? They also have other uses. There you have it. Like, smoking is cool, but they had to tone it down too. They didn't, well, that's a very different situation. Okay, guns aren't addicting in the same way cigarettes are, okay? That's called a tank, Goddess Trans Girl. Goddess Trans Girl says, what if we combine guns with cars to make gun cars? No, that's called a tank. They've already done that. And there's one more thing, okay? And this is the part that I've saved for last, okay? And the reason why I've saved it for last is because this is the most conspiracy-brained portion, okay? This is the part where I risk replicating the same thing that I would critique right-wing gun culture on except I'm not going to because I'm careful about that, which is the last thing I got to talk about, okay? Which is the fact that for the last fucking 20, 30 years, more than that, honestly, the right wing has been whipping their followers into an absolute motherfucking frenzy. These guys are building militias. They believe that there's going to be a time when they're going to have to rise up and take over, okay? That is if you go watch any right-wing talking head, we've watched them on this channel, you guys have probably seen them. Fuck, even Fox News does this. They talk about patriots needing to stand up and water the tree of liberty. What that is a euphemism for is people grabbing their guns and doing things like January 6th, and it's becoming more popular. These types of things are political. America is having a major political schism right now. And as it stands, you should, unironically, there is a genuine reason that is not paranoia to say, oh my God, the guys on the right have been filling for decades. They've been saying, the end is nigh, get your guns and get ready. It is a powder keg. There is a giant powder keg waiting to be lit. And if it's lit and you're caught without a gun, that's gonna be a rough situation to find yourself in. I personally do not want to be gunless in a society where a bunch of right-wing militias have convinced themselves they know they need to go fight trans people in the streets. There's my case for a left-wing gun culture. Yeah? Think about it. Seriously. Think about it. And in the future, I will probably do a whole bunch of gun education streams because it's something that I really want to do. I really want to talk about. You want to see Doe's rifle now? It's not up here. I can show it. Sometime I'll show it on stream. Doe actually unironically has a Mosin Nagant. And I've shown it on stream before, but yeah. Reverse Flash says, I personally don't like guns myself, but Demon Mama's 100% right on this. I personally like blades and whips myself, but people aren't carrying blades and whips around anymore, are they? That's true. I also like blades and whips. I do actually carry a blade around, but yeah. Here come the libs. The right wing aren't that far gone. I don't even know. Yeah. Do you have any tips for people who are wrongfully sectioned and now fall into red flag category now? No, unfortunately. I don't have any immediate advice for that. Talk to a lawyer would be, honestly, if you can. Try to get a friendly lawyer on your side and see what you can do. If you're wrongfully sectioned, you can almost assuredly contest it. But yeah, also gun shows, yeah. Jessica Metal says, I remember that Mosin. People talk about hunting doe all the time, and I keep reminding them this doe hunts back, so fuck around and find out. Yeah, a lot of people like to make jokes and death threats at my partner, and they just don't know. They don't know that it's fucking always packing and won't be caught slipping. Oh, and of course, Louis Vuitton. This is a much smaller issue, though I think it might become more interesting. As Louis Vuitton says, are you going to talk about how good guns are for civil defense at labor and civil demonstrations, like at that drag lunch? Yes. As you guys have seen, this year especially, we saw a ton of armed right-wing protest, of armed right-wing harassment, of armed right-wing attacks, literally. Do you guys remember? I talked about this on stream just a few months ago. 30 fucking Patriot Prayer members, armed to the teeth, were planning on going and showing up fully armed with guns in a truck to a drag show. Now, those guys are gonna think twice if they know that there's gonna be a bunch of armed to the teeth motherfucking queers there. They're gonna think twice if they know that every drag queen has 2 bulges instead of 1. In the Texas drag show, Louis Vuitton says right-wingers showed up to that drag lunch with baseball bats wrapped in barbed wire. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say I would feel pretty good if I went to a little pride event and I was sipping my nice little sody out in the sun, and all of a sudden a bunch of fucking racists and homophobes with bats wrapped in barbed wire came up. I'm gonna feel a lot more comfortable if I've got my gun on me. Demon Mama, what do you think of how heavy-duty boots have affected Volcarona's ability in I have no idea what you're talking about. Happening right now or in the last few hours. What's this? Oh, wow. This is literally right now. A small religious group is confronting a group of anti-fascist activists who have gathered in defense of drag bingo event outside of the First Christian Church in Katy, Texas. Steve Bannon amplified a call to protest the event, which starts at 5. So a Christian church is doing a very small drag event, and look at these motherfuckers, guys. Look at this shit, okay? Jesus Christ hates sodomy. Here's a guy armed to the teeth, by the way. Here's another guy armed to the teeth. Here's another guy who, well, actually, I can't tell if he's got a gun. And here's the lefties. By the way, I can tell you right now, these guys would think twice before trying shit if there were a bunch of lefties with plate carriers and guns. You guys think that the fucking beer gut, lazy ass, fucking gray-haired motherfuckers over on the MAGA side are gonna go rush a crowd, or they're gonna be able to get up the courage to go do anything if the lefties have got their own people there? There is a desperate need for lefty protectors, for people who are willing to be guardians, not fucking cops, not fucking oppressors, not looking to impose any sort of law, but looking to protect people. There is a demand for that, and that has to be a part of lefty gun culture. Striped Kidder. On that same token, one fear I have is that shootouts would happen. By the way, just so you know, shootouts already happen. If you go and watch the footage of the George Floyd protests in Portland and the follow-up events that happened, right-wing groups regularly brought guns. Right-wing groups regularly were the only ones with guns. Right-wing groups were were regularly the ones discharging those firearms. They already do it. This would be a different calculus if we lived in a country where there were no guns, where the right wing didn't have a whole lot of guns, but fucking right wingers are armed to the teeth. Yeah, here you go. Here's a yes, this is a perfect meme. The 9 most terrifying words you can hear is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Unless they followed up with oppressed minorities. Now that's a completely different story. Ronald Rest in Piss Reagan. The loony left wants to take away your constitutional right to bear arms. They want to strip you of your only line of defense against a tyrannical government. Think again, fuckboy. And this is, of course, a Black Panther. The RNC has just shit his pants. This shit is true, by the way. Did you guys know that the one time that Republicans took severe gun control action was so that they could disarm the Black Panthers? Yeah, as it turns out, the Republicans are very, very invested in lefties never wising up and never arming up. That's why lefties should defy them and arm the fuck up. Arm the fuck up and do it responsibly. Do it communally. Do it together. Get stronger together. Yeah, here you go. Gun control illustrated. Here's the guy saying, "Hey, just get rid of your gun." And then they give it to the cops. And the cops, of course, got his own gun. And he's like, and you can see it's literally the Nazi over here is the cop. You can see the cop with the stuff. It's like, give me your gun. And then the Democrat takes it, and then he gives both the guns right back to the fucking Nazi cop. That is literally true, just so you know. And anytime a Democrat tries to bring out any fucking bullshit against gun ownership on the left, just remember that this is the actual truth. That the right wing, that cops are predominantly right wing, and you would be asking cops to disarm their own allies. They won't do it. They'll just interestingly make sure that the only people who end up actually getting disarmed are, well, of course, minority groups. Also, yeah, there's been so much good armed trans women fucking armed trans women stuff going on here. It's fucking true. Armed trans women. True. Discipline that trigger, mind that muzzle. Exactly. Practice good trigger discipline and watch where you're fucking pointing it. True. Fucking true. By the way, I mentioned this earlier. I grew up around guns from the time that I could fucking walk. My family on all sides had me learning about guns. I received my my gun training. I received a gun training certificate. I believe I was 14 when I went through my first official gun course. And then my dad gifted me a gun when I was 16. I grew up around guns. We went shooting all the time. We regularly, my dad guys, let me tell you a crazy story. You wanna hear a wild story? One time, I was not 18, okay? I was probably, at this age, I was probably 15. My dad gave me the shotgun, gave me a thing of shotgun shells, and he said, if you guys want to go shoot, just take the shotgun out across the railroad, and you guys can go set up some targets. We just went to a random railroad, set up some targets, just walked out there by ourselves with the gun, and started blowing the targets up. That was how lax the gun culture was in the environment I grew up in. Okay? Just like, yeah, here you go, take the shotgun, go have fun, kids. I did actually have fun with it. We made our own targets and we drew funny things on them. Like we had a killer clown, we had a scary jack-o'-lantern guy. We put them up and then we And the cool thing is, just so you know, if you know how to take care of a gun and you know how to shoot responsibly, you can go shooting. And it's really fun. It's super fun to go target shooting. It's super fun to go to the range, to practice. It's super fucking cool. It just is. And as long as you're doing it safely, it's good for you. Oh yeah, the Russian guns. That's a totally unrelated meme, but yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the Russian gun thing. Oh. The rusty fucking garbage. Oh yeah. People talk about this all the time, okay? People talk about how, it's so, oh God, it's so hard. It's so hard for me to talk about this. Guys, if you've never... Okay, wait, actually, you know what? I'm not going to include this segment in the video, so Danny, if you're watching or when you're watching, don't include this part in, okay? I don't know, I never talked about this, okay? But I'm going to tell you guys now. Earlier this year, I was assaulted at night. This happened, I never talked about it on stream. This was at my old place. It was extremely, extremely weird. I was walking, I literally was just on my way home. Actually, it was literally after I went to Gayfesh's house. And I came back home, I dropped off my critters. It was the one night I didn't have my knife with me, which was, you know, made me mad. I literally gave my bag that I always carry with me, my daily carry, and I gave that to my partners, and I went and parked the car. And on my way back, I'm not gonna get into the details, there was a guy who was freaking the fuck out. I don't know what his fucking problem was. Him and his partner were fighting or something, and he got super mad at me, and he rushed over and just straight up sucker punched me in the face. Now, this guy was small, so I was not super scared. And in fact, he literally ran away after he hit me because his partner came over and got between us because I was gonna kick his ass. But he straight up ran over and punched me in the side of the face. Now, if you've never been in a situation like that, now I had no beef with this guy. I didn't even know who he was. He was just having a meltdown in the parking lot. He got pissed off because apparently, I saw him and his girlfriend having an altercation. I don't know if he thought that I was gonna call the cops or something. I didn't indicate that. I just happened to see them because they were literally in between me and my apartment, and the guy ran over and fucking hit me in the head. Now, if you've never been in a situation like that, I don't know if you can really know how disempowering it can feel. Now, in that case, like I said, I'm pretty tall. This guy was pretty small. I also know how to fight. So I wasn't super scared. But I can tell you, if it had been a separate situation, if I had been outnumbered, if it had been a hate crime situation, things would have been very different. And having a gun in a situation like that actually changes the likelihood of you walking away from that alive. And when you come that close to like physical violence, you realize you never want to experience that again, and you never want to be at the mercy of another human in that way. That is something that happened. And yeah, so it sucks. It sucks. And again, I was not in the worst position ever because I'm not a small person, because it happened in an area where there was a lot of other people, even though it was nighttime. And the guy was clearly not thinking straight because he backed off and ran and fucking fled immediately. So did he have good form? Oh my God, no. This guy's hit barely, I barely even noticed it. I was literally so angry after he hit me, my glasses fell off and went to the ground, and I literally was like, I saw red. Like, I was just like, what the fuck did you just do? Like, I literally was just like, bro, what the fuck? And I just like, I got up and he literally booked it. So his hit didn't even hurt that bad. I did have a bruise on my face, but I barely noticed it. He didn't knock me down. He didn't even stagger me. It was literally just like a bap. I'm like, what the fuck's your problem? It was the pussiest hit ever. I was like, you want to fucking fight? But no. Yeah, so it wasn't in for Oz. No, it was no person on the internet. So what I'm trying to say with this particular little thing is what I was trying to say with this is that you shouldn't discount the ability, the fact that knowing that you have a weapon that you know how to use safely is empowering. You will feel personally safer and personally braver if you take the time to know what you're doing. Unironically, that is a real thing. 8D, 5D, 2D Derek with the $5 says, thank you very much. First of all, if you're interested in learning about guns, I would highly recommend joining your local hackerspace. Most are left or anarchist aligned, and many of them have shooting range classes. It's a whole rabbit hole. Yes, there is an enormous amount of overlap between hackers and gun owners. There's a number of reasons for that. Largely, very liberation-focused politics. Thank you. Yes, thank you very, very much. Another thing, please consider it. This is so important. As a part of learning of the responsible gun ownership, I can't believe I didn't remember to mention this. I was so fixated on it. This is literally my own fault. Stop the bleed is so important. So just so you all know, there's a thing called an IFAK. This is basically it's a tourniquet kit that you can use to help stop the bleed. The likelihood of people surviving a shooting event goes way up if there's somebody there who has taken Stop the Bleed. Stop the Bleed are free courses that are offered everywhere. They teach you how to stop bleeding in the case of a gun wound. Very valuable, very important, and like high quality IFAKs are very, very affordable. Extremely valuable. I really wish I had brought this up earlier. I'm an idiot for not doing it, but this is a huge one, okay? It's called an individual first aid kit. Yeah. Yes. Yep. So, very, very important. Another thing, if you're the type, by the way, if you're the type that doesn't want to personally own guns, guess what? You can contribute to defeating right-wing gun culture by learning Stop the Bleed. Anybody can learn it. Anybody can get Stop the Bleed training. Anybody can afford the supplies necessary to stop the bleed. And even if you don't want to own a gun, just taking that course, just having that knowledge locked up in your little noggin and the tools on hand means you could save a life and you can promote leftist gun culture. Yeah, I carry a small first aid kit that I've made myself. Yes, absolutely. Here is an IFAK guide. Yes. Here's how to build. Yep, this is the sort of shit right here. A CAT, Combat Application Tourniquet. Yeah, here we go. This is really good. Here you go, everybody. If you want to look up a little guide of just to start learning, there you go. That's the one that I linked right there. Check that shit out. I've actually read this exact guide. Now, of course, this is not the only thing you need, but this is a very good start, okay? Very, very good start. My lovely, lovely imps, if you found this this section interesting, fun, educational, motivating, pop on down and press the like button, okay? And consider, if you're not a subscriber to Demon Mama, press the subscribe and ring the bell. I stream a lot. I stream about very interesting topics. I do a lot of research. I have a lot of very strong opinions. You'll have a great time. So press that that likey button and press that subscribe button. I would absolutely love that, okay? Medics are more important, I would argue, okay? Yes, absolutely, Jessica Metal, I will. Danny Fallen says, not a lot of IFAKs have sugar included, but put some sugar packets or non-perishable high sugar items in them. If the person is safe to eat, sugar can combat the effects of shock. If the bleed doesn't kill you, the shock might. Yes, that is true. Yeah, I need to bring over the no critters over here onto the website. All right, that's the full segment, by the way. Yeah. Hi, Max Sip says, hi, Demon Mama. There's also some good CPR and first aid courses available on AmericanRedCross.com. There's a bit of a payment, but it'll certify whoever takes it in those things. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. Take some first aid courses. Very, very valuable. Very valuable. First aid is the other part. That's the other thing. Now, keep in mind, this is not going to be the last time I talk about lefty gun culture, and I've actually thought about putting together like a manifesto. Dun! Not that type of manifesto, but like a lefty gun culture manifesto to write my own thing that says, here's the things that I think are important, and part of that would be a huge section devoted to first aid, because I think that being a medic is so goddamn important. Being a healer is so fucking important. Yeah, I get to have one manifesto as a treat after all of the ones that have been written literally about me. Well, intentions nasty, you of course know. You of course know me. That I talk about the other aspects of life much more than the weapons. I have had my own first aid kit, which includes everything necessary to treat many different wound types. I have had that for years now. I am very knowledgeable on lots of medication. I'm not like a doctor, but I'm well informed. Let's put it that way. Absolutely, Brim. That would be the goal, but it's probably going to be a longer process. Yeah, next up is harvesting organs. Well, let's see. Let's get there, okay? Does Mama have a large stock of syringes and scalpels and bandages and medications? Maybe Mama does. Maybe Mama cares about that stuff more even than guns. The truth is, I actually do. I actually find medicine more interesting than I find guns. It's just, despite, no matter how hard I've tried to like get away from the idea that this culture is like careening towards violence, I can't. The fact of the matter is, there are a lot of violent people in America right now. America has been whipping itself up into a paranoid fury, and we have to acknowledge that. I have injected E. I've injected E on myself and on many other people. That's right, Breaking Bad. Where's my fucking Waltorb, huh? Where's my Waltorb when I need it? Honestly, the Waltorb music should be the, I wish I should have that on the soundboard, honestly. That would make a lot more sense for me to have that. There's my Waltorb. I'm Waltorb White. Jesse, I turned myself into an orb. I'm Waltorb White. By the way, Fawn was the one who made the Waltorb, but I was the one who came up with the idea for the Waltorb. I was like, Fawn, we need a Waltorb. And Fawn was like, a what? I'm like an orb, but it's Walter's head. And it plays a funny song. And then Fawn was like, I got you, fam. And then Fawn made the Waltorb. Fawn is very, very creative. Fawn is extremely good at making videos and images. Many people don't know this, but Fawn actually, at one point in the past, and no, I will not tell you what it was, but Fawn at one point in the past had a reasonably large YouTube poop account back in the old days, back when you could do YouTube poops. Fawn is an incredible creature, it's true. I love my creatures so much. By the way, if any of you want the original Waltorb, here you go. Here you go. There you go. If you all want the original Waltorb, you can download it right there. Go ahead, take it, use it. It has Fawn's name on it, but that's okay. I know you all like Fawn anyway, so. Wait, how did I just realize you were dating two deer, Fawn and Doe? Well, to be fair, Fawn's name is spelled F-A-U-N, as in the, you know, like a satyr, you know, like a fawn, like the mythological creature, you know? But yes, I am dating two critter named people. Socialist Potato with the $5. Thank you very much. DM, have you heard Turtle Bitch Mitch McConnell is scared of his own party? Stupidity and the infighting that's going on. Oh, I'm sure he is, but he's also 90 years old, so what does he really have to fear? What does he really have to fear, okay? Walt, you sussy baka. Thank you very much for the $5, though. Oh, that was really fucking fun. Talking about that is something that's very interesting to me. Like I said, oh God, wait, actually, I think I have a picture. Hold on, can I show you guys a picture? Do you guys want to see an old ass picture of me? Hold on, let me show you guys. It's been a long time since I've done anything like this. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I'll show you guys a cool ass picture from the last time I was a gun nut. Okay, hold on, let me find it. All right, this is an old picture of me. This was back when I was really, really skinny. So yeah, but don't worry, I was not healthy at that time, just so you know, so don't feel bad. I am fatter now, and that's a good thing, because I was not healthy at that time. But here you go. Look at that. Look at me with the fucking AK. That was years ago now. Here's another one. Here's another one. You guys want to see another one? Check this out. Here's me with the fucking giant shotgun. This was taken as I was about to fire. So this is not me having bad trigger discipline. This is me literally about to fire. My friend said, I want to take a picture while you're about to fire. So I said, do so safely. And then she said, okay. And so she took a picture of me while I was about to fire. This is not bad trigger discipline. This is me about to fire. How bad was the backfire on that gun? This was a 12 gauge, Remington, I think. And it bruised me pretty bad. And I have pretty good shooting form, all things considered, but I shot it enough that it bruised the shit out of me. Have you done archery? Yes, I did. I was never great at archery, but I quite liked it. I did like archery classes for a few years, and then I just did archery on my own. I actually, for one of my birthdays, my parents bought me a compound bow, and I would go and take it out into the woods and practice. I'm just not very good. No, I did have hearing protection. I have, did you not see my earplugs? Yeah, I have the high quality, the ones that form to your ear. No, I'm really good about it. I am very tall. I am 6'2". Yeah, cotton balls, that's what it was. No, it's okay, it's all good. I was just being defensive is all. Maybe it was a Mossberg. Hold on, I can't remember what that one was. I don't remember what that shotgun was. That was not my shotgun, that was my roommate's shotgun. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I was pretty sure that I remembered it correctly that it was a Remington, but I'm not 100% sure. There was also, it's not pictured, but at that same day, I also shot a Tikka T3, or a Tikka T3? T3 or S3? No, T3, a Tikka T3. It's a long rifle, it's a hunting rifle, and I shot that one that day as well. I was never very good with the Tikka, but it was a really, really nice gun. Doe is not 6 feet. Doe is quite a bit shorter. Doe is 5'10". Yeah. The Tikka T3 was a nice gun. It was it's a bolt action, so you go. It was very, very extreme kick. I was never really good with that one. To be honest, It's my partner. One of my partners is like the actual really good shot in the house. My partner who never really appears on stream, she's amazing. She's an amazing shot. She hates shooting guns, but she's an amazing shot. It's really incredible. Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, I wanted to talk about that. Oh wow, that's awesome, Virtual Girl. Well done. That's really awesome. Great power comes with conscience. Yes, it's true. It's true. Shotguns are very interesting, by the way. Shotguns are extremely easy to learn to use and to take care of, and also, basically anyone can use them if necessary. In a pinch, a shotgun, you basically can't you basically can't miss with a shotgun, okay? That doesn't necessarily mean you're always going to be effective, but there's a reason why they're designed that way, okay? They're designed so that you can shoot a bear that's coming at you, all right? That's what a shotgun is for. Or for a duck that's flying really fast that nobody in their right mind can actually hit. Olympian says, you should have Tactical Girlfriend on. That would actually be really, really cool. I would love to talk to some of the, like, tactical channels. I know there's a whole bunch of really cool Tactical Girlfriend. Wait a minute, Tactical Girlfriend. Hold on a minute. I think I know Tactical Girlfriend. Wait. No. Okay, wait. So it's not Tactical Girlfriend that I know. I knew somebody else who had a similar name. That would be awesome, actually. We should talk sometime. That would be really fucking cool. Very good recommendation. Thank you very much, Olympians. By the way, I'm sorry if I missed any donations during this time. I'm really trying to do my best to read all donations, but I was very much focused and in the zone. We have another section, by the way. I'm just gonna take a little breather here just to catch my breath, since that gun section took a lot of mental power. The next thing we're gonna talk about is the YouTube Burnout section, which is a half of a react and half of a discussion segment. It's gonna be, I'm very excited for it. We're gonna watch a video and we have some drama to discuss with regard to it. So we're gonna just take a very short breather, and then we're gonna get right into that. Ivy Nova Red says, I'm wearing a belt that can double as a rappelling harness. That's fucking cool. Let me just bring up all my donos so I can make sure that I can read I wanna make sure that I get them all so I don't miss any. A lot of apples. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Olympians with the $5. Don't forget about 3D printing. Yes, 3D printing guns is going to change the calculus on that forever. It will be impossible to control 3D printed guns. As we know, people have been making improvised guns for a very long time, but 3D printing makes it a whole new game. And that's all the ones I missed from there. Let me see if there's any on YouTube that I missed. Let me just check real quick. Mecha Mayu, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Mecha Mayu. Quick, let me just check this one. I want to make sure I got all the YouTube ones real quick, and then we'll move on to the next segment. Oh, they're not showing properly. Well, that's weird. All right, Killjoy. Yeah, absolutely. No problem. I'm going to talk about it more, and I'm only going to get better at talking about it. Have a great night, Killjoy. All right, so I don't think I missed any on StreamLab, on YouTube. Did I? Let me see. Worshipper of the Olympians, it can feel very good and empowering to have a gun on you. Yes, thank you very much, Worshipper of the Olympians. Deeply appreciate that. That was from your YouTube super chat. Thank you so very much for your incredible generosity. Oh yeah, potato guns. Oh, be careful with those. A lot of people, Uh-oh. Oh my god! That straight up made me dodge! Shit! Holy shit! That's so fucking good, JazDog. That's so fucking good. Oh my god. I'm retweeting that. Damn, the YouTube, the Twitter timeline. I've been blessing the Twitter timeline today. Holy shit. Here you go. There you go, there you go. Oh my fucking god. Oh. All right, everybody. Fastest memes in the West is very true, JazDog. You've got a talent. You've truly got a talent. All right, everybody. This has been a great discussion about guns, okay? Well, we have something else to talk about. Don't go anywhere, because what we're about to talk about now is a very strange case, okay? So, I don't know if you guys know this, but YouTubers actually have kind of a hard job. I know. You might just get it out of your system now. Oh, making videos on YouTube, it's so hard. Ooh, you get to make videos. Oh. Okay, get it out of your system, you know? But the truth is, actually, making videos can be really, really hard. What's even worse is keeping your channel alive so that you can make money from the efforts that you're putting in is really, really, really hard, okay? Because we live in a very weird period of time. If you think about it, in the past, there were a lot of types of media jobs where as long as you make a great work, as long as you create a work that people desire, they can pay for it, and once you're done with it, barring like, you know, associated tasks, the work exists, and there you go, okay? Like, your work gets out there, you tell people about it, you spread it, the money comes in, etc. You know, maybe you're a writer, maybe you make a short film, maybe you sell some poetry. But on YouTube, old stuff disappears really quick on YouTube. It still technically exists, but people can't find it because unless they have a reason to go see it, chances are you don't see many videos that are all that old. Now that might be different depending on your YouTube habits, but for the vast majority of YouTube viewers, you're gonna be seeing new content all the time. You're not gonna spend a lot of time going back and checking out old videos, okay? And this leads to a weird situation. This leads to a situation where, depending on the type of work that you make on YouTube, it might become increasingly difficult over time instead of increasingly easier. You would think that once you got established, once people started to know your name, that you would think that it would snowball, right? You would think that oh shit, like, oh, I'm gaining followers, I'm gaining attention. But the reality is that YouTube is a platform that is designed, not just YouTube, by the way, all of social media is designed to keep inspiring, incentivizing new content. Always new, always fresh. And the way that they do this, well, it's actually kind of complicated. How do you keep people, artists, how do you convince them that it's worth it to keep making more content constantly? How do you convince people who put a lot of work into the things that they make that they just need to keep doing more constantly? A lot of people get the idea that all you have to do to make a living is do something famous. You know, you make a thing and people like it and it goes viral and you did it. But that's not true at all. That's especially not true on YouTube. In fact, I've talked to you guys in the past about how difficult it's been to actually make money through YouTube. I've talked to you all that I make the most of my money through my website. It's my website, demonmama.com/live, where all of these chatters that you see over here, all of these delicious, cute little, lovely color-named imps, all of these people are my contributors on my website. So they can watch my stream on here. They can watch my stream using YouTube, but they chat on my website. And that's where the bulk of my income comes from. I get next to nothing from YouTube itself, unfortunately. It's just kind of how it goes. And it's really complicated. We've talked about this type of thing in the past. But if you've been watching YouTube for a long time, you know that there's been a lot of phases of YouTube. There's, you know, hey everybody, like, subscribe, and comment. There's the, everybody make sure you ring that bell. Make sure you get down there and ring that goddamn bell. Ring that bell, ring that bell. Smack that like button. Smack that subscribe. There's been all of these different things. Make sure you watch the video all the way to the end. You know, there's been all of these different eras of YouTube. There was the era of YouTube where videos had to be just over 10 minutes, but not too long. So basically every video would get padded out with a bunch of extra content to pad the runtime to 10 minutes. You guys remember that era of YouTube where every video was 10 minutes and 3 seconds, and there would be just a thing at the end that was like them just wasting your time, or in the middle just wasting your time, because it has to be padded out to be that long. There's been the period of YouTube where shorter videos were incentivized. There's been all of these weird periods of YouTube, and that's because YouTube keeps changing things. And part of that is natural. It's normal that as users change on a website, as people's tastes change, as people's interests change, that things have to change. But it's never just that. It's never just reacting to it's never just reacting to the changes in taste. It's never just reacting. It's also curated. So YouTube and a lot of other sites like YouTube, including Twitter, Facebook, etc., have algorithms, and these algorithms are programmed to look for specific things, and there's a lot of interesting things that they tell you that you're supposed to do, essentially. There's a lot of things, so many things that it's really hard to keep track of. And in fact, it's kind of strange because some of the things they tell you are definitively the opposite of what may have made your channel successful. So here's an example. YouTube, for a very long time, was telling people that the best way to grow your channel was to do a lot of videos that were exactly like what I'm doing right now. Videos where it's a person talking to a camera, a lot of time between a person talking to a camera. That was what they were pushing. And the simple reality is a lot of people don't make content like that. A lot of people have grown their channel a lot off of content that's very different than vlogging. And yet, even still, vlogs are a format that are pushed by YouTube, even for channels that don't necessarily do that. So making YouTube videos is one whole giant challenge in the first place. Making the video, editing the video, doing the sound for the video, these are all highly artistic and difficult things. But on top of that, you have to contend with this strange, an almost cosmic force, an invisible system that punishes you and benefits, that punishes you or blesses you in a way that you don't always know. And in fact, YouTube is intentionally unclear about certain things. They tell you certain things very explicitly, and then other things are left secret. And the reason for that is because they want it to be natural, but it isn't natural, it's constructed. All of this talking about YouTube and getting into these, the complexities of all of this is to say that YouTubers, whether you're a streamer or a video maker, have an incredibly, incredibly high rate of burnout. And to some people, this might seem very odd. It's such a dream job. In fact, many YouTubers love the stuff that they create. I hear my YouTubers say, oh, I'm so happy I get to make these things. That can be true while it can simultaneously be true that the workload and the type of workload can be overwhelming. Have you guys noticed that there's a lot of channels that just disappear? There's channels that you used to love, but they just don't upload anymore. And, you know, life changes, fucking stuff happens, but you would expect that there would be a lot more longevity as people, as YouTubers got more talented, as over time they grew and they made more interesting things, that their artistic abilities grow, their editing skills grow, their team grows. You would expect to see so many more thriving channels, and yet a lot of channels just disappear. Unfortunately, like I said, there's a reason for this. And what we're talking about now is YouTube burnout. Before we do that though, can I get some likes? Can I get some subscribes? My lovely, lovely YouTube viewers and imps, I literally, personally love you. I love you. You are loved. Only if you like, subscribe, and comment though. If you don't, then I do not love you and you're a bad child. I love you if you like, no, this is Parasocial Hour. Obviously, I'm doing this for show, but seriously, please do like, subscribe, ring the bell, etc. I would tell you, if I had no morals, I would actually, I wouldn't make a joke. I would just tell you that I love you, and I would use the parasocial effect. But I'm bringing attention to it now because I'm trying to acknowledge the fact that YouTube makes me constantly remind you to press the like button, because if you don't, then we don't get new viewers, and they're very, very cruel about numbers. All right, so here's what we're going to be talking about, okay? We're going to talk about burnout. And we're going to watch a video specifically by one of my favorite YouTubers of all time, okay? There is a video essayist out there, many of you will know who this is, by the name of Jack Saint. I fucking love Jack Saint's work, okay? Love it. I believe I've seen every single essay that Jack Saint has put out on his YouTube channel. I'm not 100% sure. All I know is that I've watched countless hours of Jack Saint. I love Jack Saint's style. I think his humor is really great. It matches really well with mine. I love what he has to talk about. And some of you may know that Jack Saint took a very long hiatus some time ago and has recently returned. So Jack Saint was a extremely regular uploader. Jack Saint made some of my favorite video essays in the history of video essays. They're amazing, and you should definitely check out Jack Saint's work. But Jack Saint hit a moment where, despite having a successful Patreon and despite having a successful channel, the workload was overwhelming. And Jack Saint has been pretty open about this. Talked about this on his Patreon, talked about this on his YouTube page. And recently, Jack Saint made a video, okay? A video about burnout. And something strange has happened, okay? Here we go. In 2021, I disappeared from YouTube for mental health reasons I've hinted at for a few videos since my return. In this next part of my September travel series, I finally go into more detail about my experiences. I am fine. Confessions of a YouTube burnout. After scrutinizing the numbers and really giving it thought, it is my firm belief that YouTube is currently artificially suppressing my new video, as it includes frank discussion of the YouTube burnout epidemic outside of YouTube's curated messaging. With no alternative, I have to ask for organic shares. So, this video, even from the last video that Jack Saint did, a negative 66.7% drop in interest from the last video. Now that is a shocking drop in interest. Now it is not impossible, as you can see. In fact, I think Jack Saint said something else about this, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Here we go. Let me go down here real quick. Wait, where's the one? So my new video, which is largely about how I had a mental breakdown spurred on by constant anxiety over YouTube engagement, has not been sent out to any viewers, and it has bombed worse than anything I've made in years. That's neat. Okay? We're gonna talk about this, don't worry, we're gonna get right into it. This is in 31 minutes, and just so you guys know, Jack Saint's YouTube channel, if we go over to Jack Saint's YouTube channel, real quick, I'm gonna go over there. We're gonna look.
The Brotherhood has continued.
Hey, wait.
The Brotherhood has continued.
Stop. Jack Saint has 202,000 YouTube subscribers, and this video, uncharacteristically, got a whopping 1.5 thousand views at launch. That is a less than 1% view rate. That is so bad. And just so you know, you can go look at Jack Saint's other videos, and Jack Saint's other videos never have that low engagement. Now, there's no way to confirm that this video has been suppressed. There's really no way to confirm that. It does suck. However, what we are going to do, my lovely imps, is we are going to watch the video, we're going to talk about the contents, and at the end of it, we are going to do what imps do best. That's right, what you, my lovely imps, do best. We are going to raid with love, which means at the end of this video, I am going to ask all of you to like, comment, and consider subscribing. And when you leave a comment, I want you to leave a comment that says, Demon Mama sent me, imps raid with love, imps love you, love from the imps, a big heart, whatever. Anything can be a simple comment, but when we get to the end of this video, I'm gonna call you all to do that, okay? And I'm even gonna go do it myself. I will take the time to write a comment on stream together, okay? But first, we're gonna react to Jack Saint's video because I really wanna hear it and I haven't watched it yet. And I'm really interested in what Jack has to say. So let us, without any further ado, dive directly in to YouTube Burnout with Jack Saint. Let's enjoy, my lovely, lovely imps.
Continue to expand. Brit's feet hurt and I'm severely dehydrated. Hello, I'm looking for who asked. So it was the original plan that I we get to the hotel and then I would sort of stay in the room and just edit until I'd finished doing this video. Unfortunately, what I didn't realize was that after having slept in a car the previous night, when I entered a room that had a bed in it that I could sleep in, I just immediately gravitated in that direction. And it wasn't made better by the fact that Power Rangers the movie was playing, and that just gets me in my vibe state. So I'm still editing now at 6 a.m. Oh, hey. Someone's in my hotel. We're gonna go to the House on the Rocks today, and then we're gonna... I wanted to warn you all before we get started that there's going to be some clips in this video for which I'm profoundly swag lacking. And I wanted to make sure you all knew that thanks to our friends at GlassesUSA.com, that will never be the case again. I like these glasses. I think they look cool. I think I'm gonna make them my brand now. And there's nothing that anyone can do to stop me. This week, GlassesUSA.com let me use their virtual try-on tool to try dozens of different curse styles and find the one that was just right for me. GlassesUSA.com is the premier choice for all your bifocal and contact lens-based needs, with 25% off all contact lens brands and over 10,000 prescription glasses and sunglasses, including in-house brands like Muse and Amelia E, and designer brands like Ray-Ban, Oakley, Gucci, and many more, with up to 70% off retail prices. With the introduction of these newer, much cooler glasses, my newer, much cooler sunglasses, kind of like the guy in the Sandman, the villain guy, Brit's newer, much cooler sunglasses. It's been a life-changing experience thanks to GlassesUSA.com, and I want that for you too. So just go ahead and use the link shown on screen now or down in the description and make your Glasses USA dreams come true. And look at that. Look at that eyesore along the road. That could be another lane. What is this person playing at? Hey, why don't you get a car? Europeans be like, check out what I just discovered. I can't believe my expedition has uncovered this.
This is something new, by the way. Why does it do this? Why does YouTube's automatic CCs constantly says foreign music, even when it's not foreign music? It's so weird. Garfield! Garfield!
I believe we are at present, what, like 100 miles away from the Black Hills? So the initial plan was that we would start this hike in the Black Hills, and then I would film like 2 videos. So it's been raining from the moment we entered the Black Hills. Plans are going to be changing. You know, we're going to have to be sort of, you know, we've been on our toes this entire trip, so we're just going to have to continue to be on our toes. Once the fog lifts, once the clouds lift, then the video can truly begin, and then maybe I'll, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see if things work out. Oh, sorry, am I going straight or left?
Going straight.
Okay. The funny thing is that one of the topics that I was going to be covering was YouTube burnout. And right now, I may be feeling a tiny bit burnt out.
But, John, there's nature.
The nature is beautiful, and I do think that the second I'm actually in among nature for a few hours, I'll immediately feel better. That was the thing. I've said this to like other content creators that struggle with this kind of thing. Honestly, I feel like going out into the complete wilderness where there's just like absolutely nothing for miles and ideally no signal whatsoever, I think it's a really good way to, if not combat YouTube burnout, at least alleviate some of the worst parts of it.
You just have to commit yourself.
You know, it's funny. I talk about this sometimes. You guys know, I feel like I work pretty goddamn hard, but I don't stream as frequently as some other streamers, and I feel very strong about my decision to be that way because it allows me to have time to go outside and breathe in fresh air. It allows me time to... Did I tell you guys? We have a beautiful new bird that hangs out in our yard. It is a bright blue bird. It is called a California scrub jay, and the California scrub jay has been visiting our yard lately. The other day, Doe and I sat outside watching it for about an hour. It is a bright blue bird. It is breathtakingly beautiful, and he screams. He goes, it's adorable, and he runs around. I actually have a video, and I'll show the video maybe sometime. Actually, I don't know. But anyway, that's awesome. That's the type of stuff. Yeah, here we go. Hold on, here we go. This is it. Yes, this is the bird right here. This looks just like him. He's so cute. Let me put the picture up and I'll show you what he looks like. I'll show you. This is it. Look at this guy. Look at this cute little dude. This is exactly what the bird looks like. And yeah, and while I love streaming and I always feel like I want to do more streaming, I'm glad sometimes that I don't stream as much as people demand that they would like me to stream, even though I love making everybody happy, even though I love growing my channel, because I get to go see shit like that. I get to go see the creatures that fill this world. I get to go step outside. And by the way, this isn't me being like anti-YouTube in general or anti-video. I fucking love video. You guys know I'm fascinated with this shit. That's why I stream so much. But, you know, would you like to be a bird watcher? I am an amateur bird watcher already. I have a bird book, I have binoculars, and I have notes about birds. And I'm learning so many bird facts. Anyway, let's continue.
To no internets.
Yeah, right now I have to commit to going up this wet hill in this car that is desperately struggling to survive.
Okay. Wait, oh, this is what the call sounds like? Ooh, maybe I can let you hear the call. Wait, that's the quiet call. Hold on, let's see. Where does he do the loud one? There it is. That's the one. That's what I was saying. See, I was telling the truth. And they have babies. They have little babies in a tree by our house. It's the babies. I will say the babies sound hilarious. They do not sound like birds. They sound like a squeaky wheel. But yeah, they're kind of, the babies are a little bit annoying because it kind of sounds like somebody squeaking like styrofoam together. It's like, but I think they're cute anyway, even though they're a little bit loud and annoying in the morning. But yes, let's continue.
So the rain has let up a little bit, which means that we should be good to film for a while. The basic idea, hey, a sock.
Found a secret sock? Secret sock on a hike? Secret Easter egg left by a weary traveler? Definitely not me.
So I think I wanted to start by explaining something about YouTube burnout that I think is kind of a common misconception. I think a lot of people might see a channel that uploads all the time and then suddenly burns out and just think like, this is me realizing that I may need to actually stop if I'm going to speak on this hike as we are going uphill. Thinking, well, if you're getting like burnt out because you're uploading so much or whatever, why not just slow down the schedule of content to something more manageable? And the thing about YouTube burnout, at least my experiences of it, is it's less about, oh, I'm doing too much and now I need to slow down. For me personally, the experience was more like realizing that I'd set myself up on this general cycle of a YouTube career. I had these certain lines that I would judge as the success or failure of my channel on any given week. And changing something like that just, it isn't as simple as...
Oh my fucking God. This is nailing it on the head. Unless you also make content, it's very hard for you to understand what it feels like to have a video that you're really proud of and you put it out and less people watch it than your last video. And you're just like, well, yeah, I'm glad a lot of people saw it, but YouTube's just like, well, your video's not getting as many views as last time. And it's really hard. This website makes it very difficult to de-escalate, to decelerate. It's extremely difficult because the way that it's set up, it's designed to pressure you at all times to keep outdoing your last one, which is fine. I am an ambitious person. I always want to outdo my last thing to begin with. But the system that's in place, the way that the algorithm works, the way that the culture on YouTube works, it's constantly pushing harder. It cranks it up to 100. So if you're already an ambitious person, it can very quickly become essentially an addiction where if you stop, you feel bad. You're not having fun because all you're thinking about is, oh shit, if I really wanted to succeed on YouTube, I'd have another video out. I would be making something right now. I would be doing a collab. I would be planning something. I would be ready to nail it out the park. I'd have a costume. I'd have a new gimmick. I'd have something. It's really hard to de-escalate, to decelerate. Even if you're making high quality content, the pressure is so high.
Saying, well, I'm going to slow down now. It's more like thinking, well, I'm the one who decided this entire thing. This entire schedule is mine. I'm the one who has decided to live this way, and I'm successful doing it, so...
That's what I was just saying. Oh my God, I really should just let Jack Saint do the talking.
What is the problem? And all the time, figuring out what that problem is a process that requires you to just sort of stop with what you're doing. Take some time and figure out what exactly is sort of going on for you psychologically speaking. And that requires you to take a break from the mill of content production that you've set yourself on, which is really stressful, especially when YouTube is just constantly reminding you that your channel is not doing as well as it used to, not doing as well as it could be doing. You face this thing that requires a bit of introspection, and then everything around you tells you, no, do not introspect. Just make the content. So on a basic level, that's the answer I give if someone were to ask me, like, how did you go from producing like hours of videos every few months to nothing? The goal is to be going down this way, and then we're probably gonna hook a left here, head up towards Black Elk Peak, and then it's kind of a diversion, but it looks like it's only like a short thing up to the top of the peak, at which point we will continue to...
That's so cool!
It's only like a short thing up to the top of the...
like a lookout up there. That's so sick.
Peak, at which point we will continue to wrap around, going through Willow Creek and then eventually getting back to where we originally were heading to.
Cool. I did a switch thing before, but didn't really get far with that. But I'm mostly an artiste. You have like those who take it 500% seriously. They go and do like master concept art, or they work for Pixar or whatever. And it's like, if you have that ambition and you have that drive, you go out and you go do that. But art should be about expression. And part of like I see with all these artistes, whether it's YouTube or just like traditional art, is they will just work themselves to the ground and then not enjoy the thing anymore.
It's strange. It's like...
Okay, so I'm gonna pause here real quick, okay? I'm gonna pause here real quick to say something very personal, okay? Some of you all know this. I've talked about my past employment. I've done a lot of different jobs in my life, but for about, let's see, for about 4 years or about 4 years, I was a freelance writer. For almost my entire adult life, from the time that I was in high school, from the time that I went to film school, I had wanted to be a writer. I wanted to write books and I wanted to write for film. Those were the things that I was most excited to do. I don't really write anymore. I mean, I still do write. I write, but I write in a very different format. I don't write fiction in the way I used to. I don't write scripts in the way that I used to. And a lot of this is because I experienced the worst burnout I have ever experienced in my entire life while being a freelance writer. The workload and the type of work that I was doing meant that I was essentially needed to be writing around the clock. And obviously that was not possible. It was very difficult. So I ended up basically failing at writing around the clock. And then I would have small bursts where I would get everything done, and it was agonizing. And it got to the point where it was so psychologically stressful to even think about writing that I couldn't write anymore. No matter how hard I tried, I would try everything to get myself to write, and I just could not put words on the page because it would just, the entire time, I would just be sitting there being angry and pissed off and stressed out. And that is the definition of burnout. And it is like, I couldn't do anything for a while. Like, it was just hard for me to get anything done, let alone writing, but especially writing. There were all these projects and all these opportunities I knew that I should have been taking, and then I lost, and then I quit. I stopped working for one of my freelance jobs, and then of course, during that period, COVID hit. And when COVID hit, the writing jobs just disappeared, so I didn't have the work available. And then I decided I was gonna try my hand at streaming. And as it turns out, streaming was an awesome way for me to sort of regain some artistic expression. But there was a period of well over a year where I was in perpetual agony, doing the thing that I supposedly wanted to do when I got older. When I was younger and I thought about wanting to be a writer, I didn't imagine it like that, not even a little. And not only that, but I came to hate writing. I came to despise the art form that had given me life for so much of my life. So, yes, do not go hollow for a job, but oh my God. I just wanted to talk about that because this is a burnout I experienced before becoming a YouTuber. And I honestly think my experience with burning out on writing, my experience of burning out on writing has influenced how I engage with YouTube. Yeah, writing is very difficult and burnout is so hard. Louis Boy says, is it like a big anxiety at the idea of writing because you know you can do it, but you feel like your body can't? It's a mixture. It's like, it feels like, okay, the way I'd describe it, have you ever had a really scary dream? And just drop a Monka X. Wait, is that the one that we have? Monka S? Monka W, wait. That's, yeah, Monka W. Okay, drop a Monka W in chat if you have had a dream where, like a really scary dream, where a monster or a creature or a burglar or something is chasing you and you can't scream. Well, you guys are all pressing Monka W already. If you've had a dream like that, it's a very, very common dream. And that is almost exactly what it felt like. It was the horror of knowing I had a deadline and then me looking at the page and the words just would not come. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like, there's a term in sports for this. It's called, what's it called in sports? What's it called? It's called the yips. In sports, it's called the yips. Yeah, the yips. And the yips is a weird phenomenon where professional athletes, like the best in the world, suddenly just can't do it anymore. Just one day, something happens. It's totally different from person per person, but it's been observed many times. World-class athletes, best in the world, no physical injury necessarily, but something happens and they just suddenly start failing at all the stuff. They're dropping the ball, they're falling, they're doing all kinds of stuff. It's called the yips. That is a form of burnout. And I think that the like creative equivalent, they're the same. I personally think they're about the same thing. For me, it was literally like that. I would sit there and look at the page for hours and the words would not come together. I couldn't make the sentences the way I was supposed to in my brain so that I could put it on the page. The anxiety was just so intense and so deep. And what would happen is I would eventually work myself into a place where I would break the freeze and I would get the piece done somehow, and then it would start all over again the next day, and it was unworkable. And eventually I had to stop writing altogether. And then after I dealt with some bullshit in my life, I started streaming because it was very different. And interestingly, I have experienced burnout with streaming, but I've learned how to mitigate it and I've learned how to do better at it. But I just wanted to share that because I have had an experience with burnout in a different field than YouTube. And the effects are functionally the same, even if the way that it happens is different. Let's continue.
You know, there's the thing you want to do, right? There's like what appeals to you, and then there's this other thing that's like this thing where it's like where you're just doing things because you need to do them for some kind of reason. And there's like a contradiction between these two things. But we're gonna have to figure out what exactly those things are.
Yes, money was a huge stressor. I was insanely poor for the entire time that I was a writer. Not because I wasn't getting jobs, I was getting plenty of jobs. The jobs just paid shit. The job's pay was horrible. I was working unbelievable hours for basically no pay. It was horrible. And it was the money, it was the need to always be producing more that drove me crazy.
Okay, so it's been a couple hours since the last update. We have some early findings. First of all, it turns out that like nature and wilderness tends to not sort of just spread out and distribute itself, so everyone's got plenty of space to move. So the start of the hike has been extremely narrow, but we kind of also expected that. So the main thing is that there was basically two ways we could have took this trail. It's also gotten significantly colder, that's why I'm wearing gloves right now, and I also have a hat. You might notice there's water on the camera because it is continuing to rain. So I kind of have to continue to keep my thoughts a little bit limited here. If it does start raining, I just have to put the camera away again. But pretty cool sights. Here's a little thing for you. Enjoy this. Do you hear that? I think it's the sound of all the people who ask. Because that really was the gradual progression of things when I first started to experience those feelings of burnout. It was like I was releasing the Space Jam video, which I already was sort of feeling somewhat deflated about. Like it kind of didn't come out exactly how I wanted it to, and it didn't quite get the response I'd have liked. And after that point, I kind of fell off track. And then I was thinking, okay, you know what? I'm going to do a video essay on Cyberpunk 2077. So I spent a month really trying to put something together. I did a full live stream playthrough of Cyberpunk that I think is still available.
Leave us alone.
Whatever. And all through it, I talk about like this being put to an essay.
No, this is not in England. This is in the United States. Jack Saint has a British accent because he used to live in the Britland, but now he lives in the United States. I believe this is somewhere in, I don't know exactly where. He said at the beginning, but yeah.
And, you know, if that was to happen, that would be a ways off at this point because I'm very far from that mentally. But it was just things like that. Like I started getting into like punk subcultures as like a topic for a video essay, and then I was kind of trying to connect it to BreadTube, and then I started looking into like the history of psychedelia with leftist politics, and then We're in Hell did a better version of that concept. You know, I just kept expanding and finding new things I wanted to talk about, and then because I kept going back to, and now I need to get back to what I was doing, because again, with every month that passes, I was just getting more and more stressed out about the entire thing, because it was like, okay, couple of months since you put a video out, that's okay. Often channels might take a couple of months between videos. 5 months? Okay, well, it's starting to seem a little strange. And it's like 6 months. Eventually, you've reached a year. And you just kind of reach this point where you have to become dead to it. You have to become dead to this idea that there's these expectations and this specific idea of what you need to be coming back with. Because it isn't really there. For the most part, people just like what they like, I think. One thing I've also been wanting to talk about is the video length thing. This isn't to do with like whether long videos are inherently bad or anything like that. You all know my opinions on that. They're all terrible, every single one of them.
Lengthy media criticism is bad or shallow criticism. That
fucking Jack's hair is so beautiful in these. I loved it when Jack had long hair. Oh my god, the long hair Jack, so beautiful. Oh my god.
That's the argument being made here, because that's what I think. That's
okay, this is a reference designed for one person, but this reminds me of Jack with the long hair reminds me of Nasty.
I believe. It is definitely my view that over the last few years, YouTube has been heavily prioritizing longer videos in terms of like what's recommended to people and what's monetarily rewarded, which I think has led to a lot of creators moving more in that direction. Nothing against those creators.
What? Nasty's the character! The character! Don't weird champ me! Why are you weird champing me? I'm being nice, don't weird champ me!
I feel like I've said this elsewhere, but, you know, doing big long videos like that often does take like huge amounts of time and effort. Even though people do have this common misunderstanding that length automatically equates to effort.
Do not disobey Goddess Trans Girl. Look, Goddess Trans Girl even has she even has the Chud one. Don't do it.
But which, as someone who did animation in the past, is always something that's kind of frustrated me. Like, you will not believe how long it takes to produce 5 minutes of like solid animation. But
okay, that's really true, by the way. Animators have gotten absolutely fucked on YouTube. Animation is like high art. It is so hard to do good animation, and YouTube just decimates the income of animators because there is no like. Because it's just, you can't, there's no human way outside of taking a giant dip in quality to just produce more. You can't just, animation is really hard to do. It takes a lot of work. There is like a human limit without like spending millions of dollars. There's like a human limit to how much animation you can put out, despite the fact that it's fucking incredible. Yeah, they have to do story time stuff. Yeah, that's why a lot of the animation channels that have stuck around on YouTube are ones like Bird and what's that other one? Not Jaden Animation. That's one of them. Jaden Animation is one of them, but there's another one that does the What's the one? It's like a my worst injuries, but I can't remember. There it is. Yes, Ice Cream Sandwich. Ice Cream Sandwich is a really successful animation channel, and Ice Cream Sandwich is incredibly, incredibly funny. Highly recommend Ice Cream Sandwich's videos, but a lot of them are basically life vlogs, and there's like much less like 100% original animation, like I'm telling a story, and there's a lot more of like I'm doing a little bit of animation over this life stories type thing. Yeah, there's like basically like Homestar Runner, like Homestar Runner succeeded in the pre-YouTube era. The reason why Homestar Runner succeeded is because Homestar Runner did like what I did basically. People donated directly to Homestar Runner. People bought products directly from Homestar Runner. Homestar Runner is a fluke. It's very rare to be able to do that. Like I am a rare example because thanks to White Nervosa and the White Forest team, I am able to have my own website, but a lot of people don't do that. Yeah, it's rare. Homestar Runner, by the way, God tier, absolutely deserving of all of its fame, legendary, forever will be a piece of classical internet culture. Love Homestar Runner. I've seen more Homestar Runner than I can even remember, but they weren't a YouTube channel. They didn't rely on YouTube. They had their own website and they managed to build their own entire ecosystem. And so they had a different outcome than a lot of YouTube channels. And it's not because it's not because like the YouTube channels are intrinsically worse. It's just that YouTube it's really hard to make a living doing a lot of things on YouTube. It's just really fucking hard.
What it does lead to is this culture where unless you're coming out with something that's like this hour-long deep dive, it feels like there's always kind of a certain disappointment to releasing the videos, you know. Nowadays, people tend to get hyped when videos come out that are like these giant things and like, oh, wow, they're really going in on it. Obviously, I was doing long videos myself for a while and I was comfortable in doing that. But I just think, obviously, there's room for all different styles of content and sometimes different styles are more interesting at certain times or for certain topics. The long and short of it...
See, that's what I was talking about before. It's natural for websites to have to change as people's tastes change. You know, things become fashionable, things drop out of fashion. Sometimes they return back. But that's not all that's going on YouTube. YouTube isn't just adjusting to demand. It's not some like invisible hand. It has desires. It pressures people to make certain things. It gives credence to certain types of trends over other types of trends. It punishes certain things over others. There are certain types of content that are very popular that are very inconvenient for YouTube. We all know this happened with Adpocalypse. You guys see this on my channel. Every single one of my fucking videos these days gets demonetized. And that's just because I have a more crass sense of humor, which lots of people enjoy, but advertisers don't. So...
was that by that year I sort of realized that I just wasn't going to be making content in the style I used to. From now on, I shoot without a script. From now on, I shoot without a script. I shoot without a script. Do you hear that? The weather has cleared up. It looks like there might actually be some sun coming through, so that's neat. I think both Britt and I are kind of ready for like a break in something. I'll say that. Last year, I definitely dealt with like a pretty intense period of depression. And one thing I will note is that thinking of my depression as more like weather than anything else has really helped me a lot. When I have those kinds of feelings, I feel like in retrospect, it's not my responsibility to cut those feelings, to do whatever I can to just kind of pretend those feelings aren't there. Like with the weather, it's more like when those feelings come around, I should know certain things that I can do that will alleviate those feelings, rather than thinking I have like this kind of absolute control over it. Because that's something that people fall into a lot of the time, is they think they'll get to this point where they can have absolute total control of their emotions at all times. And I just think that always ends up falling through. But that's definitely an observation that has helped me over the last few months, at least. Okay, so this is the pitch. This takes place after the events, you know, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4. This is way further down the timeline, okay? This is the establishing idea, and I understand this is going to be controversial among fans, but the Brotherhood of Fallout 4 has continued to expand. And that's across the East Coast. On the West Coast, the New California Republic has continued to expand in turn, taking further regions away from Caesar's Legion and other factions. And as we get closer and closer into the sort of heartland of America, we reach the metaphorical heart of America itself, the Black Hills of South Dakota. Now, anyone who's educated in the history of South Dakota is going to immediately understand how well this setting fits in the Fallout universe. And from a gameplay perspective, it's an amazing fit too. This is this enclosed space surrounded by these iconic plains, and within them is just all sorts of weird oddities and strange places. There's like this stuff, there's all these cool mountain ranges where I'm sure you could find some kind of radioactive monster or something. I haven't even mentioned Deadwood. Deadwood is in the Black Hills. See, there could be a whole cowboy thing going on, but also a bit of a biker thing going on because there's the Sturgis connection. Imagine that. We get some biker aesthetics. I think this is the easiest pitch for any video game that could ever be made. And if you'd like to learn more, stay tuned. Hello, I'm looking for Who Asked? How do you feel, Brett?
Bladder okay, food okay, my back fucking hurts and I want to die.
Folks, I could cry right now. So, we're sort of getting to that precarious period where sunset's happening soon and we're not entirely sure where we're going to camp. So we continued along our route, approaching Black Elk Peak, and look what we found.
Look at this beautiful, pristine...
It's everything I want. It's everything I ever wanted in a campsite. It's like somebody left it here for me, knowing exactly the point. It's just like someone left it here for me. It's just like someone left it, like a trap, like someone was trying to trap me. It's like they're trying to trap me. It's like they're trying to trap me. Okay, so, couple of things. First of all, usually when we go camping, I'll bring like this big foam mat, and we usually put that on the ground for when it's particularly hard on the dirt. And because this is a 2-day hike, I didn't bring that, and I have regretted it tonight. I have slept, I believe, a total of 1 hour. The thing keeps popping up. I also probably should have been more prepared for like sub 30 degree weather. This is like, you know, we did decide to do a hike called Black Elk Peak that involved us going up to the peak of a mountain. So I've been meaning to say this too. So the movie The Sound of Metal came out a little while ago. Essentially a movie about a musician who suddenly becomes severely hearing impaired, and his sort of struggles with dealing with that and like moving on from it. Now when the movie came out, even though it had a lot of critical acclaim, it also received a lot of criticism from the hearing impaired community, because the way the story essentially goes is, you know, he's trying desperately to just get whatever surgery he needs to just get back on track with his music career that he was already sort of going along on, and then sort of slowly come to terms with the fact that just trying to live this facsimile of his old life is not really possible, and it's just kind of sad because it's just going to constantly remind him of that old life. Whereas the moment at the end of the film where he takes out his hearing aids that he's just gone through all this trouble just to get, and then finds a kind of peace, and then it's sort of this moment similar to what I've been talking about of learning to live with this thing rather than trying to reject the fact that it exists. I maintain that story is...
Wow, put that way, that is a hell of a thing. Boy, do I know what that's like, though. I have changed. I myself have grown and changed so much since I started streaming. Like, it's unbelievable. I sometimes feel like I'm a completely different person than I was when I first started streaming because of how much my life has changed, how many different things have come my way, how many new skills I've had to learn, and how many entirely new approaches I've had to take. Now, obviously, I'm not literally a new person, but it certainly feels that way sometimes. And I can get that. Sometimes you literally have to just go, wow, the way I used to do things, that just won't work anymore. I need to change the way I do things. That's a hell of a read, and I like it.
A very strong allegory for the kinds of mental health issues that I've been describing. I just wish they hadn't used hearing impairment as the specific topic. I really do understand those specific criticisms. I guess it's just something that viscerally makes more sense to people, which is why I use it as an example now. We also left these socks out overnight so they could dry. What the hell? They're still wet. Nature works in mysterious ways.
Chipmunk! I love chipmunks. Deer! Deer! Another deer! I love deer so much.
I call this the cow.
My God! By the way, not seeing deer every day is one of the only things that I truly miss from my old place. The place that I lived in California was up on a mountain, and every morning there would be deer outside. I would have a talk with the same buck every single morning when I would go out to smoke some weed. I would go out in the morning, smoke some weed. Okay, yes, I live with a deer, but it's a different type of deer. It's a different type of deer, okay? It is. I love my deer so much, but it's a different type of deer, you know?
Cowboy sandwich. It's hickory smoked fake meat. We got some Wisconsin cheese curds in here that are like with sun-dried tomatoes on them. Then I've got some jalapeno peppers, and then we'll go with some mayo and some spicy mustard. And that is the cowboy sandwich, and I highly recommend it.
Man.
Oh no! I'm gonna fall. I just cannot for the life of me figure out where I parked my car. I think for the people that maybe click on this video just because they themselves are thinking of becoming YouTubers or online content creators in some kind of way, and just want the perspective of someone who's kind of been through it, ultimately, and it's kind of generic advice, it will all come down to what makes you feel the most happy and content in terms of what you're making. YouTube is not necessarily going to reward you for doing a good job. Your viewers are not necessarily going to reward you for doing a good job. Sometimes you'll be rewarded for something that you think was a bad job. There's really no connection, in my opinion, between the success of a channel and how contented you'll end up being with what you're actually doing. And if you're getting into this because you do think it'll be an easy way to make lots of money, it won't be. Channels like mine that just sort of take off are...
Yes, this is absolutely true. There is no... Obviously, I love streaming. I love streaming these days. But it has not been easy. It has never been even close to easy. It's been one of the most absolutely bonkers jobs. And like I said, I've worked a lot of jobs. Obviously, I prefer it because I like the work, because I like the type of work, because I'm excited about making streaming, not because it's easy. It's not easy at all. It's fucking hard. Fuck. Even today, guys, it takes so much energy for me to like get myself into the headspace. On days that I stream, I spend the whole day mentally preparing for stream. You guys never see any of that because the camera is never on during that period. I spend all day thinking about what I'm going to talk about, thinking about how, how people might react to it, thinking about what I'm going to end up doing. It is wild, okay? And it takes a lot of energy to do that. I'm glad I do it. I love what I do, but it's fucking hard. And yeah, that's before I even come on. When I turn on the camera and then I'm doing this, I'm waving my arms and I'm talking and I'm thinking and I'm trying to focus and I'm trying to interact with everybody in chat, it's wild. Been a lot.
Extremely rare, require a complete breakdown of any work-life balance. There are so many more sensible career choices you can make.
It's funny that he says that, right? Like, I think Jack Saint and I on this particular video are like in sync. Holy shit. Like the fact that I just said that I spend the entire day before stream getting into the right mindset. It's true. There is no, like, the idea of work-life balance disappears. You are playing a different game than every other worker in the world. Also, I did not pre-watch this. But also, there's a really weird thing, and this has happened to me before. This happened to me when I was a writer, and it has happened since I started doing YouTube streaming stuff, is that people, they assume, they're like, oh, being a YouTuber, you know, that must be amazing. You don't have to work, like, you only have to work every once in a while. And you don't, there's no way to tell people, like, I work all the time. I get notifications on my phone constantly. I get text messages. I get messages from people who want to collaborate. I get messages from haters. There is literally, even when you turn everything off, the world keeps moving and your channel is still doing things. There is really, you have to make an active effort to disconnect. People just don't get it. They don't understand the structure. They don't understand how it flows. It's absurd. Anyway. Oh yeah, the networking aspect is constant. It's perpetual.
If you just want to make money, then going to YouTube. But with that said, I'm obviously not going to say don't do it, because, you know, there's good sides of it too. If you really are happy with the things you're doing, it is a way to get your work out there, even if it's not the most reliable. At the end of the day, burnout is always going to be, for me, a two-sided coin. At the same time that it is a kind of quitting, giving up of what I was doing, it's also telling myself that I have to take a next step and then figuring out what that next step is going to be. I like to think I've learned my lesson. Make sure to like, favorite, and subscribe. I also say that if I weren't to have gone through this whole process with the channel, I, as a person, would have not developed nearly as much, in my opinion. I think I've really grown as a person since I started my channel, mainly because I've really been forced to challenge myself in a lot of ways, and do things that I wouldn't necessarily have been comfortable with a few years ago, like rambling into a camera. It can be a growing experience. It can be all sorts of stuff. It's really just a matter of what you're putting into it, I guess. I would also say, just as far as general advice, try and make sure the audio sounds okay. Try not to have the camera out of focus too often. Don't say any words in a script when you don't know how to pronounce the word.
This looks so cool. Harney Peak Lookout. The Harney Peak Fire Lookout Dam and Pump House were built by the CCC in 1939 and are listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Harney Peak elevation is at 2,207 meters, aka 7,242 feet. The peak is the highest point east of the Rocky Mountains and west of the Pyrenees, mountains of Europe. Wow, that's impressive. That's really cool. Oh, that's so cool. Fire lookouts are so cool. What the fuck is that thing? It's basically you hang something on it if you go there. This is a very common thing that you'll see at lots of sort of difficult climbs. At the top, at the peak, people will build little totems and people will leave something there. You leave a handkerchief, you leave a piece of ribbon, you leave something behind that shows that you were there. And ideally, it's supposed to be something that's not intrusive. In this case, there's already a building there, so people have gotten a little more like colorful with it. Yeah, some people do little rock towers. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, Everest has other problems. Everest is polluted with those and also with dead bodies. So, by the way, it was recently renamed from Harney Peak to Black Elk Peak because Harney was a U.S. military commander who participated in the genocide of the Dakota. Well, fuck Harney then. Fuck that guy. Black Elk Peak is where it's at. Fuck Harney. America is in big trouble. Long have we provoked God to anger with our sin, and our chief export nowadays is iniquity. It's time to repent and get right with our Maker. John Adams once said, our Constitution was made only for moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Thomas Jefferson declared, indeed, I tremble for my county. Oh, this is some Republican nonsense.
You ever lied, stolen, hated someone? God judges the heart and sees hatred as murder, lust as adultery, and covetousness as idolatry. Have you ever had any bad thoughts? So it's a religion for nobody. I think I'm just always going to be skeptical of religions where the basic idea is by default you're bad, but there's a special guy who says it's okay as long as you say he's good.
Oh my god, it's Herobrine.
My Q angle, Jack.
Folks, I'm sorry. We're not going to be able to make it back.
Our path has been blocked, and I don't even know how
It's gonna take us hours to reroute. So I'm sorry, but there's not going to be any videos anymore on the channel. So we're about an hour away from finishing the trail. Britt's feet hurt and I'm severely dehydrated. And there was a couple of things that were sort of running through my mind that I wanted to go over that I feel like I didn't touch on the majority of the hike. Let me just make sure to adjust the focus here so that you can get both angles of this part of the video. I hope you enjoy that. I'm not taking the sunglasses off. So first of all, I hope people get that when I talk about YouTube burnout, as I have for most of this video, I'm really just talking about career burnout, which is applicable to many jobs, not just people who are YouTubers or influencers or social media people or whatever. And I really hope that people that maybe are in other careers still get something out of this video, because I do think a lot of the same anxieties and issues persist.
YouTube is unique only in that it has the power of the algorithm. See, in other jobs, there are people and bosses that will pressure you. In YouTube, it's just a magic, invisible number machine. And that does make it worse. It does make it darker. It does make it more fucked up. But also, that's coming for your industry as well. Seeing as how Uber drivers, although not exactly as creative of a career, have to deal with the same thing. More and more creative careers are going to be overseen by algorithm, because it makes sense if you think about it in a certain way. If a company can basically just say, come to the table, and our algorithm will decide if you'll get money and attention, and that's really the only thing they want to do, well then basically they're inviting all of the world's artists to come try their best, and then they get to choose from the absolute best stuff. It really is a buyer's market.
Through any kind of interaction with capitalism. And I also wanted to clarify, second of all, that when I talk about the fact that you ultimately have to do the things that make you feel happy and contented, just want to be clear that I'm not talking about this like follow your bliss thing where, oh, just do what makes you happy and everything will work out. Obviously, I understand that there are material concerns that people have and that are going to play into the decisions they make in their lives. That's why what I was saying earlier in the video, if you're in financial need and then you're getting into YouTube to make money, I wouldn't recommend that, because I think it's just so unreliable for that.
It is. You can't. I lucked out in being able to make a career out of YouTube. Basically, everyone who's been able to make a career in YouTube has essentially lucked out. That's not to say that they're not talented. I believe that, I think that I'm pretty good at what I do. I like to think that a lot of people think that as well, given that there's 260 approximately of you watching me do this right now. So, but just because you're good doesn't mean you're going to make it. There's a lot of factors and things that can go wrong. And I was sort of lucky in that we had bounced back from a really, really hard financial time, and we had a tiny, tiny bit of breathing room. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this forever. If I'm completely honest, I don't know. only as long as I'm able to keep growing the channel, only as long as I'm able to keep bringing in new people who are willing to help support my work, only as long as you all are still enjoying it am I gonna be able to do this. And then after that, I don't know what it means for me. But I'll do it as long as I can, and I'll have as much fun with it as I can. But it's just a truth, it's just a potential truth. I don't know how long I'll be able to do this. I have no idea. There's no promises. There's no reliability. There's no retirement plan. There's no seniority at YouTube.
Even when you feel like you're going to do all the right things and make all the right content for people, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. But again, there are more reliable professions, but that's not what I did, and I'm a dumbass, and it worked out. So you kind of don't know. It is basically a lottery. That's enough of me rambling. We'll now return to what you really wanted to watch in this video, more B-roll footage of the woods. Almost forgot my review of the other Planet Fitness in South Dakota, the Rapid City Planet Fitness.
Here's my review of the showers in the men's locker room at the Sioux Falls Planet Fitness.
Well, let me tell you, that place was something else. I didn't go to the Rapid City Planet Fitness. I didn't. We ended up going a different way. I didn't go to that. I was lying before. I also wanted to wait until we were well over the milestone to say this, but thank you all for 200,000 subscribers. It feels like a surreal number to actually have come out of my mouth. I just want to thank you all for your endless support over the last few years. I was really afraid of the channel coming back and how that would affect subscribers and engagement and things like that, and it's been a really fun experience, and I hope you will look forward to what's coming up soon. Probably be some Q&As, things like that. It's been a really great experience, and it's been really great to see all the positive engagement on the Cars 2 Eugenics video.
That's a great video.
Nature.
All right, everybody. So, 168 comments and 1.3 thousand likes. Okay, my lovely imps? 168 and 1.3 thousand likes. I want you all right now, if you had a good time, this video got tagged in the algorithm, just like I was talking about. If you enjoyed that, I would like you to please raid with love right now. It will take you no time. Click the link that I've just dropped in chat, pop over, put any comment. Love from the imps, love from Demon Mama, just a heart, love the video, whatever you want to put. I want you to hit that like and leave a comment. We're going to give our little impy boost to this video that absolutely, absolutely deserves more attention. Right now, I'm gonna type my comment. So that gives you all a little bit of time to go do that, okay? And then we'll refresh and we'll see how many we added. We're at 168 comments and 1.3 likes. I wanna see how many imps will go over there and how big of a mark the imp community can leave. Because I bet it would feel really good for Jack Saint to know that there are other communities out there who like his stuff and will support it even when it gets bumped down in the algorithm. Jack Saint is amazing. There we go. All right. Look at that. Here's what I've written. Jack, this video was really, really, really good. I reacted to it with my chat, and there were 2 separate parts where I paused to explain my own experiences with Burnout, both on YouTube and in my previous career, where I then unpaused, and you said almost the same thing, but more clearly. Well done, and thanks for the amazing hiking footage and the open commentary on Burnout. Much love from me and the imps. All right, now we're gonna refresh, and we're gonna see how many we added. Holy shit, we jumped up to 215 comments, and we added well over 100 likes. Can we do better? Oh my God, can we add a few more? Let's see, I'm gonna refresh again. Can we get 225? We added 10 since that last refresh. Fuck yes. That's the shit I'm talking about. Fuck yes. See, this is why we do the drills. This is why we do the imps raid with love. We're fucking building a space properly. Building a space, inter-support, inter-love, inter-fucking community, okay? It's good. It's good as fuck. It's healthy. It's strong. It makes us more resilient against this bullshit. Thank you all very much for going and commenting. I'm doing one more refresh. And then we're gonna watch another video. Because I have a follow-up video, okay? Refresh. All right, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, we got up to 230. So we added what? It was 169 before. We added 40. We added what? 31, 60. We added approximately 60 comments. That's incredible. Well done, everybody. Well fucking done. Thank you. Thank you for help. Thank you for helping me give a little bit of love to this video, which was really good and absolutely deserves more attention. Fuck yeah. That's fucking awesome. Damn, that's fucking sick. Good job, everybody. Good fucking job. Damn, 232. We got even more. Yes. Absolutely incredible. All right. Now, there's another video we're gonna watch, okay? And this is from another YouTuber, all right? But it links very well, okay? And this is a video specifically that talks not about Burnout itself, but about how the YouTube algorithm works, okay? This is by another content creator named Big Joel, okay? And the reason why we're gonna watch this is because Big Joel can do a better job explaining it than I can, unironically. And I'm just taking that one on the chin, okay? Like, it's just true. I cannot explain it as good as Big Joel can. And it's a perfect follow-up to this video, okay? So we're gonna, and some of you may have seen this already, that's okay. The rest of you should really watch this because it's super fascinating. It's a really fascinating look into how YouTube structures the algorithm, okay? We're gonna watch it together.
Hey everybody. So the video you're about to see is the result of a failure. More than a year ago now, I started taking an interest in the YouTube Creator Academy, a series of tutorials and online classes produced by YouTube itself in order to help people do better on the platform.
Do you know that a handful of creators on YouTube have reached 10 million subscribers?
And after watching a few of those videos, I got a very...
Oh yeah, by the way, when I first saw this video, I described this video as an eldritch horror. Now, many of you will not have this experience with this video because, well, you're not YouTubers. But this video is, just as a warning, it is a cosmic horror video, okay? I know it doesn't seem like it, but I'm gonna tell you, by the end of it, you will be scared, okay? It's scary, okay? In a different way than you think.
Clear image of the video I wanted to make about it. The plan was to look through the entire catalog of the YouTube Creator Academy and to explore the errors it made. Where does its advice fail? Where does it not resonate with the lived experience of producing on this platform? I don't know exactly what I wanted to get out of that process, but I thought it would be interesting or illuminating or fun in some way. But as wonderful as that video sounds, sounds, my baby, was not meant to be. And that's for one simple reason. The advice that the YouTube Creator Academy gives is fine. Looking at one of their videos, like the 10 fundamentals of YouTube, most of the hot tips were uncontroversially true and honestly milquetoast. Matt Koval talks about making your video shareable, about being conversational with your audience, about putting out work consistently.
Some say it's all about consistency of schedule, that you gotta release your videos on specific days of the week. This works because, like traditional TV shows, you're tapping into the rhythm of people's lives.
And yeah, of course those are all good ideas that I try to practice. And even where I don't follow the advice that he lays out, I can recognize that I'd probably do better if I did. If I collaborated with other creators, put them in my videos, if I took audience suggestions on what I should talk about.
It's a good idea to listen to your audience and take into consideration what they want to see.
Those are both fine ideas, I just don't vibe with them for whatever reason. So, seeing that my idea to look at the failures of the YouTube Creator Academy probably wouldn't work, I gave up and put the idea away for months. But then, a few weeks ago, I had this thought that I couldn't get out of my head. Wait, why on earth did I think that my original idea would be doable in the first place? Like, YouTube, owned by Google, is a massive media conglomerate. It essentially has a monopoly on online video. And my legitimate first thought going into these videos was, they're probably bad. They probably mislead creators. That's nuts, right? How would they benefit from giving shitty advice? It doesn't make sense, but for some reason I thought it was a real possibility. And in this video, I want to explore how I got that strange idea in my head, and what that might say about the YouTube Creator Academy and YouTube in general. Also, just to nip this in the bud right now, I know my hair is like this. There's nothing I can do. So to begin this conversation, I want to start by talking about one of the most iconic, classic pieces of corporate propaganda that's ever been made. The Wendy's hot drink video. Now, obviously, this video is famous because it's catchy and over the top and ridiculous, but for now, I just want to focus on one thing about it: its simplicity and directness. An employee watching the hot drink video is directed to prepare hot drinks under a fairly specific and narrow set of instructions. You have to pour the drink to the line. You have to give the customer a juicy lemon slice with their tea. You have to end the transaction with a smile, a have a nice day. And a smile and have a nice day. And what's interesting about these instructions is that, for the most part, they never feel the need to justify themselves. Sure, it might be better in some way to fill the coffee to the line, but such a reason is never provided. Your understanding of the company, your agreement with its logic, is never asked for. Instead, Wendy's is expressing its authority and desire in an incredibly blunt, if exciting, way. You end the transaction with a have a nice day because the company has asked you to do it, pays you to do it, and might fire you if you don't do it. That's it. And looking at the YouTube Creator Academy, we can immediately observe that it's not this way at all. In fact, it seems to knowingly resist everything that Wendy's, everything that traditional corporate propaganda works to achieve. As Matt Koval walks onto the screen, one of the first things we learn is that his words do not come from YouTube's mouth. He doesn't speak on behalf of the company, but on behalf of his expertise and the expertise of other successful YouTubers.
I'm Matt Koval, a YouTube strategist and creator, and I'm here to talk about some of the techniques these top channels use to get so popular.
We're here to learn how to make good videos, about what audiences want and are looking for, about how to express ourselves, not how to comply with the whims of some company. And already, you might understand why I was so willing a year ago to believe that the YouTube Creator Academy would be rife with errors and misinformation. If, after all, the video is not offering instructions and insights into how YouTube actually functions, what it wants from us, how it works, if it's just Matt Koval and pals talking to us, then he, the normal person with opinions and ideas, would be likely to make some interesting and thought-provoking mistakes. But of course, he doesn't do that, doesn't give bad advice.
Try to make each video fully understandable to a new viewer.
Look, YouTube isn't like Wendy's in a lot of ways. I mean, just on the face of it, it's a lot harder to measure how good someone is at making YouTube videos than it is to measure how perfectly they prepared a cup of Wendy's coffee. But even so, YouTube, like Wendy's, does work to control its workers and their output in various ways. And the YouTube
Here's where it's about to get very interesting, folks.
YouTube Creator Academy exists as an expression of that control. It is not recommending, it is not advising. No, it is doing two things. Number one, it expresses to creators what YouTube wants or requires them to do. Number two, and probably the more important one, it provides the illusion that YouTube is not doing number one.
I love this video. I love this video.
Consider the point I talked about at the beginning of this video, that a creator on YouTube should take a conversational tone with their audience and produce consistently. That one thing you can do if your videos are not conversational is, like, produce conversational videos.
The hit series Convos with My 2-Year-Old ironically isn't conversational at all, but what the creators do is occasionally upload a video like this.
Hello Internet, we wanted to answer a bunch of your comments, questions, there's been thousands of them.
So even just making videos like that every once in a while is a great way to connect with your audience.
This is correct. Of course it is. Longer, more conversational, more easy to produce videos do make for a more sustainable and successful channel on YouTube. But this fact wasn't like plucked from the ether, right? There is no natural law that says that this is the best content that people love to watch online. Rather, it is something that YouTube has cultivated time and time again. Remember Egoraptor? How he made a lot of money and found a lot of success making short animated videos on YouTube? Well, it's not like he stopped doing that because people no longer wanted to see it, because the demand was just gone. No, he stopped doing it because YouTube stopped paying him for it. Because overnight, they decided that their monetization structure should favor watch time. Now he does Let's Plays. Now he is conversational. Yet in this video, that process of corporate decision-making and power goes totally unspoken. The reason you should make this kind of video is because those are the good ones to make. The ones people like better, I guess. Or look at this video they made about mid-roll ads, the ads that go in the middle of videos.
Mid-roll ads are a great way to increase your monetization potential.
The lady in it talks about how you can manually place your own mid-roll ads, but that they recommend you allow YouTube to just generate them for you. And here are some of their reasons.
We recommend this option for 3 reasons. 1, it's easier for you. With auto mid-rolls, we do the work for you. 2, it's a better experience for viewers.
That's one of the strangest things I've ever heard in my life, honestly. Because the lady has to pretend that everything they're telling you is for your and your audience's benefit. Take a load off. Let us...
You guys remember? You all remember just last stream when I was talking about how bullshit Twitch was for saying, we're giving you a 50-50, we're changing our revenue from 70-30 to 50-50 because we're in this together. That's the type of shit. That's the type of we're all in this together bullshit. This is this is reality now. This is jobs everywhere now. They always want to say, oh, everything they're doing is for your good. And if you reject it, you must be an idiot or self-destructive. You just don't really want to, you just don't know what's good for you.
place your ads for you. People love it when we place ads. And you have to ask, how? How do they like it better? Do people just enjoy having like 9 ad breaks in their videos? Watching ads that are haphazardly placed by an algorithm that has no idea what it's doing? No. The reason YouTube wants to auto-generate ads for us is incredibly simple. It gives them more control and money, allows them to place as many ads as they want wherever they want. But here, the entire notion that YouTube, as a corporation, is making a request of its workers is obfuscated. You do this for you, for your ease of mind, for the sake of your viewers.
Yeah, you could, Uber might want you, they might need more Uber drivers, but it's really, don't you just want to make some more money? We want you to be rich. We want you to succeed. So, clock in. Clock in because we want you to make more money, definitely.
With this setting, the number and placement of mid-roll ad breaks on your videos will be auto-generated. This means we'll do the work of finding the best ad placements for you.
It has nothing to do with them. They're not even here. Or let's talk about what is probably my favorite thing on the YouTube Creator Academy. A 3-part series on YouTube Burnout hosted by Katie.
You see why I said this video is a perfect follow-up to Jack Saint's video about burnout? Wait, just watch this.
Morton. Just as an aside, you might remember Katie as the expert psychologist who went on Shane Dawson's Jake Paul documentary to say that sociopaths don't have hearts.
Do sociopaths have a heart? I don't believe so.
That's just a random dig I felt the need to say, even though her advice is, as we might expect, totally fine.
If we think we're burned out, how do we get over it?
What it basically comes down to is that YouTubers should practice self-care. Go offline, take real time off, don't obsess over your analytics too much.
Don't obsess with your analytics when your analytics are constantly shoved in your face and your analytics will decide the future of your channel. It is true, you do have to Giga Chad through, but it's extremely painful to do so.
First word of advice that I have for this is taking internet-free days.
All of these things make
just take an internet-free day at your own peril.
Perfect sense. Of course, you should take care of yourself. But what I find odd and almost surreal about these videos is how they contrast with how the YouTube Creator Academy and YouTube in general actually work. Across all the videos on the Academy, we frequently hear about how important it is to stay in contact with your audience. It makes audiences feel great to hear creators respond, make videos based on their suggestions, be present on chats with them. It makes them feel like they're your friend.
YouTube is an incredibly social platform. There's a huge community here, and viewers often see their favorite stars as friends inside the computer.
We hear about consistency in videos. How even if you make polished, scripted content, it's a good idea to supplement that with check-ins and the like. We're directed to spend a lot of attention on our analytics. Recently, YouTube changed its Creator Studio UI, and the most primary, obvious difference between the new studio and the old one is that now we get to hear constant audits of our performance. This video isn't doing so.
By the way, oh my dear God, this shit, it's so passive aggressive. These messages are all the fuck over the place.
Hot, you've been slacking off this month and haven't gotten as many subs. Consider doing better, doing more. And yet, within this conversation, all of those behaviors are placed squarely on the shoulders of creators, a problem they have to solve. YouTube doesn't actually want you to devote years of your life to making consistent content for their website, content that they'll probably never pay you for. They don't want you to feel obligated to engage with your audiences constantly, pushing the idea that you're friends with them in a way that's completely alien to any other medium. Wait, when they started having their robot tell you that you're a failure every month, they didn't want you to
AT5D2D Derek, but I can't say that out loud. Very true.
Like, care about that. No, take real time off. Get off the internet. Don't worry so much. This isn't what YouTube is asking you to do. And sure, at the very beginning of this series, Katie Morton does speak pretty candidly about why working on YouTube can be stressful. Talks about the stress of constant online engagement, of feeling like you are not in control of a platform that seems to be changing all the time, of putting work in that doesn't seem to be getting rewarded.
Burnout occurs most when the rewards or recognition that we may get from working so hard don't outweigh the pressure that we feel from the job.
But within this video, all of those things are presented as just unchangeable facts. This is what YouTube is. No one's responsible for it. No one engineered it to be that way. Certainly not the people behind the video that you're currently watching. Essentially, YouTube presents itself here as a force of nature. And you can live with it and deal with it in the way you might deal with a hurricane, but a hurricane has no authority. A hurricane cannot tell you what to do. So, to close out this video, I want to address the elephant in the room and ask a question. Why? Why doesn't YouTube just act more like Wendy's? Just tell its workers what it basically wants from them so that we can comply? Why does power here have to be deferred and disguised so much? And the answer to that, I think, is fairly simple, even if it's a bit trippy to say out loud. It's because YouTube is premised off the idea that YouTube doesn't really exist. See, YouTube's power over digital media is unparalleled. They are not just a place that produces videos, they are the place. And the only way to legitimize and maintain that kind of power is through obfuscation. No, we don't control production through our algorithm. If we did that, we'd be a business like any other business. Instead, we are simply a vessel through which the human imagination occurs. A tool so basic, so versatile, that only one needs to exist. And yeah, we might give you some hot little tips, like you could make longer videos if you wanted to, like it would help you succeed, but it's not a big deal. Make the videos you want to make. And honestly, don't worry too much about any of this, because we won't ever give you enough information about how we work, about how our algorithm works, that it starts to look like we're telling you what to do. Like we're your boss and you're our workers or something like that.
YouTube's search and recommendation systems use hundreds of signals to determine how to rank videos.
You're not our workers.
Every YouTuber you know is perpetually anxious about those hundreds of signals. And you never know which one is going to be the one. When you're going to accidentally say something that you won't, or do something or make a video on a topic that you're not supposed to do. There are so many of them, you just have to keep doing it. And if your video sucks and you don't know why, well, make another video then. Just make another video. Just do better next time.
We won't fire you if you don't succeed, and we won't hire you if you do. We don't care about what you say or if it matches some corporate mission statement, and if you can't manage to fill that coffee to the line, nobody has the authority to come and correct you. You are not workers. You're free here. You're creators. So, create. If you want to. So, that's the end of the video.
This was a video by Big Joel. I will link the video if you want to share it with other people. It's a great video. Really opens your brain to the kind of stuff that goes on behind closed doors for all of your favorite creators. I love Big Joel. Big Joel is so talented. Big Joel, honestly, look, we've had a couple of beefs with some strange video essayists in recent days, but I fucking love some of these video essayists. I fucking love it, you know? God, these guys are talented. Big Joel, Jacob Geller, fucking Lindsay Ellis, Jack Saint, all these guys are so fucking talented. So, you know, no beef from this streamer to the video essayist, even though I have started using the term essay perverts for the annoying people. Oh, I didn't watch the Jangles vid. You know what? That's what we're going to do last. We're going to react to the Jangles vid. Because I promised we were going to react to the Jangles vid, so we're going to react to that. That'll be the last thing we do tonight. I feel like having a react stream. So I said we were going to do some gaming, but I don't think we have time because I did say I really want to react to the Jangles vid. And I'll be completely honest, I don't really feel in a video game mood right now. So I'm sorry about that. But we're going to react to the Jangles vid, okay? Here we go. Let me put this in here. Let me debate bros. All right, Debate Bros by Jangles. All right, you guys ready? You all ready to do another amazing react? I don't have much else to say after that Big Joel video, except that's what I was talking about. This whole extended, like, double video essay segment, I feel like these two video essays go together in describing Burnout in a very, like, experiential and emotional way, and how Burnout is constructed for YouTubers. You're right, Gayfesh. I know. I need to just do game streams, but life is life, and I've been busy lately, so I hope you'll forgive me. All right, we have a video to react to, and this is the In Defense of Debate video by Jangles ScienceLad. So, we haven't talked to Jangles in a while. Back in the day, I was on a number of panels alongside Jangles. I quite like Jangles. In fact, I quite like Jangles ScienceLad's videos. We've watched a couple of them throughout the history of this channel, and today we're going to be revisiting one of Jangles' older videos that I never actually watched. This is a video called In Defense of Debate. Now, some of you will recall, in recent memory, there have been two pretty big videos that, you know, yours truly, Demon Mama, broke the story on. There was the DJ Mule anti-debate bro video, which was a flaming trash heap, and you guys can see my reaction to that. It's one of my most popular videos in recent memory because I tore into the guy. This guy made a video that I believe to be morally reprehensible. It is a video that, in the service of insulting debate bro streamers, does actual reputational harm to people who do not deserve it. Trash heap. And then I also reacted to another anti-debate bro video, which was by a video essayist called Solari. This video, in my opinion, was also not very good, but not nearly as malicious as DJ Mule's. However, it did include what I consider to be a very dirty and underhanded attempt at pedojacketing somebody. So I was quite angry at it by the end of it, though not nearly as angry at DJ Mule. Tonight, we will be listening to we enter the third arc. After listening to two anti-debate bro videos, we are going to listen to a pro-debate bro video, which is interesting because not a whole lot of those are made. This is, for those of you who don't know, Jangles has been around a long time. Jangles tends to do videos that are pretty deep on research. I quite like them. If you like more sciencey, data-backed, you know, long-form videos, check out Jangles' channel. And we're gonna listen to this video. It is a year old, so it's not referencing new things, but it doesn't matter. The video, apparently, like I said, I don't think I've watched this whole video. Maybe I've watched a part of it, but from what I've heard, it's a very strong video, and I wanted to give it a react on stream. So without any further ado, first of all, if you're here and you've been having a good time, press the like button down below. We've had a pretty intense stream with a lot of different topics. It's been a lot of fun, and I deeply appreciate your likes on the video. So if you're here and you haven't pressed like yet, I know that probably most of you have, but smack like, okay? And secondly, consider coming and hanging out on my website, demonmama.com/live. That's where this beautiful live chat is. All of these adorable little imps and their cute little emojis. That's my website, demonmama.com/live. Free to join, easy to join, super awesome, and you get a bunch of free emotes. Plus you get to appear on the screen, and I'm way more likely to reply to questions in my website chat just because it's there and it's easier for me to see. Without any further ado, let us react to Jangles ScienceLad's video on debate. Or in defense of debate, sorry. There we go. Let's do it.
Justin, part-time video essayist, part-time debate bro, and full-time sweaty dork. I've done 34 debates that I've uploaded to my channel, and at least as many more that I haven't. Some were
Hey, I'm in some of those.
Big, some were small, and some were real-life panels that I drove halfway across the country to take part in. You might say that I have some investment in debate as a concept, and so whenever the discourse inevitably springs back to whether or not debates are a waste of time, I tend to pay attention. Debates are useless, they're just screaming matches. Actually, debates have helped a lot of people form better opinions by exposing them to arguments they may not have considered. Oh, okay, debates aren't for everyone, but putting our ideas out there in more places is important. This cycle repeats itself so regularly online that I swear it's tied to the moon somehow. So, I'm finally putting it on myself to finally set the issue straight and give the correct opinion to have on debates. Okay, ready? Debate is fine, good.
Oh yeah, Lava Monster says, Jangles' video on trans sports is one of the best on the topic on the entirety of YouTube. I agree. Jangles, just so you guys know, Jangles has a degree in sports medicine, and he goes very deep into on the trans sports episode of his show. He goes very deep into the actual science of it, explains where some studies are strong and where some studies are weak and what the conclusions are. It's a fantastic video, very thorough, very well argued. Highly recommend it.
For some people in some contexts when done in certain ways. Seriously, that's the correct opinion, and if anyone tries to disagree with it after this video comes out, I will be immensely disappointed in myself. And you. Mostly you. The purpose of this video is not to convince you that debate is the best or truest way forward for any political or social goal you may have. I only want to help people understand why those of us who value debate get something out of it. To help debate bros and fans maybe understand why some people can't stand us, and to foster an understanding between everyone on all sides of the debate question. Ironically, the purpose of this video is to convince you that there really doesn't need to be a debate. Part 1, some common arguments against debate and why I don't think they hold up. So, to help me frame the common objections to debate, I'm going to be using a video by John the Duncan titled, Debate Me, How to Know Things on YouTube. I've picked this video for 3 reasons. 1, it's a video that's been shared around by people I respect who have issues with debate, so I think it's a fair representation of the arguments I want to talk about. 2, it just so happened to contain most of the arguments I wanted to address, so it will be more visually interesting and less strawman feeling to include it. And 3, I like this video. It's very well put together, I agree with a lot of the points, and JD is a man after my own heart, creating wonderful video essays with lots of academic sources who is criminally undersubscribed. Wink, wink. Yeah, I'm saying wink because some of you are just listening and I don't want to be subtle. Like and subscribe, please. But more importantly, he says that honest critique, as opposed to dunking-oriented reaction videos, while not being favored by the algorithm, is way more beneficial for a collaborative vision of knowledge production, something I respect and genuinely agree with. So for this section, I'm going to be mostly dropping the kayfabe to give what I hope will be received by you and by him as an honest criticism of his arguments to help us all get better, with the expectation that should he respond to this video, he'll be doing the same, and that if you take my side over his, you're kind of missing the point. Well, after this anyway.
I fetishize my large beef.
Sorry, John, I hope you understand. The first argument I hear a lot is that competitive debate is understood to be a game of rhetoric, not about who is correct. John makes this point here in the video.
And as Sarah Z points out, it's a game, and people who've done competitive debates know this because they frequently argue positions that they don't agree with.
He references a video by Sarah Zed, a creator I really respect and enjoy, who was a competitive debater that made the same point. And I've been thinking about this point since Robert Evans, an outstanding journalist who I also really respect, said the same thing on Twitter. All of them are incredibly smart and thoughtful.
I met Robert Evans recently. It was very cool. I quite like Robert Evans.
And off the mark when they try to use competitive debate to discredit all other forms of debate. For the purposes of this video, I need to define some terms. The high school and college competitions of debate, in which two individuals or teams take turns rhetorically sparring against one another under a set of rules where judges determine the winner, is specifically competitive debate. Everything else, from online blood sports to news panels, any time two or more people are slated to disagree in front of some sort of audience, just because I'll be saying it a lot in this video, will be referred to simply as debate. Audience is the key word there. If a fascist is platformed in the woods and no one is around to hear it, does it cause harm? No. The impact, positive or negative, content has is, by nature, related to its audience, and there are some key differences between the audience of debate and competitive debate. First, one exists. Second, if competitive debate did have an audience, the rules that make competitive debate what it is directly contradict the argument you'd use to apply it to other forms of public debate. If you were watching a formal competition in which you knew that the opposing sides did not necessarily believe in the positions they were arguing for or against, and instead were being judged solely on rhetorical skill, that would probably put a damper on your ability to be influenced by those arguments. You can see a version of this in the content produced by people like Booksmarts, where they analyze online debates not based on how correct or closely aligned with their own politics a debater is, but on how well those debaters argue their points. The focus is on the skill being tested, and that focus is a mental block from letting the arguments from either side sway your genuine opinion on an issue. Considering that's pretty far removed from how a typical audience member engages with non-competitive debate, I don't think it applies. Lastly is the issue of continuity. Even if you believe a debate streamer is grifting, the grift only works by making at least some people think they believe what they're saying, and by having mostly consistent positions across their content. You don't get to wipe the slate clean between debates. You have a reputation and history that you bring into each new encounter, and while it's usually bad form to reference events and topics outside of the current debate, it's not like they don't have an enormous influence over how that debate is judged by the people watching. Here's a personal example. Booksmarts, that aforementioned online debate reviewer, actually had a detailed analysis of one of my debates, and let's say there was room for improvement. Rhetorically, I interrupted too much, I spent too long explaining the points I was trying to make without making the main takeaways clear, and I was pretty condescending at times. From an objective, isolated perspective, it was a toss-up at best and a loss for me at worst. However, my opponent was disgraced loser Milo Yiannopoulos, formerly known as the most dangerous troll in the world. The people on his side were expecting to see a return to form for the
By the way, just so you know, Jangles decimated Milo Yiannopoulos. As in, Milo looked so pathetic in the debate against Jangles. It was one of the funniest debates I've ever seen. Milo Yiannopoulos was so out of his depth, and immediately after that, by the way, that was when he started working in the bookstore. You guys remember the Christian QVC shit? That was right after his debate with Jangles. Oh my God, it's so amazing. It was, oh God, oh, what a beautiful time. He was it sounded like he was gonna cry the entire time. It was so funny.
Flamboyant proto-groiper, known for gleefully tearing apart crying feminists and relishing any and every offense he could cause. What they got was a dejected-looking crybaby whining about how a better-looking nobody wasn't being nice to him.
That's wild, Pansabi.
He's straight now. Now, it might seem like I'm trying to deflect criticism of my rhetorical skill during the unfortunate high point of my current career to massage my bruised ego. Okay, the point is that in competitive debate, you start with a clean slate for every match, and holding a literally polar opposite position from the one you had the week before will in no way impact how you are perceived by either the judges or the audience. And while online debaters may shift their position significantly, it's almost always a slow process, sometimes informed by other debates they've had. And the vast majority of people who do debate will argue for the same position on a given topic over and over. It's difficult to grow and maintain a following as a pundit or a content creator if there's not at least some consistency in your positions. Think of someone, anyone, who is famous for being good at debate. Odds are the real reason they're famous is that they're good at arguing for a particular topic, group, or ideology, not for simply being good at rhetoric. Related to that is the notion that debate is merely a test of rhetorical skill, not of knowledge. And this is true, in a way. You're not going to be a good debater if you're bad at rhetoric. But
that's true.
So what? A lot of things might come to mind when we hear the word rhetoric, from legalese in the courtroom to fancy talk I don't like. But at its core, rhetoric is simply the skill of effective and persuasive speaking or writing. And yeah, I'm calling it a skill instead of an art because even I'm not that pretentious. So of course that's important in debate.
It is an art. It is. Rhetoric is literally an art. I hate this. Do you guys realize that rhetoric is like considered to be one of the great arts? Oh, it's so, we live in such a sad period of history. Oh, we live in such a sad period.
And in video essays, and written essays, and activism, and teaching, and comedy. And yeah, it turns out being able to structure words into arguments or points is foundational to changing someone's mind, which includes educators changing students into more knowledgeable human beings and comedians persuading the audience to laugh at a joke. Comedy is rhetoric. I will not debate you on this. I will fight you with my fists, and that will prove I'm right. So I don't think that's what people mean when they criticize debate for being all about rhetoric. Otherwise, they'd be decrying every form of education or persuasive method aimed at people who don't already agree with us. We want to change people's minds. Nobody on the left would completely write off an individual as an ideological enemy if they don't line up on every position one could possibly take a stance on, right? That would just fracture an otherwise broad coalition of people who generally want to decrease the human suffering perpetuated by antiquated systems into smaller and more esoteric factions who care more about being pure than being effective, right? If you think that's a straw man, stop fucking building it, Dorothy. No, usually I think people mean
leftist unity is a lie. It's an illusion. Yes, are people who are obsessed with purity stupid? Yes, they are. They're very stupid. Purity obsessed people are very stupid. However, leftist unity is contrary to what leftism is. Leftism celebrates diversity. Leftism celebrates the free play of ideas, the ability of people to believe things differently, contend with one another, and stand by one's principles. So, yeah, I partial agree on this point. I think this is where I would only partially agree with Jangles. I think Jangles has a different perception than I do. Me, I think infighting is good. Obviously, not deleterious infighting, but infighting to some degree is very valuable. After all, we are talking about debate.
And that debate is a test of how well you can think on your feet and or your ability to steamroll.
Go ahead and celebrate your diversity in the death camps. That is such a botch. I know you're borrowing the Vosh line there and you're trying to do the Vosh thing, but like that's a botch of the argument that's being made. The argument that's being made there is the inability to recognize strategic alliances, not a call for complete leftist unity. You want leftist unity? All right, go fucking hang out. Go fucking hang out with DNC brunchers, okay? Good luck. Good luck getting DNC brunchers to help you with anything. You're gonna spend the rest of your life trying to explain to these people why they should care about the rise of fascism and about the problems with capital. And they're just gonna literally laugh at you when you try to go, yeah, but capitalism's bad, right? And they go, no.
Over somebody. Often, but not always, by screaming louder. I'll address that second one later, but I'm going to begin speaking about the first one by saying that it's true. But why is that uniquely disqualifying? Every medium and format is bottlenecked in some way by both the technical and constructive aspects of its presentation.
Good idea, Justin.
Video essays are just a measure of how well you can write a script and create engaging visuals. Movies are just measures of how well you can trick our monkey brains into thinking flashing lights on a screen are real people by using film trickery. Comedy is just a measure of how far you're willing to go to shock the audience. The guitar is all about finger dexterity, not musical ability. Podcasts are just a measure of whether or not a rich white guy has enough friends who are at the stage of alcoholism where they're interesting but don't pass out an hour before they're supposed to start. And success on BreadTube is entirely determined by how many things you're willing to come back to later. Yeah, that was a good joke. You got me. Kill confirmed. The point is, you can't reduce any mode of entertainment or information conveyance down to the tools of the medium without grossly missing the point. You wouldn't be watching this video essay if it sounded like this.
Today, I'm going to be listing the top 10 reasons debate is good. Number 10, Destiny has a lot of followers, so that means it's popular.
So just because thinking on your feet is important doesn't mean there's nothing underneath. Rhetoric is a skill, but it's not limitless. Without appealing to some empirical or historical or emotional truth, there's only so far that rhetoric alone can take you. However, this doesn't refute the accusation that debate is a game, so formal declaration of the next argument. Debate is just a game done for entertainment. I can't refute the second part of that because everyone knows that if you were entertained by something that changed your mind, it doesn't count. And I also concede that unless we try to force a bunch of arbitrary rules and stipulations into what does and does not count as a true game, I don't think it's an unfair label to apply to debates most of the time. Because yeah, in a way, debate is a game. You might have people undecided on an issue who are looking to see which side makes the better argument, which side wins.
This is why gamers are the best debaters, because they've been preparing their whole lives.
You have people already decided on an issue rooting for or against the respective sides. You have fans of specific personalities supporting whatever their guy says, or conversely, anti-fans doing the same thing in the opposite direction. The question is, what makes this meaningfully different from any other type of persuasive argument? All issues can be framed in terms of opposing sides to the extent that opinions on an issue can be reduced to a position, and all forms of argument surrounding that issue are trying to sway public opinion, to win them over to one side. If debate is a game, so is activism, the importance of which is often framed in terms of what happens if we lose. JD makes a more eloquent case for this argument, but it was mostly contained in the competitive debate section, so allow me to pick some more low-hanging fruit. A while back, I posted a tweet that more or less became the thesis for this video, and someone who was adamantly against debate responded with a pretty typical rebuttal. Debate is just entertainment. It doesn't convince anyone. You can just lie so the truth doesn't matter. And then something weird happened. They demanded I respond to and counter their points. And when I failed to do so to their satisfaction, they started performatively dunking on me, talking about how much they were winning. They were doing everything that was apparently wrong with debate. The faux alpha posturing, the assertion of supposed truths with faulty evidence, literally challenging me by demanding I put my ideas to the test.
Well, Louis
this
boy.
person is engaging in debate. Fighting on Twitter is a type of debate. You're stating your positions, countering your opponents, maybe...
Okay, yes, but this is the most, just so we know, Twitter debates are actual brain damage. And when I say that, I mean literally. The way that Twitter threading works is designed to make money and promote ads, and it will break your brain. If you try to follow threads on Twitter when people are debating, only the people engaged in the debate can follow that. Anybody else who tries to follow it, it will create so many sub-threads, you will be lost in no time, and it almost guarantees that you will misinterpret your opponent's argument and that your opponent will misinterpret yours. Arguing or discoursing at all on Twitter is basically the biggest waste of time, and it's a form of self-harm.
Providing reasoning and evidence while trying to show them and or the people watching on this public social media platform that your position is better. Debate is conflict addressed through rhetoric.
Yep.
And just because
D&D,
it's
do not
turn-based
discourse.
doesn't make it something different. This applies to response videos, response articles, scientific rebuttals. Just because it's asynchronous doesn't mean it's not a debate. And all of them are subject to every criticism you could
Look at that. I even have a rule for this, which I accidentally broke recently without thinking about it. Always remember the IMP's code of Twitter. 1, immediately stop discoursing. 2, meme and cream. 3, promote yourself and your friends. 4, slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. And 4 is also known as dunk, okay? That's the other one, which is you can dunk on people you don't like freely if you so desire it. Just do not engage in discourse. Dunk, but do not engage. And yes, you did call me out on it, and it was fair because I had forgotten. Everyone forgets the IMP's code sometimes. It's not a moral code. It's a technical guidebook to Twitter. Okay.
Possibly levy at live debate. And yet, if you check the profile of someone who expresses a hardline, vehemently anti-debate stance on Twitter, more often than not, they're spending a lot of time arguing with people on the internet, often in a way that is way more vitriolic than any of the debate bros they hate. Everyone who cares about any sort of political position wants to see it argued well in the public sphere, and likewise wants opponents of that position to be countered in some way. Everyone recognizes that some degree of rhetorical conflict is necessary to achieve anything in a democratic society, right down to the household level. And the only meaningful difference between live debate and the alternative modes preferred by those who hate it comes down to the immediacy of conflict. But
damn, this quote right here, holy shit. My brain is going theory mode right now. Oh no. Oh no. Talking about how all of society is just structured around cooperation and conflict. That all of life and all of existence, all of human society is a perpetual drawing of battle lines against those who you cannot who you cannot vibe with versus those you can vibe with, and how anybody who tries to tell you that that it's not, that like, you know, that like societies are built purely for the good of everyone is lying to you about the natural state of conflict that's at play. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
That's something I'll get to later. Fuck. Debate is a horrible way of educating people. I'm guessing at least some of you who have made it this far into the video still disagree with me, or generally think that debate sucks and is a waste of time. And I'd like to say 3 things to you. 1, thank you for your time. I hope I'm at least somewhat amicable in how I'm presenting our disagreement, and we can...
Jangles, this video is very, very good so far. Thank you so much. Seriously, this is a great video so far. It's nice to see a video that really addresses arguments instead of just fucking vibes.
Can still be friends if you hate debate when this video is over. 2, don't look at how long is left in the video. And 3, there are several peer-reviewed studies out there showing that a debate which contained key points of accurate information presented by one of the debaters was no less effective than either the traditional lecture format or independent study at conveying that information when tested later. There are multiple ways and means of knowing, and it turns out that debate can be one of them. Maybe. Could be. I just made that source up. Coconut Quarterly was an obvious giveaway, but how many of you caught it? Would you have bothered?
I caught this immediately because it said Kochinsky I, which is the biggest dead giveaway, although you guys can't see that because of the overlay. But this is a made up thing attributed to Vosh.
To check the source if you didn't? JD states correctly that people can lie or present false or misleading information in debate.
It's true,
the problem is that this isn't unique to debate. Earlier in the video, JD points out, also correctly, that people use all sorts of structures to spew nonsense on subjects they know nothing about.
Yeah, okay, also, this is one of the worst arguments, not the one that Jangles is making, the argument that anti-debate people make that talk about how, like, oh yeah, but debate bros can just lie. Do you guys not, like Prager University is all video essays, and those motherfuckers lie at like a lie per second in their videos. They even fake their sources. Their sources are usually linking to articles written by Prager University. They literally source themselves to give the idea that they have sources linked in the comments. And those guys don't do debates. Those guys only do video essays.
And the specific example he uses is PragerU. PragerU produces video essays that, while low in information, are high in both production value and borderline fascist propaganda. Misinformation is present in every mode of
knowledge. Okay, I didn't know they were going to talk about PragerU, but all right, there you go.
Knowledge conveyance. So it seems strange to single out debate when you've given an example of it happening during the very format that you're currently using. The argument here is that a debater can say something...
I did see that, though. Speaking of which, I did see that Dennis Prager did debate Anna Kasparian. Yeah, I don't miss. But I think that PragerU is like the one that everybody can think of because it's so bad. Yeah, it was pretty recent. That debate happened. It's very, very rare that Prager will step out of his safe zone. He's done it before. Like the other people on PragerU rarely ever debate, but and that's true about Dennis Prager. But I guess he saw an opportunity here. Yeah, it was Dennis Prager versus Anna Kasparian, and apparently Anna absolutely creamed him. I have a lot of respect for Anna, even though I strongly disagree with her on a lot of topics. I still have a lot of respect for her. So when I would debate Dennis Prager at any time just because it would be so fucking funny. Anyway, let's continue.
Completely false, and that there's no way to fact check it in real time, so it goes by unaddressed. So there are 2 problems here. One is the implication that the same misinformation is somehow made worse by being in a debate, as opposed to the exact same point being made on a solo stream or video essay or book. No one's fact checking Dennis Prager or whatever Confederate vampire is writing his scripts in real time, so those points also get out to the public without being addressed. Now, you might be thinking of the roughly 10,000 videos out there debunking PragerU, and that's the second problem with this argument.
Why are all of the conservatives afraid of Sam Seder? Because Sam Seder is a spectacular rhetorician. And if you don't believe me, look up Sam Seder's off-the-cuff debate with Charlie Kirk. Look up Sam Seder's debate with Tim Pool. Basically, look at any debate that Sam Seder has ever gone in. He's genuinely one of the best debaters out there. And that's because Sam Cedar's career when he was younger was going on live TV and dealing with pundits. He had to learn how to be able to get his points across in the most hostile environments. He would go into conservative newsrooms and make lefty arguments way back in the day. So he knows the ins and outs of all of their talking points. He knows how to prepare, and he knows how to make sure he doesn't get tricked or manipulated into making mistakes. He's very, very good. He doesn't debate as frequently because he's usually just making his show. But seriously, Sam Cedar is one of the most talented debaters that the online left has ever seen.
Modern debates, especially online debates, become videos that can be then critiqued in the exact same way as any other. In fact, the example JD uses to prove that you can misrepresent the facts during a debate is Ben Burgess going over his debate with Destiny to point out something Destiny got wrong.
But then the moment you look into this stat or fact, it's either applied completely wrong or totally misleadingly if the fact exists at all.
This graph is not relevant to what we were talking about.
Hell, people might be more incentivized to fact-check debates because of the adversarial aspect of them. If half of the audience wants to see someone lose, you can bet your ass that every study or fact they bring up will be scrutinized to hell and back. Even if debate...
This is actually a really good point. This is something honestly, I ought to add this one because it's actually true. If you ever watch the chats of debates, people will try to fact check in real time. Now, obviously, there's still tons of errors and there's tons of ideological considerations, but that doesn't happen fucking at all in a video essay. People just sit down and watch the video essay, then shrug and walk away.
Is a game. It's not as if the ideas and information are sealed in this time-locked chamber, never to be heard from again. That's not really how knowledge works, so... let's talk knowledge. Most educators today will be familiar with Bloom's taxonomy as a framework for teaching, which puts knowledge in a hierarchy with remembering and recalling things at the bottom, analyzing information and applying it in new situations in the middle, and creating new works at the top. One reason traditional multiple choice style standardized testing kinda sucks is that it's often just seeing if you can remember what words are associated with which definitions, or failing that, how to make a good guess. JD is right when he says knowledge is way more complex than shoving facts into your brain. And he's right when he says that the rational lads of the internet unjustly dismiss qualitative data because they don't understand the necessary reductiveness of quantitative data. I should note here that I'm using the word...
Extremely good point. Also, credit to both Jangles and John the Duncan there, which is so unbelievably true. One of the things most annoying about Twitter debaters and internet debaters is they genuinely believe that every piece of data is valid and can just be used like a bludgeon, when in truth data has to be contextualized and it also has to be justified based on values. You can't just report something as objectively correct because there could be a complete difference in values. Like, for example, if somebody was like, oh, well, this objectively increases the likelihood of a democracy forming. Well, that's great if you believe in democracy, but it's bad if you don't believe in democracy. So yeah, like qualitative, not just context, and also qualitative data are both very important.
Knowledge in the way I think most people mean it in conversation, as in that person really knows their shit. So yes, Bloom differentiated between knowledge, comprehension, application, and evaluation, but I think it's fair to assume that all of those would fall under most people's casual definition of what it means to know something. In a policy discussion like the example...
Imagine being against democracy. I wonder what the many, many people in the world who aren't particularly fond of democracy might have to think about that.
Brought up in the video, there is no quantitative data on what will work for a given area because you can't collect data on things that haven't happened yet. Instead, you take data collected from other places and periods in time and try to make the case that it would work somewhere else, which requires the kind of understanding of culture, beliefs, and social systems that can only come from qualitative data. In other words, it's not enough to know individual facts. You have to be able to synthesize those facts in a way that's applicable to a novel situation and potentially create something completely new. You know what's really good at teaching people how to do that? Debate. Here's a personal anecdote, so you know I'm hip with the anti-scientism crowd. For my master's thesis, I studied shoulder rotation ratios and their capacity to predict injury in recreational bench pressers. Stay awake for me. As part of my graduation requirements, I had to be questioned by my committee about the research I did. Now, essentially what I did was write a very well-sourced paper, not even that long, about why I thought something only tested in athletes would also work for people who just did the bench press recreationally. I didn't conduct my own study, I just gathered as much research as possible in order to make the case. You'll see that here in the analyze and evaluate tiers of Bloom's taxonomy. This meant I wasn't being tested on the right answers. I was being asked to justify why I thought something that had never been formally and specifically proven was a good hypothesis. Did I understand the data well enough to apply it to a new scenario in conjunction with related research in order to justify a stance on the topic? But again, I didn't just write a paper. My committee was going to ask me questions not clarified or considered in my written paper. So not only did I have to have a degree of knowledge that expanded way beyond what I wrote down, but I also needed to be able to anticipate and respond to critiques of that paper and my knowledge as a whole. I understood so much more about the research I'd done because I knew I had a way more dynamic test ahead of me than simply writing a paper or taking a traditional test. In case you were curious, yes, I think ER-IR strength ratios could be useful in predicting injury in people who bench press. To extend my indulgence in personal anecdotes, I do as much research for debates as I do in a lot of my video essays. Sometimes more if it's a topic I do a lot of debates on, like trans-affirmative healthcare. And honestly, I get really similar vibes to what I went through for my thesis. Sometimes. Like a video essay. I write this shit down word for word. What you are hearing right now is something that I wrote down far in advance and I'm currently reading off a cheap teleprompter. But the back and forth and Q&A sessions of debate, sometimes, reminds me of that thesis committee, of having my ideas and connections and arguments questioned by someone who, sometimes, knows as much as I do. I have to do a lot more research and put a lot more thought into things I might possibly.
I agree with Nuts. I would also rather deal with bourgeois democracy than totalitarianism posturing as communism. But what about totalitarianism posturing as bourgeois democracy? Because that's pretty bad.
Possibly say, as opposed to a script in which I've written it down and it's done. But if personal anecdotes aren't good enough for you, and yeah, they shouldn't be, sorry JD, we both know there's a difference between anecdotes and qualitative data, here's a study that says as much. Teaching with lecture or debate, testing the effectiveness of traditional versus active learning methods of instruction, published in Political Science and Politics in 2008, actually did test something similar to the fake source I made up earlier. They tested student learning using two methods. In the lecture condition, a professor stood up and gave both sides of a controversial topic, then assigned the students reading material afterwards. In the debate condition, students had to take a pro or con position on a topic, conduct a thorough analysis, and prepare arguments both in defense of their own positions and in refutation of those of their opponents. Then they measured learning outcomes in terms of how well they remembered factual information, their ability to comprehend that information by putting it into their own words, and their higher order cognitive skills of applying that knowledge to new situations and evaluating arguments and judging them without prejudice. The study found that while the lecture method was better at conveying factual information, debate was superior at everything else. Comprehension, application.
There's also, by the way, this is super interesting. This study is super interesting, but also consider this as well, that debate requires a different type of engagement from the audience and from the participants than a lecture does. There are some, lectures are designed to be sort of passively absorbed, whereas debate invites active participation. And while lecture can be certainly valuable, I mean, hell, I've learned a lot of things from listening to listening to an essay or listening to a lecture or listening to a book while I'm doing something else, which is a benefit that you can have from a lecture. Debates can in some ways, because they require or they invite active participation, if you're willing to go and actively participate, it makes sense to me that you could learn more from a debate. Now, obviously, in a all else being equal, you might not always have people willing to participate in the debate, whereas lots of people are willing to listen to a lecture or an audiobook or something like that. But I think it makes sense to me that debate might be harder to participate in for some, but have certain benefits to that.
And evaluation. I think JD would agree that knowledge is more than just the ability to remember facts. He would probably also value the ability to put those facts in a broader context, to consider more aspects of the situations and make reasonable connections between points. However, while he dismisses debate along with the entire capitalist neoliberal framework of knowing, he never gives an alternative, a different way to know that we should adopt
really
either
interesting,
alongside or instead of the vaguely defined version of our current Western form of knowledge. What bothers me the most is that in this thoughtful, nuanced video about the different methods of knowledge and the limitations of default methods of knowledge production, rejecting a singular, universal mode of knowledge, he goes back on everything and reduces knowledge to a singular ideal, with good and bad methods.
What I am saying is stop doing debates. Just stop it. Stop doing them. They're pointless, they're useless, they reinforce
Also, this is... I don't want to be petty. All right, let's
bad
just continue.
ideals of knowledge creation, and unless you're doing them as a game in which you're very clear that their relationship to the truth is less than ideal, just stop doing them.
That's concerning. He's not only dismissing the individual variance and how different people can learn, but he's also condensing every aspect and level of knowing into one binary switch of know or don't know, instead of acknowledging the layers of complexity that rise from recalling to creating. And I used a real study this time to prove it.
I agree.
Or did I? I guess you'll have to check. One last point here because it matters to me as an educator. Teaching, that is, conveying information to someone else, is also a skill divorced from knowledge. You can know everything there is to know about a topic and still be a bad teacher. And some of the best teachers out there barely know more than their students. No matter what mode of knowledge conveyance you choose, you will be bottlenecked by your rhetorical skill in that mode. I don't have a clean way to end this section, so... Part 2, if you hate debate, yeah, no, I get it, seriously, I get it. I am standing here in a video defending debate as someone who has done dozens of them, and I'm taking this moment to tell you that I hate debates at least as often as I like them, for a lot of the same reasons you do. I've gone months before, not only without doing a debate, but without watching a debate, because they're not exactly comfort material. Debates are almost always confrontational, and there's a weak but still present and positive correlation between how entertaining a debate is and how spicy the disagreement is. And a lot of the time, the spiciness has absolutely nothing to do with the topic at hand, and everything to do with two big personalities clashing and performatively dunking on one another. This does exist in some capacity in all forms of media. The reaction video format wouldn't exist otherwise, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's not uniquely bad in debates. So here's my peace offering section. If you hate debates, cool. You're probably not missing anything that would be worth putting up with the reasons you hate them. And I'm not here to convince you otherwise. I get it. And to my fellow debate bros, let's admit that there are plenty of legitimate reasons someone may not be able to stand debates. Let's start with debates by necessity.
Okay. To be fair, I have never, ever seen a debate bro make a video about how everyone should like debates and how debates are the only way to gain knowledge. But I have seen many videos of video essayists doing that exact thing with video essays. So I'm very happy he's doing this, but I will say that Jangles is giving into the trend of debate people being fair to people who don't do debates, but people who don't do debates not being fair to debate people. It's very strange.
Reduce issues down to two opposing sides. Hopefully that one's pretty self-explanatory. Painting every issue as something binary that you're either for or against, pro or anti, drives away a lot of nuances, not just in the debate itself, but in how the public sees an issue. That's not actually always a bad thing. There are times where it's good to resist compromise, but generally those should be the exception rather than the rule. Debates foster conflict by nature because debates are about conflict, and if you admit you're wrong, you lose. So I've agreed that, at least to some degree, debate is a game, and that most people who tune into a debate either already have an opinion on the topic, or at the very least either likes or hates one of the debaters involved. The participants know this, and though they almost definitely agreed to take the side they genuinely believe is the truth, the goal is to win, whatever that might mean to them. I think the main separation between a debate and a conversation is how conceding a point is framed. A conversation seeks to minimize conflict, and so it's fine to admit you could be wrong, or to at least acknowledge someone else's perspective. In debate, though, fuck that, hold the line. This is where the sneaky debate tricks come in. It's one thing to concede that your opponent is right about something, but admitting you are wrong is like gifting the whole stream to them. It's running on 4th and 30. It's pulling the goalie out of the net at the start of the second period. It's using the Barnes opening in chess. The only way it possibly works out in your favor if it's sheer unexpectedness I cannot say that word. The only way it possibly works out in your favor is if its sheer unexpectedness catches your opponent off guard. No, that's good. It's good that I fucked that one up. People usually only admit they were wrong if they made an undeniable factual error and would look worse to the audience by sticking by it. Or if they've been backed so far into a corner by having the flaws in their reasoning exposed that they'd have to concede something they're not willing to in order to remain correct. And so, in come the tricks. The pivot! Don't address what your opponent just said. Go hard in another direction and get mad if they don't come with you. The Geshgallop. You don't have to say anything meaningful if you just say a lot. The straw man. Make up a guy, destroy that guy, draw your opponent's name on that guy, and watch as your opponent must attempt to stitch him back together or risk losing what is now a tag team match. There are ways to get around being proven wrong or having holes poked in your reasoning, and any debater worth their salt will know about them, either to do them themselves or to counter them when they happen. Versions of these certainly exist in other mediums, as we've already discussed, but the more upfront and present threat to one's ego gives a greater incentive to double down on the spot and to look for strategies to do that well. As a consequence of that, debate attracts people who thrive off conflict and thus tend to view issues as zero-sum games. Let's take a different game for comparison. If you like basketball, you probably have a team or teams you consistently root for. Maybe you're a fan of some teams. Maybe instead of a home team, you root for a team you think is good. Talented players, a solid coaching staff, a deep bench, good enough to go toe-to-toe with any other team in the league. There's certainly nothing wrong with being a fan of a team, but it can go too far when your identity gets wrapped up in their success, or, God help your spouse, their failures. When it stops being just a game and starts being a parasocial proxy for your own status, problems arise. And while being beaten by 30 points feels worse than being beaten by 2, it's not that much worse because a loss is a loss. Okay, so debate is like that, except instead of teams being based out of locations, they're based on core principles of your moral framework. A study I read a while back for a video no one...
I think actually it's not about core principles and more about perceived associations. I don't think that most people actually care that much. Okay, I think a lot of people do care about core principles, but I think a lot more care about perceived faction. Anyway, whatever.
Watched has stuck with me for a long time.
But yes, everybody, Team Imps, yeah! We're the only team. We're the only team with the proper autism. There we go. We got the autism creature.
True lobster daddy fashion, certain hormones either drop or rise after losing a game. Testosterone rising when you win, stress hormones rising when you lose, and vice versa. This happens not just for the players on the team that won or lost, but the fans of that team as well. However, this isn't universal. It only happens in power-oriented individuals, people concerned and motivated by the impact they have on other people. People who don't want to see a good game so much as they want to see their opponents crushed, to be the big strong alphas humiliating the soy boy libcucks, to not merely score an uncontested layup for 2 points, but to dunk the ball right in front of them as you swing your mighty loins at their crumbling forms. For though it looks the same on the scoreboard, it feels far different on the soul. Yeah, remember where the term dunk comes from?
Look, I would be a liar if I didn't say I love defeating my opponents. Come on. You all know that. That's part of the reason why we had so much fun back when I used to do debates. Because I wouldn't just win. I won with style.
Types of people who tend to find success in debate usually share a certain aesthetic. They're not just consistently right, but they can make their opponents look like idiots. True. Demoralizing on top of debunking. Owning instead of informing. And their fans like that about them. Again, it's not like this doesn't occur in response videos or opinion pieces, but it's like the difference between an MMA bout and a kata. Yeah, you can win in the latter by being more skilled, more refined, but it's not the same as overpowering another person. Not so much winning as making them lose. Because of this mentality, a lot of debate fans aren't just less interested in a conversation with the other side of an issue, less concerned with finding the neutral ground.
There is most assuredly going to be debates in the future. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that.
Be unsatisfied, even angry, at anything less than a show of domination, which leads fans and the creators who need them to not let them get away with it, or compromise is weakness. Hey, question, what makes someone a grifter? What's the line? Usually people use the term to refer to someone saying something they don't believe, or advocating publicly against things they do in private. But what about letting your audience dictate not what you believe, but how you talk about it? What if you wanted to have a discussion on the issue with a problematic figure on the other side, to genuinely see if they would temper their rhetoric, to reduce harm through understanding, even just a little bit. But your audience wanted blood. That this debate wasn't about the issue, but about holding them accountable for every transgression they've ever made, every harm they've caused, every person they've hurt. How does tax policy, or historical accuracy, or scientific consensus measure up to making them pay for what they've done? Making a video or doing a reaction stream isn't enough. That's just higher effort posting. No, if you have the chance to talk to them face to face, it's time for retribution.
Was Vegan Gains the last debate that I did? Wow, that one was such a shit show. It's no surprise that I haven't done debates in a while. Right? It's no surprise. That debate was such a shit show. Vegan Gains and also Vegan Gains fan base are literally, they're like the seagulls from Finding Nemo. They are so stupid. Like straight up, I think like, I feel like people should not look at Vegan Gains because people would get the wrong idea about vegans. If you look at Vegan Gains and his community, I would not blame you for coming away with the idea that a vegan diet damages your brain.
The only issue is how to make it happen while wearing the topic as a disguise. Something like, does anyone who wasn't already a fan of Milo in this debate, do you have a good opinion of him after this? After he spends the entire debate whining and just going off about completely irrelevant points while he tries to think of an answer to the question. For those of you that have heard about me through that Milo debate over a year ago, do you remember what it was about? Do you remember any points I made, any indication that you benefited from all the research I did? That didn't seem to be the impact when it happened, and that's not what I focused on when making the highlights video. There's a reason I titled it The Destruction of Myoianopolis, and not Why White Fragility is a Real Thing. To earn the title of Debate Bro, you need to make a name for yourself as someone who is not only confident about their positions, but willing to challenge others on theirs. To position yourself as correct. And in the absence of formal fact checkers or scoring, being correct can often be about adopting the right aesthetic. One of those aesthetics could be called performative scientism, which, damn, JD, got me again, double kill.
The format encourages you to like hit your opponent with stats and facts and figures because they just appear more convincing. It's like an aesthetic scientism or a performative rationale.
Yeah, Pansabi says the only people who want to debate you are Pepe Ladi fucking fart sniffers, and they are snooze. Yes, it's incredibly boring. This is why I haven't done debate in a while, because the only people who are interested in debate is the never-ending swarm of fucking parasocial Andes. That's it. Yes, there are other people out there who want to debate, but I'm interested in interesting debate. I don't want to waste my screen time. Guys, we've had a lot of fun tonight, haven't we? We didn't do any debates tonight, and we still had a lot of fun. If I'm gonna take time out of my night, out of entertaining my imps, it better be for a good fucking debate. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Pansabi. Fucking soy boy Sansoy would literally shit his pants if it gave him a chance to debate me, and he's literally not worth my time. Nobody would watch. I prefer to have fun with you all than waste my time sitting through stupid debates. That said, I have thought about going and doing some AMA things. I've thought about doing some AMAs on some political discords so we can get some debates up in here, but yeah.
Where numbers make you right.
Speaking of, debate bro is a term for a reason. Because of that win-lose mentality most people have when going into debate, it favors people who are comfortable with what has been called ritualized opposition. Public display followed by argument and challenge. Please don't take this as
Midwest of Venga, this is Jangles ScienceLad. I'm gonna relink the video for anybody who wants to go check out Jangles' channel, please do.
Any sort of biological essentialist argument. It could be 100% socialization and it would still be true, but women seem to be far less comfortable with adversarial argument. Of course, there are people of all stripes out there who are incredible.
By the way, this right here, very few women are comfortable with adversarial arguments. It's because women are treated worse in adversarial situations, unironically. When like, you guys remember, the old school Demon Mama debate fans, back when I used to be a straight up debate hoe all the time, you guys remember how fucking stark it was. I'd be the only fucking woman on those panels, and I would get treated like shit. They wouldn't even let me fucking talk most of the time. It was fucking terrible.
At debate. But as long as white and cis and straight and male are seen as the defaults, everyone else has to deal with being assigned a perspective as a result of those identities, regardless of what their actual views are. By that, I mean white people can have a neutral view on critical race
True, but that's because I'm a demon. That's because I have demonic power.
theory, but black people are motivated. Straight people aren't emotionally invested in gay marriage, so their support can actually be logical. Of course trans people want trans-affirmative healthcare, so we need a cis dude to objectively parse out the data. I don't know if it's incredibly widespread, but the perception of outgroup bias is strong enough that for some people, the worst advocates for a particular community are members of that community, because you can't be unbiased if you're advocating for yourself. This is where I absolutely vibe with JD's criticism of the Western sense of objectivity. If you are the default, it's very easy to confuse that with not having a perspective on something, with conflating your lens with the true lens. The truth is, all of us have but one set of eyes and ears, and pretending you have a more objective perspective on someone else's life is almost always an expression of the systemic power you have over them. However, all that being said, Part 3, we need debate no matter how much you hate it. To restate my thesis for this video, I don't need anyone who doesn't already like debate to suddenly love it. I only want to quell some of the bad faith assumptions as to why we like it. I've already talked about how debate can play a role in deepening knowledge by tapping into more complex
I do remember that, Somniostatic. That was a fun time.
Aspects than simple recollection of facts, and how that can be a valuable tool in tackling complicated issues. I also want to stress that this isn't universal and that some people might not get anything out of debate for a variety of entirely valid reasons. Anyone who says that you're not truly confident in your ideas or positions unless you're willing to debate them on a live stage is usually just an asshole. With some exceptions. It all comes down to individual differences in how we learn and how we address conflict. Debate, either as a viewer or a participant, is a great way for some people to refine ideas. By now, I hope we can all agree that being able to structure and synthesize facts after you learn them is important for anyone who wants to make actual use of that information. The best way to accomplish that is going to be enormously different from person to person. Just because a mode of knowledge isn't right for you doesn't mean it's not right for me. Contrary to the smarmy tone of this video, I don't think highly of myself. I think I'm kind of stupid. That's not me being self-deprecating. Trust me, I have a healthy ego. The main reason being that I think the recognition of my own stupidity is my greatest strength. I know a lot about a few things and very little about everything else. So the best way I found to determine whether or not an idea or argument I have is good is to test it via direct verbal conflict.
This is indeed Jangles. We love Jangles.
To see if someone I respect sees fault in what I have to say. I tried to make this clear.
Would I consider myself a part of the debate community? There is no debate community anymore. There used to be some semblance of a debate community, and it was so toxic and so trashy that it burned itself out, and now there is functionally no debate community. I don't think there will ever really be a debate community again. Well, I'm sure it'll come back in some forms and they'll rise in popularity again, but it won't look like it did. The debate community that people recognize from like the last few years is gone. It will that particular shape of debate community won't come back. And even if it did, it would not last very long. Yeah. There are lots of individual debaters, but yeah, I would not consider myself a part of that community. I've made my own community. For over quite a bit of time, but I love debate. I like debating. You guys know this. I am a debatey person. I haven't had interesting debates in a long time, and I've been doing other things. I've been trying to spend a lot of time doing original content, which I do every day. Well, except for, well, yeah, I do literally, even when I do React, I'm a pause Andrea, so I pause all the time and add my own commentary constantly. But it's okay. Like I said, I will do a debate in the future. I will do debates in the future. Don't you worry. It'll be back. It's just not as common because of a lot of reasons.
To my husband and my friends, I will argue a position I'm not sure about in order to see if that position is good, if it can stand up to basic scrutiny. Sometimes I've fucked up and fought with people I didn't mean to upset, and that's on me. But for those closest to me who are willing to help me indulge in that process, I hope they know it's been an invaluable source of self-improvement, and for that, I'm eternally grateful. because this is how I learn. For me, nothing really sticks unless I can put it into my own words, unless I can put it into novel situations, unless I know enough to describe and analyze and synthesize the information in those higher tiers of Bloom's taxonomy. I can pass a recollection test easy. My college transcript is full of A's in classes I don't remember taking and could not for the life of me give accurate information on now. But some of the classes, the ones I thought more about, the ones that required more abstract thought that I applied to my future career, the ones I think back on when I'm making video essays about why trans women deserve to be in sport, or why system justification theory helps to explain modern biases, have stuck with me for, at the risk of showing my age, a decade or more. And I think it's entirely fair to expand this beyond the interpersonal and into the realm of society. If you're in this sphere of the internet, you're probably interested in doing some form of activism, or at the very least supporting it. By watching debates, I get to see a different version of the opposition's argument than I would if I were just reading an article or watching a scripted video. Specifically, I get to see how, or if, they're able to respond to direct criticism, how deep their understanding is of the sources they use,
I think this
and
is
if
a
their
really
stated
good point.
reason for supporting something is covering up for something deeper that's revealed under pressure. It doesn't matter if it's just some random nerd in their basement on a 12-viewer panel. Most of the population is just some random nerd, and the fact that the average person has much greater access to platforms can be really useful in getting a feel for what a wide variety of people think. Engaging in frequent debates, especially on a specific topic, can be like a stand-up comic refining their jokes from show to show. You can tighten phrasing here, cut out a joke that bombs there, and find out where in the act the hecklers tend to shout out. Some people refine their ideas by writing them down in script format, some by checking them against established authors and speakers, and some people do best with direct verbal arguments against someone who holds the position you want to challenge. Again, I'm addressing this video to people who want to see some sort of political and social change occur. So regardless of your preferred medium, at some point, just having good ideas isn't enough. You have to make an argument. You have to engage in some sort of conflict. To be on the left in any capacity is to want change, to push the status quo in a better direction, while at the same time flattening the top-down hierarchy that would normally—
Isn't this a good video so far? First of all, like I said, I really like Jangles videos in general, but it's really nice. It's cool to know that we've watched a whole bunch of videos lately that are not made by like inexperienced. Okay, well, DJ Mule is a special one, but it's nice to see a video that actually breaks down some of the details of why people do and don't like debate videos, as opposed to just being vibes and personal smears.
Impose such changes. So unless you're the type of leftist with a poster of Chairman Mao on your wall you got from Amazon, whose primary mode of activism is posting guillotine memes, the only way we're going to achieve any of our goals is through convincing people to change their minds. And I feel like some of us forget that that requires talking to people who don't already want those things. Can I be open and honest for a second? I'm assuming most of the people watching the video at this point are at least sort of left-leaning, so you'll be open to me expressing my feelings on the subject, understanding that the systems I grew up and operate within influence my perceptions on all phenomena. I'm a gay man who grew up in an incredibly conservative and rural environment who has had to argue and justify my own existence to people who now used to be my family, sometimes at risk of actual violence and sometimes resulting in actual violence. I take any and all responsibilities I could possibly have with my minuscule platform very seriously, and I do not put dozens of hours of work into researching and writing videos on the topics I cover for basically no money because I don't care deeply about them. Okay? Okay, so, to my fellow lefties, we suck at handling conflict. And by far the largest problem we have in our rhetoric is taking the real problem of the asymmetrical consequences of conflict for privileged and marginalized groups and catastrophizing that to mean that all conflict is inherently dangerous. And again, I get it. It can be exhausting, especially if that conflict revolves around your right to exist or the oppression you experience. I'm not and will never say that you, personally, have to do anything to advance a cause or fight against bigotry. But some of you get mad when other people do that. You're helping fascism spread by debating a fascist. You're legitimizing transphobia by telling transphobes why they're wrong to their face. You're supporting the right when you go to their events to argue the left-wing perspective to an audience that never hears it. This perspective screams to me that everyone who isn't already on our side is dangerous, and that anything other than shunning them will harm the community. When engaging is a risk, you don't. This leads to the infamous but all too common refrain that goes something like, "You are incredibly wrong on this issue, but you need to put in the work yourself. It's not my job to educate you." Now, if you're just a person trying to go about your day and some asshole steps in to demand that you defend your own existence, Hell yeah, this is the correct response. But if you want to be an advocate or claim to be an advocate, at some point that literally is your job, and you're better off saying nothing. This sentiment will not motivate someone to educate themselves. It's pull yourself up by your bootstraps,
I
but
agree.
woke. I want to circle back to an earlier point I made about knowledge, specifically the relationship between student and teacher. If the students aren't learning, if the gap between them and the teacher is never crossed, does it matter how much the teacher knows? What good does all that knowledge do if the students remain unconvinced? What good is your good idea if you can't get other people to agree with it? Climate change is real, and it's being caused by humans. That is the truth. A lot of people are motivated to not believe in it, and it will be much more difficult to solve this crisis if we can't convince people to vote for leaders who take it seriously. What about vaccines? According to study and poll published in Place, a fucked up percentage of people think that the COVID vaccine is an experimental elixir that may or may not let Bill Gates see a video feed of you taking a dump at Outback Steakhouse. As frustrating as it may be, we need to admit that calling them idiots does nothing. What does the UK think about trans people?
Doesn't do nothing. It doesn't do nothing. That's not true. Calling people idiots can be very fun, can be very cathartic, and also can make them more scared to say their stupid ideas publicly.
Or, more pertinently, what do the platforms in the UK present as the key points of discussion around trans people? Is it accurate? Is it in any way fair? The first draft of this script was, as first drafts often are, pretty off the cuff. Just me putting my feelings down on paper without much regard for who my audience was or how it was going to be received. I gave it to my husband, who is my primary proofreader, and who absolutely hates debates, and he woke me up the next morning to let me know I wasn't convincing anyone by being such a smug asshole, belittling everyone who dares go against me. I was essentially writing a video dunking on the anti-debate side, which might be cathartic and enjoyable for everyone who already agrees with me, but would do absolutely nothing to bridge the gap between us, and may in fact add fuel to the fire burning it down. So please, tell me if I'm wrong in my estimation here. It's not that anti-debate lefties can't deal with conflict, it's that they're uncomfortable with the immediacy of live conflict.
Yeah, exactly, Mad Lupine. Release the Jangles cut! I want to see the Jangles cut!
Of live debate, of the unfiltered sewage that may flow from the uncurated presentation of terrible ideas, and the types of personalities they see drawn to it. I did a video on otherization some years back that, again, no one watched, but the research I did for it stuck with me. Threat is a diagnosis. One drop of poison makes a poisoned drink. One rock to the back of the head outweighs a lifetime of cooperation. The worst opinion someone has could be more important in your evaluation of them than whatever else they believe. The veil of the internet gives us a slew of options to place protective barriers between ourselves and the threats we face, of fighting back from a safe distance. Getting into an argument on Twitter is several steps removed from a live discussion over voice chat, which itself is several steps removed from an IRL argument. You can still counter someone's bigotry without risking your physical safety when you're both boxes of text on a screen. Likewise, it's much safer to engage with a shitty position when you can pause and collect yourself, and think about how best to respond without having to worry about a chud who's only there to own the... insert term here. I really want to make it clear that I do not think less of people who limit their engagement with the opposition to articles or video essays or even tweets. You can do amazing work only doing asymmetrical responses on a number of platforms, and it would be dishonest and disrespectful to the incredible creators who have inspired me to pretend that opting not to do debate is some sort of stain on one's character. There's a reason I do both video essays and debates, but I think it's fair for me to expect the same courtesy, because activism is multifaceted. There are three aspects of activism according to me. The 3 C's, if you will. Comfort, convince, and counter. Comfort is community support, providing a safe space for a given community either for their own self-expression or, even better, a physical and financial space in which people can be free from persecution and conflict. Convince is what you think it is, and it's probably what most debate advocates picture as the goal of debate, getting people to agree with you that previously did not. And counter is the opposite of comfort, debunking the other side, rebuking arguments made by the people in opposition to you in order to either demoralize them so they stop showing up, or to look better to the people you may be able to convince. All of them are important. If you call yourself an activist, you want things to change, which means you want people to change. And unless you're the type of activist who unironically opines on which bread tubers would get the wall during the revolution, you'd prefer people to change under their own volition, by changing their mind because it's the right thing to do. Everyone on the left is on board with comfort. That's the safe spaces, the shelters, the centers victims can reach out to find some sort of respite from the abuse and vitriol of the world.
the hellish fortresses where you can meet other like-minded people and grow an actual social net. Like the Demon Mama Discord, discord.gg/Demon Mama. That's where you can find lots of other fucking sick-ass, cool-ass, queer and queer-allied people and have a hell of a good time. Discord.gg/Demon Mama.
World. The people.
Warning. The bot is broken, but if you show up in the Discord, we will welcome you in. It will just take a minute. So join the Discord. The bot is currently broken. It's not our fault. The bot is literally down. So sorry about that. But yes.
People who create and run these centers are heroes, far beyond anything I have ever done for the world. And that includes the purely online spaces where scared Zoomers try to figure themselves out. I'm not memeing. These real spaces are vital for activism, and can in fact go a long ways towards convincing people in a position simply by showing compassion to a group that may otherwise draw scorn.
It's very fun.
But it can't stop there. The vast majority of people on the left are also fine with
great
counter.
community.
Who doesn't love a good debunking video, picking apart the terrible arguments made by right-wing morons? Vacuous as it can sometimes be, streamers have gotten thousands of hours of content watching right-wingers fumble their way through basic logical fallacies and pointing them out. The problem is that a lot of us confuse that with convincing. We think showing that their ideas are wrong and bad will change the mind of someone who agreed with them, and that someone is somewhere watching or reading the stuff we're putting out, right? No, probably not, at least not in any meaningful capacity. Most people don't seek out media they know they will disagree with in order to be more informed. The closest they'll come is to let that media be filtered through their own, hence the popularity of reaction videos condensing opposing arguments in order to be immediately countered. And hey, I'd love that shit, but we need to be honest and say that most people who watch those types of videos already agreed with the video and just wanted to see something bad get destroyed. So, where does the convincing happen? There's a rule that, as far as I know, was introduced by Destiny called the 40-40-20 rule. 40% of the audience is entrenched on your side, 40% on the other, with 20% in the middle able to be swayed to either. While I think there's something to that, I also think that's overly simplistic. There's a myth that a single debate, or video, or article, or any singular piece of media can flip someone's opinion on an issue 180 degrees, because those are the stories that get circulated the most. But that's almost never how it happens.
Yeah,
changing your opinion on a single topic, let alone your entire political outlook, takes time. It takes multiple...
This is what I've talked about multiple times, which is that, yes, a single debate video will rarely change somebody's mind, but people can become interested in a topic and seek out more of it and slowly have their ideas changed as a part of a broader change in their life. And I think that is pretty common. I think there are a decent amount of people who do learn things from debate content, even if there's also a lot of people who don't.
Instances of your current beliefs being questioned in a way that sows doubt about your worldview, and there's no one path everyone can take to get there. In an age where you can get your news and opinions from more niche and insular sources that only exist to confirm narrower worldviews, you can curate your sources such that those challenges to your way of thinking never risk penetrating the larger and larger walls you build around them. Unless you tune into a game.
See, this is why, look at that. Intentions Nasty and Aska would have never gotten into my community if it wasn't for debate, and that would be so sad.
A game where your ideas, your strong, virtuous ideas, are put to the test against the opposition, which is easy. Your ideas are better. You have science and morality on your side.
Debates. You know what?
Axioms
I'll try
are
to
more
get some
grounded.
debates.
And
okay?
Why is your guy letting the other guy go on like that? Why isn't he letting him know how wrong he is? No, that study can't be real. He's got to be making that up. Wait, that's not fair. He doesn't understand why we think the thing matters. Speak up, dude. You're letting him get away with it. Debate gets people in the door who wouldn't be there otherwise. You don't have to completely shatter someone's worldview during a debate for it to have an effect on them. Sometimes it's good.
By the way, completely unrelated to online debate, debates were really, really, really valuable to me when I was leaving Christianity. Like, straight up. When I was, in fact, part of how I disassembled my former beliefs was through having persistent, or I should say, consistent debates with a friend of mine and reanalyzing the way I thought about things. And then later watching other debates and thinking about them and reflecting on them. I just think debates are more valuable than they get credit for. I do agree that most online debates are primarily entertainment, but that doesn't mean they're not valuable.
Enough to plant a seed of doubt. Maybe a particular argument they like to use doesn't hold up well under scrutiny. Maybe the strawman version of the other.
Yeah, Xerox says, I've heard many former religious people say the same. I think it's because a lot of religious people are deliberately not taught like critical thinking and debate, and so when you encounter it, it's like debates slowly teach you how to think more critically, and I think that's very valuable to like very religious people who, when I say very religious people, I mean I'm generally talking about fundamentalists, people who are raised in highly indoctrinated environments. I shouldn't specifically say religious, but people who are brought in extreme fundamentalist environments. Yeah. Catalina Gearbox says, wish YouTube would bring back the response video. There used to be a lot of great debates through response videos. I do agree. That's true.
Their side they've been fed turned out to be off the mark. Maybe the strongman big boy they've idolized wasn't as infallible as they thought. Just like a sports fan might put some personal investment into how their team does, so
your friend who IRL debated you out of Christianity must have been an insanely good debater. Unironically, yes. That friend and I had a falling out many, many years ago, but we were friends for about a decade, almost a full decade. And that friend and I had some of the most amazing and interesting debates. You guys don't even know. This was long, long before I was a streamer. This was before I even knew anything about any streamers besides a couple of video game streamers. We had the most unbelievable debates. We would go so hard. It was absurd. And yeah, yes, she was a very, very, very good debater. She was. That I will always give her credit for. She was an incredible debater. She was especially good at debating against Christianity because she knew so much about Christianity. But yes, it was a very, our debates were awesome. And that's part of how I developed. That's one of the people in my life. Debate has been a part of my life for most of my life. I told you guys this many times in the past, but my family was very weird. Despite being super, super, super Christian, my family liked debate, and every family gathering, we would argue about politics all the time, and we were encouraged to argue about politics. However, it was always inter-right-wing politics, which is really fucking weird. But anyway, this is becoming a distracting side story. But I have loved debate for my whole life. From when I was young and would debate inter-right politics with my family to later on when I grew up and actually learned how to debate meaningfully, it was very, very interesting. And it's something that I've always liked. And honestly, it's been a long time since I've done a debate. But I will say that part of the reason why I haven't done debates recently is because of the fucking return on investment. No joke, half the debates I've done in the past were giant snooze fests that were just rehashing old drama, and that is boring as fuck. So, yeah. Pensabi says, I just saw your profile pic on Twitter. Yeah, I know, it's great, isn't it? I'm so excited. It's gonna be fun.
Who does a debate?
It's gonna be fun to run around
it's
with
their
that
ideas, their arguments that are being tested by proxy through someone else. And if those arguments fail to get that satisfying W once, 3 times, 10 times, maybe they stop thinking of them as strong arguments. Debate means losing control of the framing you get to create when the other guy isn't in the room. Oh, you can try. You can proselytize to the audience about what your opponent really believes, but now they're here. Now they at least have the chance to fight back. Now your audience has to listen to them speak their own opinions and push back against yours in a way you may never have allowed. Nobody wants to suffer through a book or article or video by someone they know is full of shit because they're on the wrong side. But they might show up to a game to get the satisfaction of seeing their side trample the other directly and risk the deflation and anger that comes with realizing that your side is losing. So is debate risky in that it potentially legitimizes harmful positions? Maybe. What's far riskier is the idea that what positions get to be legitimate is up to us. The go-to rebuttal here is, oh, so you think Nazis deserve a platform to spread their ideas? And my answer is, usually no. So maybe this is the American in me. I am married after all. But I genuinely value freedom of speech. I think that there should be no state-imposed penalty for any speech short of direct threats of violence. Where this gets complicated is the very large spectrum that constitutes indirect threats of violence, or things that may lead to violence, or things that may start someone on the path to begin believing that violence could be considered as an option at some point in the future. This is why, flawed as it may be, I think it's good that media platforms can enforce their own terms of service to keep hate speech and other stochastic terrorism at least somewhat limited, without getting the state involved in policing speech. So yes, ban the Nazis, because they serve only to deteriorate speech, and we, as a society, have moved past the need to hear out their ideas anymore. Some people have taken this position, and, since they find any conflict whatsoever to be intolerable, want to apply it to all positions that differ too far from their own. And as your tolerance for conflict atrophies from disuse, too far gets a lot closer, and everything beyond that line starts to blur more and more, until actual Nazis start to look like the average 53-year-old dad from Indiana. Here's a test. Marriage is between a man...
Actually, I will say it's the 53-year-old from Indiana that starts to look more and more like a Nazi. And that's because they are. That's because all of the MAGA 53-year-olds just became Nazis over the last, 3 years.
And a woman, and no man-made contract can say otherwise. There are only two genders, and you can't change the one you were born with. Systemic racism is in the past. Any problems faced by black people today are due to poor personal choices. All of these positions are wrong and ought to be changed within the people who hold them. But none of them make someone a Nazi. None of them are violent, and none of them should be banned on public platforms. Just because the Nazis, the Taliban, and Karen the real estate agent all reject gay marriage does not mean that they are the same level of threat. But watch the response this gets if it gets clipped. I'm downplaying bigotry, I'm ignoring how hate crimes come about, and if the mood strikes, I'm directly killing marginalized people by saying those statements up there should not be banned. No, instead, we can get those people to listen to us and actually get them to change their minds. But this kind of catastrophizing, this knee-jerk response to go for the nuclear interpretation, is basically all you have left if you've gotten so used to avoiding conflict that you reject it altogether. There can be no debate because debate is conflict and all conflict is dangerous. And I think that brings me to my last point. A little bravado is not a bad thing. This notion that we can't debate X topic or X group or X person because they're dangerous, because that allows their ideas to spread, because they gain access to our audience by bringing them on, I get it. Seriously, I do. But, have you ever watched a show or video on Nazi military strategy or something, and the speaker was like, yeah, we were lucky the Nazis lost because their leaders were military geniuses and their scientists were brilliant and their equipment was years ahead of its time. Kind of making it seem like they were superior in every way, and it sure is a good thing that we lucked out and beat them because these titans of men just so happened to be evil. Well, it turns out that was shockingly propaganda from idiots who wanted everyone else to think that they were stronger than they were. There's a reason they needed such a massive censorship campaign. The Nazi myths could not stand up to any degree of scrutiny because they were ridiculous. By painting the pasty Groypers and discount Steven Seagals as
fucking true, though,
too dangerous and powerful to risk influencing the populace, you're kind of doing their PR work for them. And it's not like you've denied them an avenue to spread their ideas, you've just guaranteed that they're choosing safer options for themselves, because risk goes both ways. Have you ever sat down?
Yes, it does. That was the core of my argument. You have to win.
And watched or read right-wing content? 95% of
If debate is just a game, then win.
It is reacting to something a left-leaning person said and catastrophizing the hell out of it to stoke that profitable fear in their audience. They are already using us for content. Refusing live debate makes sure they exclusively get to do it on their own terms, where they get to frame everything we believe without us there to correct it. Election fraud, critical race theory, the Antifa horde, that shit spread like wildfire without us ever letting them take over our spaces to spread it to our audiences. Why would you be categorically against a platform where we can call them on their bullshit in real time? We can invade their spaces and reach their audiences. We can use our own rhetoric to make our ideas more appealing than theirs. And this can be easy because our ideas are better than theirs. We have evidence and data and rational connections between positions that lead to a better world.
Yes,
all of that rhetoric is built
do.
on a much more stable foundation, so why would we not use every tool in the arsenal to change things for the better? What is this notion that our audiences are vulnerable rubes just ripe for the taking, waiting for a charismatic demagogue to whisper to them that all of their problems can be blamed on the brown people? What is this perception of their audiences as either stoic ideologues unswayable by whatever meek opposition we can muster, or feckless goons unreachable by human reason? When someone says that debate only benefits the right, what I hear is that they're just better than us at everything. They have the better tools and the brilliant rhetoricians, and we just have to find some way of getting people to realize we're right without having to talk to them. That's defeatist bullshit. Why would you admit that a skill you can learn, debate, is forever in their favor when it isn't? I advocate for debate because I think we are right, and that we are smart and empathetic and forward-thinking and charismatic and adaptable and hot. I advocate for debate because I think we can win, even when our opponents show up. Conclusion. If you started this video as someone categorically against debate in all forms and you've made it to the end, thank you for hearing me out.
This is such a good video.
I don't expect that you've been inspired enough to set up a mic and hop into the nearest debate server to duke it out, but I do at least hope that you have a better understanding of why those of us that value debate do so. To recap, a lot of common complaints about debate are by no means unique to debate, and I suspect the deeper reasons are related to how one perceives conflict. Debate does attract a lot of assholes, and we need to stop conflating performative rationality and cruelty as correlates for good ideas. Debate can be incredibly useful for higher order cognitive organization, and it's not cool to tell someone who learns well that way that they're wrong for doing so. At some point, learning is not enough.
Thank you for coming.
Debate can be a way to spread ideas to people who might not otherwise listen, and a little bravado is not a bad thing. It's like salt. Easy to go overboard, but just the right amount brings out the flavor of everything else. Okay? We good?
Yeah, they can do that.
We're good, right?
Anybody can do that, Catalina Gearbox.
Hey, thanks for making it to the end of this video.
All right, everybody. If you liked that video, please go and consider subscribing to Jangles ScienceLad. I'm going to share the video again one more time. There you go. There's the link. Click it. Go subscribe. Go check out Jangles' other video, especially his videos about trans healthcare and trans people in sports. His videos are very, very good on that topic, okay? Seriously, they're really, really top-notch. Jangles really does his research, and it shows. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, I am all out of energy for the day. However, we have a drama mama on the way that will blow your goddamn fucking minds. So keep your eyes peeled, because the next drama mama is going to explain all of the bullshit that went down on Twitch recently. The giant streamer apocalypse, which still rages even as we speak right now. We're gonna talk about that on the next stream. Thank you all for supporting me today. Thank you all for hanging out and for being nice to each other. Do not motherfucking die. Aska, never apologize for weird champing me. I was just goofing around with you. You can weird champ me whenever the fuck you want. I deserve it. It keeps my ego cool. Much, much communal love to all of my imps, and I will see you very, very soon. Have fun and have a good night. Mwah!